We are very happy. It's a normal day.
Elections went on smoothly here in our polling station, especially in the morning. People turned up very, very early. Only that there was a small hindrance with the system, but eventually I think there was an announcement that people can use the normal, the normal voting system, the one they used to use previously, just ticking. So one thing I like about these elections this time around is that the security was very calm. People were very calm. There was no cause of an alarm.
Here is Jamila Oluka in Bukedia district, where the speaker comes from, and we've been calling from where the speaker voted from, a Popong Primary School. As you can see, she has done a great job to turn up, although there was a hiccup of the machines that were supposed to help with the voting process. People didn't turn up to be violent. Everything went smooth and people actually voted, and they have been voting. And as you've seen, you've talked to many people who have testified how the violence was not there. The security was tight and people turned up in big numbers. As you have heard, they said in Bukedia they will give a block vote for His Excellency President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni and also their flag bearers. We cannot tell you now because we will wait until Electoral Commission says that at the end of the whole process. For now, I want you to keep tuned. We will be bringing you all the stories from Bukedia district here with Jamila Oluka. Keep watching UBC TV.
Well, thank you very much, Jamila Oluka, for that update from Bukedia. We do also want to compel the audience that elections are not yet done, so wait to call this the most peaceful election. But of course, do compelling you to keep peace and calm. The security agencies are doing their best to make sure that lives and property are also safe.
True. Very true. And of course, a takeaway would be that the elections are a cornerstone of our governance and a national identity. Yeah. Everyone should know that. And of course, the will of the people will always remain a guiding force for our democracy. Thank you very much for joining us and allowing us into your space. My name is Patricia Ukomampango.
And I'm Wadulo Arnold. Mark Sharon Chombisha will be joining you in a few minutes before we go to the Tally Center in Ruboa. Otherwise, have yourselves a lovely one from us.
It's a bye-bye.
My name is Colonel Banson Desderius Mande. I'm the Director Research and Analysis, National Counterterrorism Center. As we go into this electoral season, we all need to work as whole government, whole society, for people to talk peace and maintain peace. Before, during, and after elections. Uganda is for all of us. We need it secure. We need these elections free of violence.
This campaign is proudly organized by the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy and partners, with support from the European Union. Tuongeye, let's talk peace.
Let's talk peace.
We are into the political season. The atmosphere is highly charged. There is a lot of excitement everywhere you look. But elections come and go. We all remain the same people staying in this one country. We must prioritize peace. We do not want to witness violence. No one should be throwing stones. No one should be using inciting language or abusing others. No one should use a stick against a fellow citizen. No one should use bullets or even tear gas against citizens. Instead, we should sit as brothers and sisters, as Ugandans, and discuss issues that may appear different, one camp from the other. I look forward to seeing an NRM supporter sitting with an NUP supporter and taking coffee. I want to see somebody from Arua sitting down for a cup of coffee with someone from Bugisu, from Chigezi, from Buganda. Let's learn to tolerate each other, even when we have differences between us, because that's how we are created. We are not the same. What we should appreciate is that we can all live together. Uganda is big enough for everyone. So we should respect one another. We should not incite violence. We should not in any way participate in anything that breaches the peace. That's my call to all Ugandans during this season.
This campaign is proudly organized by the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy and partners, with support from the European Union. Tuongeye, let's talk peace.
Let's talk peace.
I'm Superintendent of Police, Bagan's Patience, the DPC Dokoro. We are in for the election period, and my role as police is to provide security. However, if we are to have a peaceful election, it is a two-way traffic. The wananchi also have a role to play in this. The catchword in this is to have an election period where everyone is to participate freely without any fear. Our commitment as police, we are going to prepare and prepare and prepare. And then we shall give a leveled ground for all of you to participate in this election. We call upon all Ugandans to keep peace during this election period.
This campaign is proudly organized by the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy and partners, with support from the European Union. Tuongeye, let's talk peace.
Let's talk peace.
Hi guys, we are going into the elections as a country. My job, your job is to pray that God himself will choose for us the best leaders, whether they are in this party or in this party. As long as it is God who has chosen them, then he will be with them. May God help us as we vote. Also, I encourage all my young people, make sure you stay alive to see your future. Be peaceful, don't fight. Someday I saw a guy getting a rock and telling a guy with a gun, Okolechi, Okolechi. I'm like, come on, you have a future to protect. Make sure you are peaceful. Even though your wife, your sister, your brother does not vote your side, make sure you stay alive together as you wait for the future that you are believing for. Stay peaceful, stay calm, and pray.
This campaign is proudly organized by the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy and partners, with support from the European Union. Tuongeye, let's talk peace.
Let's talk peace.
Hello, my name is Rosa Malango, and I serve as a special presidential envoy for tourism and trade. But before that, I spent almost 3 decades working with the United Nations and 2 years as a social entrepreneur. So I know the importance of peace for stability and for development. So at this important time, as Uganda prepares once again to go to the elections, this is an appeal that citizenship and electoral participation does not have to mean destruction. So a call to everyone to participate, to exercise their civic duties, but also to promote peace. We need peace to continue to feed our families. We need peace to be able to continue to grow. And we need peace if we really want to become the beacon of hope, tourism, and trade on the African continent.
This campaign is proudly organized by the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy and partners, with support from the European Union. Tuongeye, let's talk peace.
I'm urging all youth, I'm urging all Ugandans, please, let's have a peaceful elections this time round. Let's vote peacefully. After voting, let's walk back home. Let's protect our gains. Let's be peaceful. Please, let's gather in numbers. Let's go and vote peacefully. Then we go home peacefully. Thank you.
This campaign is proudly organized by the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy and partners, with support from the European Union. Tuongeye, let's talk peace.
Let's talk peace.
As we go into the final lap of the electoral campaigns and into polling, we are calling upon all the people of Uganda to conduct themselves peacefully. First of all, the candidates, we call upon you to use suitable language that shows respect and tolerance, and language that promotes peace and unity, because we are all Ugandans and elections should not divide us. So we call for language that is respectful of people's cultures, people's views, and is tolerant, because we all have different views, but we all want to have a very, very united country. Uganda, and a progressive one at that. So we are calling upon you to conduct yourself peacefully as we go into the final days of the campaigns, and on polling day to respect the views of others and to accept the results of the elections, and know that after the elections there will still be a Uganda, and we need each other as citizens of Uganda. I wish you a peaceful electoral process, and I call upon you to be peaceful. Peace-loving Ugandans. God bless you.
This campaign is proudly organized by the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy and partners, with support from the European Union. Tuongeye, let's talk peace.
This is the moment Uganda turns from voting to verification. With the now open National Tally Center in Lubowa, the EC is about to announce results from whatever they've collected across the country at 10:30. And of course, that will be coming in with the chairperson of EC, Justice Simon Babatuna. Very good evening and welcome to UBC TV. Inspiring Uganda, coming to you live from the Now Avenue with me, Sharon Chomjosha. Today can be marked as a successful day, 15th of January 2026, where people or Ugandans, the citizens, have gone ahead to practice or gone ahead to vote for their leaders, the ones that they feel like can address the issues that they have as Ugandans for the next 5 years. And of course, today has been very successful, even with a few hiccups that the police managed to talk to us about through our reporters from the National Tally Center. Over 400 citizens have been arrested from areas like Katwe and Nansana, where some of these were trying to create commotion on this day, but then police was able to nip it in the bud. Thank you so much for watching, and we still continue with giving you updates on whatever has been transpiring today. And later on at 10:30, we'll be coming in with results from the EC National Tally Center in Lubowa. Now, we'll have some stories, of course, also going on with what transpired and which areas have voted, how the turn-up was like, which presidential candidates went and voted, and the areas that, you know, whatever happened, we still have that coming up on UBC. Now, earlier today, the incumbent President Yoweri Museveni scooped all the votes at his home ground polling station in Rachtura at Karori Primary School. Take a look at the story.
Seven. I think it's seven. How many people did you win? Seven. You were in seven. 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 You were in seven. 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 You're waiting. This is the same. This one is another one. This one is Zimbabwe. 7, 4, 5. Invalid.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11, 12, 13, 14, 85, 86, 87, 89, 88, 89, 90, 92, 93, 94, 95,
7, 7. 7. 7. How many? 7. You wait a minute. 7. 7. 7. You wait a minute. 7. 7. 7. 7. 7. You're waiting. This is the same. This one is another one.
That's an update where President Museveni scooped all the votes at his home ground polling station in Rachtura. Now, still in more that has happened and transpired today, our colleague Haruna Mtesa Sida is on a call from Tunga Motali Center, and we need to hear from him to know what is transpiring. A very good evening, Haruna. Please go ahead and update us.
Good evening to you, Sharon, and our viewers watching us everywhere you are on UBC TV, the national broadcaster. Right now, I'm in Tunga district at the district center, just waiting for the provisional results to be streamed live on the screens placed inside this main hall. Everything is set despite the delay of the results from the different polling stations. Remember, they are supposed to be collected from the streets, collected by the security and the EC district officials. And remember, Ntungamo has many counties that include Rusheng, Ntungamo Municipality, Kajala County, Ruhama County, and Ruhama Main. So it's a big task ahead of us tonight.
Okay.
Especially when the voting was done manually. So up to now, there is nothing taking place apart from enjoying the sounds of music from the loudspeakers.
Okay. What do people seem like? What is the attitude of the people, the ones that are in the room that you said, you are part of?
Yes, inside here we have almost an empty hall because most of the candidates they have not yet arrived at this main hall. Apart from the two who are, I think, they have already known their results, and people are saying that they are the winners until we wait for the EC official to announce. But Jed Karuhanga, who has been contesting for Tunga Municipality, for him he has been declaring himself that he is the winner, and also Viola Munya, I've forgotten another name, but that woman member parliament for Tunga District. Those are the only two candidates I think who have at least we have known the others. They are leading so far until when we hear from the Electoral Commission from this talent center.
Are the celebrations going to be at that very hall later on, or when do you expect them to come? 10:30? Because for the National Tally Center, Justice Biabakama has said that at 10:30 they'll start to send in their results, or they will have it broadcasted live, and we'll get to know who has won where. So is that when everybody's going to come and fill up that room or something?
Yes, that was the official communication we got when we arrived here at around 6:30. But from 8 to 9, I only saw 4 pickups coming up with some carrying boxes of the voting materials from the field. But from that time, nothing has been taking place. So we are just waiting from the official communication from these EC Ntungamo district officials. But up to now, we are just seeing journalists inside the main hall, and also some few police officers. The rest are just scattered outside the tent, gathering some information and are also receiving some boxes which have just arrived from different counties which are making Tungamo district. But I think this delay came as a result of the morning exercise where voting was not managed in time as guided by the EC. So in many areas the voting materials arrived very late at around 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. which means that in most polling stations they began their voting at around midday to 1 p.m. So you see how these delays came from morning, and I don't think that even up now we shall get these results by tonight.
Really? Did you have a smooth run despite starting off a little bit later in the day?
Yes, despite that there was some low turn up from different polling stations, but I think it was smoothly managed because most of the people who had come earlier by 7:30 to 8:30 or 9:30, they had gone back home because they thought maybe the voting has been cancelled. So others were just calling them their neighbors and friends to come back and engage in this voting exercise. So I think the delay caused all the challenges which we are facing now at this talent center here in Tungamo.
Very interesting, Haruna. Well, I understand the main hall is empty, but enjoy for 2. And we hope that everybody turns up once the results are brought in. And I mean, once EC gets to announce. Thank you so much for the update. Have a lovely night, and I hope everything works out. And Jane and Viola, who are already expectant to be winners, I hope they go through and nothing changes. Thank you, Haruna.
You're welcome.
Now, from that, we still had, by press time, the opposition was still in the early lead in different polling stations across Kira municipality, and the competition has been a neck-to-neck as NUP's George Musisi dominates PFF's Ibrahim Semujunganda, who is also the current area member of parliament. In the race for woman member of parliament, incumbent Betty Efel Naluyima was still in the early lead, and we have details on what transpired. Take a look.
Umbrella.
How can you make Ugandans wait from 7 when they were at the polling stations up to 11 when you can issue the directive? Why frustrate Ugandans? I really sympathize with many of you who were at the polling stations so much early, but until the directive was issued, that's when you managed to vote. All the same.
In the NRM structures, we have the mainstream, where the chairman and the vice and others who are 5, and the women league, and the youth league, and the elders, and disabled. The president told us that since the money of the parish model is very small for only 100 million, he said we go back and write our people for those people who are having the midala, who are making chapati, who are having the butogo, such that the president can give them can contribute toward their small businesses.
Of course, we're positioned in different places in the country, different areas per se, if you want, and we have different reporters in all these areas to keep us updated with verified information and accurate information on what is happening as people await the final results that will be announced by the EC chairperson, Justice Simon Byabakama. Right about now, we'll talk to Eddie Olua from Northern Uganda, Lira City. A very good evening, Eddie Olua. Any updates on what's happening ahead of the announcement of the results that will be coming in a few minutes from now?
Good evening, Sharon, and all our viewers. We are coming to you live from Lira City. Right now I am at the Lira City Council Hall, where tallying is taking place. As you very well know, Lira City has been having one of those hottest contests between two cabinet ministers, that is Gender Minister Betty Amongi, and then the incumbent woman MP for Lira City now, that is Dr. Jane Ruth Acheng, the Health Minister. The contest has been one of those hottest ones in the region, in Lango sub-region here, and there were three candidates who were rivaling for the same position, but one pulled out, leaving the race only between the two. Right now tallying is taking place here, and we shall be hoping to get the results in a few hours from now. But Sharon, if you may allow, during the day a number of activities were taking place. Of course, voting started late, as it was in most parts of the country, and that was basically as a result of delays in delivering the voting materials, but also the verification machine also failed in most of the polling stations. But also in some polling stations where I visited, you find that some officers did not show up for work, so it took the electoral commission some time to find other officers to fill in.
Eddie, what do you mean some officers didn't turn up for work?
Yeah, for a case in point is Ireda Gully polling station at Ireda Primary School. The presiding officer did not show up for work. So voters were there waiting, the voting materials were delivered, but then the person who was supposed to receive them and then, preside over the election at that polling station wasn't there. So the returning officer and the team had to mobilize quickly and then found somebody whom they sent, and later on voting started.
Wow, that's very interesting.
Shortly after that, we saw the two prominent ministers voting in. Betty Amongi voting at Lango Cultural Center together with her husband, also the party president for UPC, that is Jim McKenna. And then Doctor also voted around midday at Ireda Primary School. But later on, immediately after the voting, some situation came up where we had some scuffle at Boro West, that is in Lira City East, where some vigilantes around the community group of border borders surrounded the car belonging to Honorable Betty Amongi, and their claim was she was moving around the polling station, and they were suspicious that her movement together with her husband was kind of like mobilizing people to vote for them, and they were not happy with that, so they surrounded the vehicle, not allowing them to move. So there was some bit of scuffle there that prompted the intervention of security. I saw there the 5th Division Commander, that is Faith Katunji, who rushed to the scene and then talked to the people there. Of course, the assistant RCCs were there, including the deputy RCC for Lira City East. And then later they escorted the minister together with her husband, that is Jima Kema, back home, where they asked her not to leave home. But when we spoke to police to try to ask whether that was kind of like a house arrest, the police PRO for North Kyoga region, that is Jimmy Patrick Okema, was able to confirm to us that they really took her back home, but she's not under house arrest. But they just requested her not to move anywhere because when they move, they kind of cause tension among people. Okema also told us that the same meeting was also held with the Health Minister, Dr. Jane Ruth Acheng, whom they also asked her to remain at home. So they advised them that if there is any situation in the ground, they could use their agents whom they have deployed on the ground to manage or handle situations as and when they arise. But overall, the whole process was peaceful. There has been, we could observe security deployment almost in all corners of the city. Some of them, we could see them walking on foot. Some were using motorcycles, and then we also had some in pickup. And these have been a mix of both officers from Uganda Police Force and then the army, who have been moving and patrolling around and ensuring that people really vote freely, and then no situation actually happens and escalates. But also, moving around the town today, the streets were not as busy as it used to be, and I could see during the daytime that over 80% of businesses were actually closed. Very few businesses were open, and coming around evening hours, around 5, the majority of them were already closed, and the streets were not as busy as it used to be. So right now we are just stationed here waiting for results. Tallying is ongoing for presidential, tallying is ongoing for the woman member of parliament, tallying is ongoing for the 2 division members of parliament, that is City East and then City West Sharon.
A quick one, Eddie. Yes. I know we're waiting on EC for the results, for the final results, accurate and verified, but what do we have as provisional, if you may?
Thank you, Sharon. So what I can only tell you, of course, we cannot confirm as we wait for results, but what is happening right now is that we can hear and see a group of people, especially from the NRM camp, already celebrating, and they are kind of convinced that the woman member of parliament is going to their side, that is Dr. Jane Ruth Acheng. And from the preliminary results which are coming in here from most of the polling stations, we can say that Dr. Jane Ruth Acheng is still leading in most of the polling stations. But the gap is not yet very huge, but we can hear people celebrating and people are happy. We can also see agents belonging to Dr. Jane Ruth Acheng inside the hall here, and they are all celebrating, they are happy. You know, we can see them greeting each other. And then in the 2 divisions for the parliamentary candidates, in Lira City East and City West, we can see UPC candidates also in the room and their agents, and they seem a little bit hopeful that the day is going to them. Of course, most of these candidates, they also have their independent tally centers. So before they walk in here, they have already tallied all their results and they come in here. But we cannot confirm that that may be the case, because we are here waiting on the EC to give the official results, and that is when we shall confidently communicate. But we are hearing also people celebrating outside there that the day is going to Dr. Jane Ruth Acheng.
And did you vote?
Yes, I did. I did vote after running around. So around 4, I had to rush after covering the other scuffle. I had to rush to my polling station. That is at St. Mary's, Angwet, where I did the voting, and then eventually also went to other polling stations to see how counting of votes at the polling stations were happening.
Thank you so much, Eddie, for the update, and thank you for going ahead to vote for the leaders that you want to see. Create change where you need it and maintain whatever you feel like has been worked on. Have a lovely night, and we will still wait for EC to announce. I know it's already past 10:30, which was the time allocated or allotted for the results coming in from EC. So many issues happened during the day, like the biometrics machines are failing, as well as, a few scuffles.
Do you need a ride? Taxi F is a better way to ride. Taxi F, everyone's favorite app. We will get you there safely and with the lowest price. Enjoy your ride. Download now on Google Play App Store and App Gallery. In
Lubowa. Now in Bokono constituency, Namutumba district, where the race is between the incumbent Minister of Lands, Pasis Namuganza and Emmanuel Maganda Katoke, The National Resistance Movement flag bearer minus skirmishes were reported at Tibale polling station, and the situation was later brought under control and voting resumed normally.
You're welcome. Those who are just joining us, you're welcome to the National Tally Center for the presidential elections 2026. And the commission is just getting back in to take charge of this exercise. The chairperson of the commission, Justice Babakam Morgan Simon, the Deputy Chairperson, Hajat Aisha Rubega, and the commissioners and the acting secretary. You're welcome, Lord Chairperson of the commission. You may take your seats. And straight away take us through what you have to communicate to the country. Over to you, Lord Chair. Thank you.
Distinguished guests and dear citizens who are watching us, wherever you are. These are the first preliminary results of the presidential elections that the Commission has received and ascertained so far. Total number of registered voters, 21,649,067 on the National Voters Register. The total number of polling stations, 50,739. Results, the total number of polling stations from which we have received results at this point in time, 133, representing 0.26% of total polling stations. These are so far the results per presidential candidate. Bulira Frank Kavinga, Party RPP, votes received so far 84, representing 0.36% of the valid votes cast for candidates so far. Kaswante Robert, Party NPP, total number of votes 66, representing 0.29% of the valid votes cast for candidates. Excuse me. Kyagulanyi Sentam Robert, Nope, 7,753 votes, representing 33.64% of the valid votes cast for the candidates. Mabirizi Joseph, CP, votes 45, representing 0.20% of the valid votes cast. Mugisha Gregory Muntu Oyera, ANT, 164 votes, representing 0.71% of valid votes cast for candidates. Munyagwa Mubarak Serunga, CMP, 145 votes, representing 0.63% of valid votes cast. Nandala Mafabi James Nathan, FDC, 560 votes, representing 2.43% of valid votes cast. Yoweri Tuhaburwa Kaguta Museveni, NRM, 14,232 votes, representing 61.7% of valid votes cast so far. Total number of valid votes for all the candidates so far is 23,049. Invalid votes so far, 796, representing 3.34% of the total votes cast. Total number of votes altogether, 23,845, representing 0.11% of the total number of registered voters. The spoiled votes are 37. That is the position as of now. Ladies and gentlemen, and all you who are watching us, as I said, that is the first preliminary results the Commission has received so far at this National Tally Center. It's now coming to 11 p.m. The next update will be tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. I wish all of you a blessed night. Thank you so much.
point. Now, we have received the first update of the vote of the tallies that have just been released by the Electoral Commission, official information by the Electoral Commission, and read by Justice Simon Byabakama, the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, here just a few seconds or minutes ago. He has read to us 1,033 polling stations that have come in with a total number of votes of 23,049. Of those, candidate Frank Bulira had 84 votes. Candidate Frank Kasimante has 66 votes. Candidate Chagulanyi Robert Sentamu of the NUP has 7,753 votes. Elton Joseph Mabirizi has 45 votes. General Gregory Mugisha Muntu has 164 votes. Candidate Munyagwa Mubarak has 145 votes. Nandala Mafabi of the FDC has 560 votes. And candidate Yoweri Museveni of the National Resistance Movement has 14,232 votes. The total vote is 23,049 votes. That is what they have released so far, and it was just at 11 sharp. According to the Chair Electoral Commission, we are going to have another update tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. and the expectation is that by that time a number of other polling stations will have sent their results and how it has been. Now, I want to talk to someone as we close. Maybe he has been in the election observation for a very long time. His name is Mr. Crispy Kakeru. Good evening, sir.
Good evening to you. Just to be very accurate, I have observed 150 elections in over 50 countries globally.
Okay. I have wanted to ask this. What is that standard that is looked at and taken as the standard that qualifies an election to be free and fair? There may be a number, but what is that main one that an observer may share?
People should be able to participate freely, unimpeded in an electoral process. That's the only one. That's the gold standard. Yeah, I mean, anything besides that is really secondary. The primary standard is people, as long as you're a registered voter, you should be able to participate in the electoral process unimpeded.
You have observed elections in Africa.
Correct.
Out of 100, how do we score?
On the African continent. Well, I wouldn't want to give a score because different African countries have different contexts, and the contexts determine the type of elections we have. But I will tell you one thing, that in Uganda, we are talking about the need for electoral reforms, but our laws are one of the best in as far as electoral processes are concerned. Not just on the African continent, but in the world.
Why?
Because our laws provide for that unimpeded participation in the electoral process. You might have a question whether we translate what is in the books of law into implementation. That's a whole different question. But in as far as the legal framework for elections in Uganda is concerned, it's one of the best. And I'll tell you why. Now, in many of the African countries, you cannot challenge results from an election. It's cast in stone. Once the electoral authorities announce the results, that's it. In Uganda, you can challenge an election result. In fact, I shouldn't even be going far. In the neighborhood, in Tanzania, once a candidate is announced winner for a presidential position, that seals it. No challenging it in court, no challenging it anywhere. That's the legal position. It's in the Constitution. But here, people can.
And we have seen it happen.
We've seen it happen.
But besides seeing it happen and the legal framework giving us that leverage, do we really practice what our law gives us as a country?
Yes, we do, with challenges. Implementation of the law has never been seamless anywhere in the world, even in the best democracies that we love to cite. The UK, the US, you've seen how the US elections have been conducted. You've seen how UK elections are run. You've seen elections in the largest democracy in the world, India, how they're run. So, translating the law into actual practice has never been seamless. And I think we would be lying to ourselves if we wanted to say that there is a society that implements the law to the very point that that law has to be implemented. No. What we aim for, I think the law sets the standard, and we need to adhere to that standard as much as we can. Now, what we see in Uganda is an attempt. We try. Challenges exist, and that is why we're still talking about the need for improvements in the electoral laws. But beyond improvements in the electoral laws, we also need to talk about enforcement. Enforcement, which is what we're going back to, translating what is in the books of law into action.
Not only elections, why do we set standards that we fail to see to reality? How can we be the best people to write laws that we cannot achieve in reality to even 80%? How does that happen?
The law is a standard. You always aspire to. You always try to. If you hit the standard, perfect. But the law is supposed to, it's like a
new era of wellness is awakening, where human expertise meets intelligent technology, where robotics redefine precision and serenity finds its science. Ionis blends innovation, beauty, and holistic care to transform the way you experience health and self. Ionis is the future of care, now in West Bay, Qatar.
To fail to score to the best of the law, I think it is the realities of life that we have to constantly address. Now, we need to constantly address those challenges that impede us from meeting the standard of the law. That is why we are talking about electoral reforms constantly. And that is why, ahead of each and every elections, it is important that a country thinks about the recommendations that were made from previous elections and seeks to cure those problems. And you can cure those problems by law, by administration, by program. By law, legal reforms. By administration, through making amendments in electoral administration, institutional arrangements, so that you deliver to your objective. By program, by putting in place programs that will support your objective. Civic education, voter education, and a host of all other, peace programming, etc., etc.
I want to end with this one in form of an example. I was interviewing an opposition leader during the campaign time, and they were complaining, this is the candidate, but he's still the president at the same time. I asked him, you have MPs in parliament who know about this law and sit where the laws have to be amended. They go silent about it 5 years and only complain about it during election time. Yesterday I was asking the Electoral Commission chairperson, where he was saying, yes, we know it is the law that allows you to keep around the electoral area, polling station, but we think, and I told him, the law is the law. Why don't you seek an amendment of that law in order to fit? Why do people forget, or why do we forget to take these steps and then complain after?
Well,
as somebody who stands in the middle in the capacity of an observer.
Now, let's begin with your first analogy. How many opposition members of parliament are running for elective offices right now? Many, all of them. So they're incumbents. They're running again. Yeah? So when we are having these conversations, we should be holistic. We shouldn't cherry pick that we focus on this position or that position. So if you're talking about the risks of incumbents running for elective offices while remaining in their offices, let's look at that across the board. Let's not be selective. So for me, I think that is the beginning point of the conversation. Secondly, why do the members of parliament who sit in parliament complain about these issues, yet they can change the laws in the spaces where we have sent them?
And they wait during election time.
Now, I can answer you this way, that even me, I wouldn't know why that happens. But I don't want to say that human beings are selfish beings. But that is what I see. Because you are actually in the space where you can make these amendments. Why not undertake them and come out to say, I mean, that you...
This is the right way to go?
Exactly.
Let us go this way.
But also, you know, when you are in parliament, you are not just a representative of your constituency. You're a representative of the entire country. You act in good faith for the entire country. So where there is a law that needs to be passed, you should be at the forefront of advocating for that law, whether in a private member's capacity or through government. So many of these MPs have the space, they have the capability, they have the ability, but they don't use it. Why? I don't know. Are they disingenuous? I am tempted to think so at times.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
His name is Crispy Kaheru. He is an elections observer generally. Yes, I have been reminded that we need to share information in the local language. Atulaba ku Star TV, ssentebe w'akakiiko k'ebyokulonda afulumizaayo ebimu ku byakavaayo mu kulonda okubaddewo olwaleero okwaba pulezidenti naddala jjukira okwaba memba ba parliament okulangirira kubeera ku districts wano ku National Talent Center wetuli watuukawo bululu oba ebivudde mu kulondebwa okwaba president. Kakati mu bifulumye bivudde mu bifo awalondebwa 1,303. Bakandidate bali 8. Asooka ye Frank Bulira afunye yakafuna obululu 84. Kasibante alina obululu 66. Kyagulanyi Robert Sentamu alina obululu 7,753. Mabirizi Joseph Elton alina obululu 45. Kwebyo byakafulumizibwa. General Gregory Mugisha Muntu owa ANT alina obululu 164. Honorable Mubaraka Munyagwa alina obululu 145. Kwebyo byakafulumizibwa. Nandala Mafabio wa FDC alina obululu 506. Kwebyo byakafulumizibwa. Ate Yoweri Museveni wa NRM alina obululu 14,232. Kwebyo ebyakafulumizibwa. Olwaleero bifulumiziddwa ku ssaawa 5 ez'ekiro nga Justice Simon Byabakama asuubiza nti agenda kuddamu okufulumya ebirala nga bwe bikyajja enkya kumakya essaawa 3 ez'okumakya. N'olwekyo beera bulindaala, of course tugenda kuba tubikuwa ku UBC ne Star TV. That is how the evening has been, with an update from the Electoral Commission bringing in part of the results of what has come out from the elections, the votes that were cast this evening. We thank you so much for watching. And on behalf of the whole team here, we wish you the best of the night. Let's catch you tomorrow as we continue with the coverage of the whole process till the declaration of the winners and who the president will be, who the MPs will have won. Keep it UBC TV, Star TV. My name is Michael Jordan Lukomwa on behalf of the whole team here at the National Tally Center and as well at the Broadcast House, Nile Avenue in Kampala.
Let's talk peace.
My name is Colonel Banison.
We are into the political scene.
Welcome back from that short commercial break. We still continue with what has happened, and for now we actually, a few minutes ago, we got the first set of preliminary results from the EC chairperson, Justice Simon Byabakama, from the National Tally Center in Lubowa by the EC. And of course, he gave us details that included the 133 polling stations with over 23,049 votes. And we had Bolira Frank from the RPP party with 84 votes, Kasibante Robert NPP with 66 votes, which runs off to 0.29%, Chagulanyi Sentamo from the National Unity Platform with 7,753 votes, that's at 33.64%. Mabidizi Joseph of the CP party, 45 votes at 0.20%. And Mujisha Muntu Ant Party, 164 votes, which is a 0.71%. Munyagwa Mubarak from the CMP Party, 145 votes with a 0.63%. And Nandala Mafabi FDC, 560 votes at 2.43%. And General Museveni, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni from the NRM Party with 14,232 votes at 61.7%. The Justice told us that valid votes were 2,349 votes. The invalid votes were rounded off to 796 votes at 3.34%, and the spoiled votes were 37 votes. He also added that we'll have more details or more updates tomorrow at 9 a.m. from the National Tally Center in Lubowa, and for now the Tally Center is closed. We'll keep you updated with our reporters who are in different places to let us know what is happening and what the atmosphere looks like. And right about now we'll go straight to Daniel Oga, who is at Kololo, which is the Tally Center for Kampala.
Once again, I am here at Kololo's Independence Ceremonial Grounds, and this is the gazetted place for as the tallying center for Kampala district. And what I can tell you is that the returning officer, who is Muhasia Rashid, has already taken his position, and we are just waiting for few hours, and then the exercise will be starting, and that will be the final tallying of the results from all the polling stations in Kampala district. If my camera person can just show you around, there are tents which have been set aside according to the divisions, and that is Central Division, Kawempe, Machinde, Nakawa, all have been set aside, and all the polling agents, the polling assistants, all the returning officers are just ready to take up their positions. As we speak right now, the results are being brought in quietly, calmly, accompanied by security and some other election stakeholders. We are just waiting for the rest of the people to take up their positions. Here, no single candidate has surfaced. I don't know what is happening, but what I can tell is that no single candidate has arrived here, not even the agents. So that means that maybe the exercise might a bit start on a later time, because we haven't yet known what is going to happen. But what I can tell you is that the returning officer of Kampala district, that is Muhasia Rashid, has taken position. So we are all here just waiting for what will happen in the few hours from now. The DJ has just given us a good preamble, has given us a very good selection, very good music that is trying to keep the temperature and the moods calm because emotions in Kampala have been really a heated one because Kampala is one of the hotspots that has had heated campaigns, and the exercise has really showed that it has been a neck-to-neck competition. So that is what I can tell you, and that is what is happening right now. We can only see white chairs. Most of the stakeholders haven't yet taken position, so we are waiting. That's what we are all here for. We are waiting to see what happens next. I have only known that the returning officer of Kampala district, Muhasia Rashid, has already taken his seat and is also waiting as the results chop in slowly by slowly. So that is what is happening here, Sharon. We shall be updating you of maybe any new developments with time, but that is what is happening right now. So thank you very much, Sharon.
Welcome back from that. You're still watching UBC TV Inspiring Uganda, live from the Nile Avenue with us, with a night for accuracy, patience and verified information coming in from the EC Tele Center, but also from our reporters who are across the country. Actually, right now we're going to hear from Crispus Adenitwe, who is from Kanongo. A very good evening, Crispus. What does the atmosphere look like tonight?
Thank you so much, Sharon Chomjisha. Dear viewer and listener, I'm coming to you live from Kanongo district, specifically at the district headquarters, where the district returning officer Mukundane David has already started reading some of the presidential election results which are coming in. Specifically, he has given us results from Katete sub-county. All of them are already in the results from the 14 polling stations. And candidate Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, he has taken the lead in all the polling stations, followed by candidate Sentamu Robert Shagulanyi. So if I first paint for you, Kanongo district has got two counties, that is Chinchizi East and Chinchizi West. And for Chinchizi East, we are having the incumbent member of parliament, that is the Minister for ICT and the National Guidance, Dr. Chris Wariomunsi, is standing as the NRM flag bearer against the current LCPS chairperson, Mr. Sam Aranaito Kajojo. So some of the preliminary results.
Can I try a few more pieces?
Tanish Diamonds. So beautiful ki hogi nadani. Karoge manmani. Give wings to the girl within with over 10,000 designs at Tanishq Festival of Diamonds.
Parliament, that is Mr. James Kaberuka. James Kaberuka, also preliminary results coming from there indicate that he's in an early lead in his main rival is a retired senior police superintendent of police John Ndungutse, who is coming on an independent ticket. And then for the district member of parliament, we are having the incumbent Shaba Patience Nkunda. In fact, she is the current NRM. She's the current district member of parliament for Kanungu district. She's standing as an independent candidate. She lost in the NRM flag bearer elections. The one who has a flag is Namara Betty. So preliminary results coming in also indicate that Namara Betty is in an early lead in most of the polling stations. I was able to compile results from. So painting for the picture from Kanungu district. Today, I can authoritatively say that there was no use of biometric voter verification kits. They totally failed. The voters turned up early in the morning to come and vote, and I must also commend that these people actually turned up. They turned up early to vote this morning. The polling officials were already set. They were already there actually by 7 a.m. Actually, the polling station was already open for casting of the for casting the votes. And when they started using the kits, they didn't work. In fact, one polling official, when she was trying to scan her ID, that's when the thing jammed. And therefore, since we already know that it was mandatory, it was supposed to be used as a mandatory requirement before people start casting their votes, they had to first wait for an instruction from the district returning officer, Mr. Mukundane David. Until when an instruction was given, then they had now to resort to using voters register. So confirmed is that today people had to use voters register. They failed in this whole of Kanungu district. So there was also one incident which happened at Kayanja Catholic Church, where the Minister for ICT and National Guidance, where he was casting his vote from. What happened? There was deployment of army officers. Contrary, because the law says that you're supposed to deploy army at a polling station if the police constables have been overwhelmed. But what happened, the minister, he found there some army officers, and this was not supposed to be the case. They were not supposed to be there. He asked them, who has deployed you? People were already actually casting their votes peacefully, and the scuffle actually erupted from there. And the accusation is his main rival, that is some Aranite Kajojo. The accusation is that he don't know how he sent his car having some army officers to intimidate the voters. That's what happened. So a scuffle erupted from the polling station, calls were made, people actually even had to deflect, if I may also say. They deflated the tire for the car because these army officers, they came, they had been called. They didn't have official call from the police constables, maybe that they had been overwhelmed at the polling station. So it was not a nice incident until when they had to move away after they deflated the car tire, the tires of the car. They had come in, they had to go walking back. The people at the polling station actually they had become chaotic enough. They were ready to do anything.
Christos, just to interject, we had a situation like that happen in Lira City. We just talked to Eddie Olwa, our reporter, and he highlighted how, Betty Among had an issue like that, or something that seemed like she was trying to campaign, yet you're no longer allowed to campaign. And they were taken, her and her husband were driven back to their home, not under house arrest, but they were driven back and asked to stay home until the process came to an end. Did anything happen, or were there any repercussions to this gentleman that you're highlighting who had security, who had the army officers or soldiers involved?
Now, what happened, this gentleman I'm talking about, he's the main rival for Minister Chris Baryomonsi. So accusations are that he deployed army officers using his own car at the polling station of Minister Chris Baryomonsi. That is at Kayanja Catholic Church. So when Minister Baryomonsi realized that the deployment had been done by his main rival, of course, people started saying that why are these armed officers here? We have already police constables here. Why are they intimidating us? People had guns there. So the scuffle was actually, it was not a nice thing for people who were there. The voters had also actually gotten up in arms, ready to actually chase them away, then to fight back, until when the armed officers actually went after Minister fighting Chris Baryomonsi intervened and asked them, who has deployed you? Can you go back? It was not a nice incident. They went back, their car remained, and it was taken after, and that is towards the end of the polls. But by and large, after that... That
drives me to my question, actually, my next question. If it's does then this race sort of seem like it's really between the rival and Chris Baryomonsi? And how do those preliminary results look like, or how did they look like?
Yeah. So, this was actually what happened. Minister Chris Baryomonsi, after arriving at the polling station, he found their army officers deployed. But it was not that maybe they had been called to be deployed there. So it's like there was an underhand behind this deployment. Because the police constables who were already there, they were already guarding the place securely well. The voters were already casting their votes peacefully. So Minister Chris Baryomonsi, after arriving, he asked, who deployed it? Are these people overwhelmed, the police constables who are here? Are they overwhelmed that they need your security deployment? And who gave you instructions? That's how the scuffle started.
I understand that, Crispus, but I'm asking, my question is, does the race sort of look like these two candidates are at loggerheads because their results look like, well, the competition is really the two of them? And what do those results look like? Is it really it's not necessarily a tie, but does it look like it's these two candidates that are standing out in Kanungu?
Yeah, for Chinchiz East, these are the two main contenders for Chinchiz East. That is the Minister Chris Baryomonsi and the Minister Sam Kajojo. So, and here, what started up the incident is the rival of Minister Chris Baryomonsi, he deployed army officers at the polling station where Minister Chris Baryomonsi cast where he's supposed to cast his vote from. This is his polling station where he cast his vote today. That's where the scuffle, that's how the scuffle began. These guys, these are the two main rivals for Chinchiz East.
Okay, for Chinchiz East, what do those, by the time the polls were closing or closed, and the vote counting now was taking place before they were sent to the National Tally Center in Lubowa, what did that look like? Was it a tie? Is Chris Baryomonsi ahead of Kajojo? What's happening? Yeah.
Okay. So after that scuffle, of course, Minister Chris Baryomonsi intervened, and the situation was put under control. The army officers, they had to go. The police constables remained actually manning the security as people actually finished the voting process. So at the end of the day, when the results, this is how the results looked like at the end of the polling. We had Minister Chris Baryomonsi garnering 223 votes. Then Mr. Sam Kajojo got 10 votes. We had Karunji Ruth garnering 5 votes. Then we had 2 invalid votes. And this polling station has got 298 298 voters. So Minister Badiamus had 223 votes. Then Sam Kazazo had 10 votes. This is the polling station where Minister Chris Badiamus cast his vote today. For the other side, I don't know how many votes he got for where he also cast his vote, where Mr. Sam Kazazo cast his vote. For him, he says somewhere far away. It is very big, very big, very big. Has got more than actually, has got 13 sub-counties. It has got 9 sub-counties and 4 town councils. It's a very big constituency, Chinchize is a very big one.
Thank you so much, Crispus. Thank you for the updates from that polling station, where, Chris Badiamus is already having 223 votes for what was counted at the polling station, and his rival, Sam Kajojo, with about 10 votes. We will see what the EC updates us with tomorrow, since the National Tally Center will be open by 9 a.m. We will also move to Ivan Kawa, who is in Zimbabwe, for another update.
Thank you so much. My name is Ivan Kawa, and I'm reporting live from Zimbabwe district, where until up this time the declaration forms are being brought at the Tally Center. As of now, the room is all a little bit busy. DR forms are coming in, they are scrutinizing them, and the returning officers yet to communicate what they have as of now. Now, the room has quite a number of people who are already in here, and some other candidates are also here to witness this exactly process, while some other candidates were earlier on here, but they had to leave, and the agents here representing them. Well, when you look at just that table right up there, that's where the returning officers are, and they are trying to put to make some calculations therein to see that they give us the temporary results as of now that we are having. There is also a desk just right there on the right. You could see that gentleman in a blue suit also receiving some of the DR forms and scrutinizing them in that regard. Well, this other desk here, you can see that Nina Rose is in that black attire, and those are some of the people that are here. But in here we also have the observers who have been so essential to see what exactly is going on. But I am going to be speaking to some of the people here who are having some documents, and they do explain to us what exactly they are having. Mom, can we speak to you a little bit? We are live on UBC. We are seeing you here. What exactly have you come to do? You can stand and we... It's okay. It's okay. It's fine. Don't worry. So we are here. What have you come to do here?
Okay. I am Natukunda Alice Mary from Zimbabwe district. We've come here for you to clarify tuze okulabanga tukakasa ebivudde mu kulonda mu district yaffe ya Zimbabwe. We have 5 constituencies, that is Mawogola South, Mawogola North, Mawogola West, eya Honorable Nifa Wanjirana Kawoya. We have Mawogola North, and we have Zimbabwe district akaba woman MP gahol katuze okulabanga tukakasa ebivudde eri bibiri eno ebiri mu byetubaze okuva eri ba agent ineno. Yes, DR forms zaffe tuzirina tutambudde nazo. We have them here tuzirina.
Kati ku ground kibadde kiti, how has it been on?
Ku ground for sure okusinziira okwawukanako n'obululu bwonna obuwedde emyaka giri emabega kabadde fair, tewabadde buzibu bwonna. Nze gye nondedde waffe Mawogola West tewabaddewo obuzibu bwonna. Katambudde bulungi. Of course mbeeramu obutonotono obusobola okuba, but we are secured. Tulina security ebadde ekikolako.
Thank you so much. Well, that's an update from someone who has been on ground, and it's already clear now that some of the members are here with a DR EPCOMs to scrutinize and compare notes and see that the results that have been brought here are apparently tallying with what the gentlemen up there are doing. Now, this is the brief update as of now. Even journalists are here, camped here, trying to compare some of the notes because they are also been essential in this specific operation right from the areas where they have been. You can see each and everyone here is very busy. Each and everyone is bringing up the list or the information they have, trying to compare notes to see that it synchronizes. As of now, here in Zimbabwe, they have not yet communicated any temporary results as of now. But once they do that, we shall still be giving you that update. Sharon, I hand back to you, and I will keep you posted regarding any development that comes up from Sembabule district.
Ivan Kahwa from Sembabule for the updates. Looks like a long night, but I hope you're covered and ready to weather through the situation until we have everything sorted and the results at the National Tally Center. We continue with our reporters from various places in Uganda, and we have Joseph Odama from Arua City. A very good evening, Joseph. I hope you're doing well. What does the situation look like for now, where you are?
Yes, good evening, Sharon. Thank you for having me on board. Right now, I'm in Arua district at the Tally Center. The Tally Center is at the headquarters for a town council. And if we can flash back in the morning up to 4 p.m., the voting process was very peaceful. But in Arua, we had an isolated case. After the balloting, there was a group of youth that came and they started attacking NRM chairperson of the district together with the NRM flag bearer for parliamentary race in Arua district. The NRM flag bearer
Odama, why was that a walk in the park for the ones that came to attack?
The youth were around because they were suspecting that the NRM flag bearer and also the NRM chairperson, they were jointly, allegedly, concocting the results.
Or the group of young Ugandans think they saw or thought or believed?
Yeah, as far as the rowdy group is concerned, they believe that the NRM chairperson of our district, together with the flag bearer NRM for parliamentary race for Vura County, they were exchanging the results that they're expecting from the polling stations, and it made them to go to NRM office in a place called Odia, and they started threatening the NRM chairperson together with the parliamentary candidate who is on NRM ticket. And as I said, now immediately after getting the intelligence, the police was able to swing into action to go and rescue these people. They were driven to the police headquarters of Arua district. And that was when now the youth also followed the two people up to the CPS. And in response to that, the police was now used the tear gas to disperse them. But after that, we were able to come to the Tally Center and witness the arrival of the ballot boxes and so on. Right now, everything has been set. The Electoral Commission officials, together with the agents of the various candidates, are already in the house waiting to see how the tallying process is going to go through. Also, before I came to the Tally Center, I was able to move from one polling station to the other to understand how the counting at the polling station was happening, especially for the presidential and members of parliament. Indeed, Vora is described as the NRM stronghold in West Nile. And as I was hearing and also noting, the prospect was between the incumbent president of Uganda, that is Yoweri Kaguta Museveni Tibuhaburwa, and Robert Kyagulanyi. But I can affirm that the number that the president was getting in Vora was absolutely overwhelming. So these are the things that we're getting here. But in terms of the parliamentary race here in Vora, as I was witnessing in some of these polling stations I visited, the contest is between the two people. That is the NRM flag bearer, who is none other than Lenya Charity, and the former member of parliament for Vora County, that is the Adjetra Gabriel Aridlu, who is also a former minister, state minister of finance and general duties, in charge of general duties in the 10th parliament of Uganda. So we are waiting now the official results from the Electoral Commission, after now tallying and confirming that yes, so and so is the one who has gone through and the others are failing. Actually, we have 6 candidates for parliamentary position here in a Vora constituency. But also in Arua City, the voting process happened peacefully, and we have 6 candidates for Arua Central Division. And this is like also one of the hot spots in West Nile. Arua Central Division is the center for influence actually in West Nile. So people's eyes are towards this electoral area. And the core 3 people are the NRM flag bearer, who is also the incumbent member of parliament, that's Jackson Atima. Then we have FDC candidate, that's the Muzaidi Kemis, and we also have an independent candidate called Jepo Ronald. He participated in the NRM primaries, but he failed. So the contest in that area of Arua Central Division is basically between these 2 people. But also, as I was moving before in Arua City before coming to Arua District, the presidential level, indeed, the incumbent president of Uganda, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni Tibuhaburwa, was also leading. But we cannot affirm to the public that is the result which is going to come, unless the Electoral Commission is going to declare. But this is, as a journalist, what I witnessed on ground.
Thank you so much, Odama Joseph, reporting from Arua City for the wonderful update. Sounds like a very fruitful day, but with so much happening as well. I pray that you're safe and you're able to weather through as we continue to get results and reports from our reporters who are across the country. Thank you, Odama.
Thank you too.
Now, despite having issues like biometric issues with the machines, and also having Ibanda and Chibanda suspended, elections suspended because of what happened, which was a mismatch in the candidates' particulars, among so many other problems like low turn-ups that have been reported in some places, we managed to still get the first set of preliminary results from the chairperson EC, Justice Simon Byabakama. And of course, I would like to show you what he gave to us nationally, where President Yoweri Museveni, who is the NRM candidate, garnered 14,232 votes, making it a 61.75%. And Kyagulanyi Ssentamu from National Unity Platform with a 7,753, which is a 33.64%. And moving on to others, since we have 8 candidates standing for the position or vying for the position of president of Uganda. Nandala Mafabi from the FDC party got 560 votes, rounded off to 2.43%. Mujisha Muntu and the political party 164, 0.71%. And Mubarak Munyagwa from the CMP 145 votes, 0.63%. I always think about Munyagwa because of the Rusania. And moving on to some more candidates, 3 more, where Frank Bulira, RPP, got 84 votes, making it a 0.36%. And Robert Kasibante, NPP, with 66 votes, making it a 0.29%. And the last candidate, Joseph Mabirizi from the CP party with 45 votes, making it a 0.20%. Thank you so much for watching. We'll take a short commercial break and we'll be back. Welcome back from that short commercial break. We still continue with the updates. And this time around, we have our reporter, Alan Amanyara from Adjumani District with an update. A very good evening, Alan. Kindly let us know what's happening.
Yes, good evening, Sharon, and thank you, our viewers, for always loving UBC, because we are coming to you live from Adjumani right away. And right now, I am at the polling station here in Adjumani, but of course, we are still waiting, just like you're listening or viewing from the rest of the country. The polling station of Adjumani has not started receiving the ballots yet. Of course, the elections are still, of course, the elections move on well, but of course, Adjumani district has 11 sub-counties and it has 236 polling stations. So as per now, we are still waiting for the results to come in. And of course, the returning officer, that is the Akao Eunice Christine, she's seated right in her position waiting for the results to come in. But right now, we are still waiting. So far, one sub-county has so far brought in a result. But also, from my movement around, I moved in a different sub-counties here in Germany. And of course, in Germany, we have Adjumani has two constituencies, Adjumani West constituency, and of course, who is led by General Moses Ali, who is an incumbent member of the constitution, and is also flag bearer for NRM, and of course is battling it together with this gentleman by the names of Tandro Patrick, who is carrying the flag of Forum for Democratic Change. But of course, from the results, from the time when we started counting the votes, there is a battle between General Moses Ali. It is not yet official from the EC, but of course this is what we had when I started moving around. Of course, around the polling station. And
did
from
General
the other
Moses
side,
Ali participate in the voting?
sorry.
Did General Moses Ali participate in the voting process?
Yes, he did. Yes, he voted at around, of course, just like the rest of the country, Juma also had issues with the voters verification machine, and of course it has delayed the election a little bit. And then General Moses Ali casted his vote around, that is 10:20. That is the time he casted his vote. But of course, apart from that, also in the West, in the East, we have Honorable Mama Wiki, who is incumbent, who is carrying independent, standing on the independent. Of course, after he lost NRM primary to Lumak Enjo, NRM flag bearer. But of course, from the criminal reports that we got also from the police station and from colleagues, there is a possibility they will feel that maybe Honorable Mamawi will still go through, but it's not yet official, and we are still waiting. And for the case of a woman member of parliament, we have Jessica Ababiku, who is carrying the flag of National Resistance Movement, and of course the race is also tied for her with Raleo Rose, who is independent. And of course we are still waiting here at the polling station. As I said, the polling stations, we are all gathered here, media and all other security agencies, observers, but we're still waiting. It's only one sub-county that has so far brought in the result.
Wow, very interesting. Did you? I understand that biometrics machine has sort of been the issue with so many polling stations. Aside from that, was there anything else that stood out as an issue but was later nipped in the bud?
Not really. Adjumani's election was generally peaceful. I did speak to the RDC, that is Mr. Toko Swipe, and of course he confirmed to me that the voting went on successfully, and nothing much has happened more so concerning issues of security. And this has clearly indicated that people have actually listened into the messages that the security personnel are saying. And of course also compared to the previous election, Adjuman voters number has risen, that is from the previous election, that is from 2000, election from 2000, that is 2021 to 2026, and this right now we have 98,542 voters who actually casted their votes today. But just like other places, I spoke to
Would you say that was an increase for the voter turnout?
Yeah, the voter turnout here in Germany has also slightly been low, and of course when I spoke to the voters, they actually attributed it to the failure of the machine, because they said that a majority of the voters stand up in the morning, and of course they came with the hope of casting the vote, but unfortunately when the machine failed, majority of them decided to walk away, and of course voting started a little bit late, that is around 10:30, 10:20 there, and that is the reason why they cited. But I don't know for the rest of the party, other country, the parts of the country, but here voting went up to around 5 p.m. I don't know the rest of the parts in the whole country.
Thank you so much, Alan Amanyara, at Jumani District. We appreciate your time and the updates that you've given to us. The EC National Tally Center will be open tomorrow by 9 a.m. and I believe we'll have more results coming in away from just the first preliminary results. Now, of course, a few highlights from what transpired today at around 10:45 p.m. We had the EC chairperson, Justice Simon Byabakama, update us on the first set of preliminary results where President Yoweri Museveni, the incumbent, garnered 14,232 votes, putting him at a 61.7%, followed by Mr. Kyagulanyi Ssentamu, aka Bobby Wine, from the National Unity Platform with 7,753 votes, putting him at 33.64%. We'll have more of that once the National Tally Center in Lubowa is open tomorrow by 9 a.m. But that doesn't mean that UBC is closing. No, it's not. We have a 24-hour broadcast where we'll keep you updated. We have a panel that will sit in and also help to analyze, because we want you to have verified, accurate information on what has transpired. A few issues that have sort of unsettled the voters today, like the biometric machines, which weren't working. Some places have had a very low turn-up for voters, and with the issue of biometrics machines, they had to use the National Voters Registrar or voter slips, and for those that had national IDs, they were also used to make sure that people still go ahead to cast their ballots. Areas like Ibanda and Chibanda had the elections suspended, according to the EC chairperson, Justice Simon Byabakama, due to a mismatch in the candidates' particulars. Now, we also had a few cases of violence in areas like Matuga, Katokenia, Nansana, Katwe, but security agencies were able to nip this in the bud and exactly at the right time. Again, the CDF warned that we should vote and go home, and people have actually adhered to that. We also had the observers who had a different report. We had one of the reporters at the National Tally Center, Jordan Lukomwa, interview one of them, and he appreciated the fact that Ugandans are able to go and have a free and fair election. Anything more than that on the laws and whether we practice that to the latter, we can discuss later, but for what he said, yes, he saw Ugandans turn up to vote. There's also been an arrest of over 400 Ugandans or citizens who are trying to cause commotion, and the security agencies said not today, and I guess those will be brought to book. Altogether, Ugandans have maintained peace and calm, and yet again civically participated in voting for their leaders. The National Tally Center in Lubowa has been closed, but tomorrow, 9 a.m., I beg your pardon, we'll be able to continue with results and get to have a look at who the President of Uganda is going to be. At the members of parliament from the different areas that people have cast their ballots, as well as members of parliament. From the team and I, have a lovely night. My name is Sharon Chomjisha. Thank you so much for being a part of this and for watching UBC TV. We inspire Uganda. We give you verified, accurate information. Keep posted because the broadcast still continues. It's a 24-hour clock. Bye-bye.
In a nation hungry for truth, a world where every story matters, there exists a beacon of trust and reliability. For decades, they've been our voice and our window to the world, holding the mirror of our history. With 4 TV stations and 11 radio channels spanning 27 languages, they stand as guardians of information, defenders of truth. With Mascari Heritage Advantage, they uphold every citizen's right to reliable and free information. Their archived stories shaped our past and illuminate our present. Yet now, as new challenges arise and the world evolves, their mission faces its greatest test yet. Be part of our journey and let's navigate the unknown, uncover the untold, and safeguard our future together. Tune into your public broadcaster, for it is the intersection of trust and truth. Because to UBC, your story, every story, and every voice matters. UBC, inspiring Uganda.
Let's talk peace.
My name is Colonel Banison Desderius Mande. I'm the Director Research and Analysis, National Counterterrorism Center. As we go into this electoral season, we all need to work as whole government, whole society, for people to talk peace and maintain peace before, during, and after elections. Uganda is for all of us. We need it secure. We need these elections free of violence.
This campaign is proudly organized by the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy and partners, with support from the European Union. Tuongeye, let's talk peace.
Let's talk peace.
We are into the political season. The atmosphere is highly charged. There is a lot of excitement everywhere you look. But elections come and go. We all remain the same people staying in this one country. We must prioritize peace. We do not want to witness violence. No one should be throwing stones. No one should be using inciting language or abusing others. No one should use a stick against a fellow citizen. No one should use bullets or even tear gas against citizens. Instead, we should sit as brothers and sisters, as Ugandans, and discuss issues that may appear different, one camp from the other. I look forward to seeing an NRM supporter sitting with an NUP supporter and taking coffee. I want to see somebody from Arua sitting down for a cup of coffee with someone from Bugisu, from Chigezi, from Buganda. Let's learn to tolerate each other, even when we have differences between us, because that's how we are created. We are not the same. What we should appreciate is that we can all live together. Uganda is big enough for everyone. So we should respect one another. We should not incite violence. We should not in any way participate in anything that breaches the peace. That's my call to all Ugandans during this season.
This campaign is proudly organized by the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy and partners, with support from the European Union. Tuongeye, let's talk peace.
Let's talk peace.
I'm Superintendent of Police, Bagan's Patience, the DPC Dokoro. We are in for the election period, and my role as police is to provide security. However, if we are to have a peaceful election, it is a two-way traffic. The Wananchi also have a role to play in this. The catchword in this is to have an election period where everyone is to participate freely without any fear. Our commitment as police, we are going to prepare and prepare and prepare. And then we shall give a leveled ground for all of you to participate in this election. We call upon all Ugandans to keep peace during this election period.
This campaign is proudly organized by the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy and partners, with support from the European Union. Tuongeye, let's talk peace.
Let's talk peace.
Hi guys, we are going into the elections as a country. My job, your job is to pray that God himself will choose for us the best leaders, whether they are in this party or in this party. As long as it is God who has chosen them, then he will be with them. May God help us as we vote. Also, I encourage all my young people, make sure you stay alive to see your future. Be peaceful, don't fight. Someday I saw a guy getting a rock and telling a guy with a gun, Okolechi, Okolechi. I'm like, come on, you have a future to protect. Make sure you are peaceful. Even though your wife, your sister, your brother does not vote your side, make sure you stay alive together as you wait for the future that you are believing for. Stay peaceful, stay calm, and pray.
This campaign is proudly organized by the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy and partners, with support from the European Union. Tuongeye, let's talk peace.
Let's talk peace.
Hello, my name is Rosa Malango, and I serve as a special presidential envoy for tourism and trade. But before that, I spent almost 3 decades working with the United Nations and 2 years as a social entrepreneur. So I know the importance of peace for stability and for development. So at this important time, as Uganda prepares once again to go to the elections, this is an appeal that citizenship and electoral participation does not have to mean destruction. So a call to everyone to participate, to exercise their civic duties, but also to promote peace. We need peace to continue to feed our families. We need peace to be able to continue to grow. And we need peace if we really want to become the beacon of hope, tourism, and trade on the African continent.
This campaign is proudly organized by the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy and partners, with support from the European Union. Tuongeye, let's talk peace.
I'm urging all youth, I'm urging all Ugandans, please, let's have a peaceful elections this time round. Let's vote peacefully. After voting, let's walk back home. Let's protect our gains. Let's be peaceful. Please, let's gather in numbers. Let's go and vote peacefully. Then we go home peacefully. Thank you.
This campaign is proudly organized by the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy and partners, with support from the European Union. Tuongeye, let's talk peace.
Let's talk peace.
As we go into the final lap of the electoral campaigns and into polling, we are calling upon all the people of Uganda to conduct themselves peacefully. First of all, the candidates, we call upon you to use suitable language that shows respect and tolerance, and language that promotes peace and unity, because we are all Ugandans and elections should not divide us. So we call for language that is respectful of people's cultures, people's views, and is tolerant, because we all have different views, but we all want to have a very, very united country, Uganda, and a progressive one at that. So we are calling upon you to conduct yourself peacefully as we go into the final days of the campaigns, and on polling day, to respect the views of others and to accept the results of the elections, and know that after the elections, there will still be a Uganda, and we need each other as citizens of Uganda. I wish you a peaceful electoral process, and I call upon you to be peaceful. Peace-loving Ugandans. God bless you.
This campaign is proudly organized by the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy and partners, with support from the European Union. Tuongeye, let's talk peace.
Let's talk peace.
Fellow citizens, elections are moments of choice. Reject hooliganism and lawlessness. Let Lira be known for tolerance.
We want to call upon all of you, let's talk peace, irrespective of the candidate you are supporting.
What the country push, okay? So Ginatie, we're maintaining push.
As Electoral Commission, we pledge peace and we shall perform within our means to achieve that.
May peace walk with you. May peace guide our elections. May peace bless Lira.
This campaign is proudly organized by the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy and partners with support from the European Union. Tuongeye, let's talk peace.
Let's talk peace.
Greetings, Uganda. My name is William Nahura Murinda, and I'm here to talk to the old people in Uganda about keeping peace when that day and that time of election comes. Mahatma Gandhi said that an eye for an eye makes the whole world blind. Therefore, peace during election is not only path that we want to reach to the destination, it is the destination that we want. Thank you, and may God bless you as you choose your best candidate peacefully.
This campaign is proudly organized by the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy and partners with support from the European Union. Tuongeye, let's talk peace.
Let's talk peace. Let there be peace.
Dear people of Masaka, elections must never divide us, but instead strengthen our shared vision of building a promising future for our motherland. Our call to you, dear brothers and sisters: 1. Always pray for peace.
Emirembe ekiseera kino mu byobufuzi nti abantu bali mu bibiina ebyenjawulo oyinza okusiŋŋaana omuntu omu awagira kirala nga wagalya kirala naye obuzibu we buli nti awagira kyotawagira olowooza nti mulabe naye ye bw'ategeera naawe bw'otegeera.
Yes.
So tubasaba tubeere ba mpisa tubeere ba mirembe.
Let Greater Masaka, from the trading centers to the villages, be a place of dialogue, not chaos.
This campaign is proudly organized by the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy and partners with support from the European Union. Tuongeye, let's talk peace.
Let's talk peace.
Let's talk peace yonko kunajimanya ejini initiate yokwasa kwebembera abantu ombwiro butiriyo ntuzamu tayo yana hagera ekibine cyo kuhagera mureke kunkazaho tera karuru dene kintu kitambure jo misho
nyewe ninjira nti okufuna obusinjana n'emirembwe twaruga omukaruru nari kitwazo mukutera karuraka leka tugende n'omu ebembezi oturafune tutagire mu kuyomba no kugwanangana.
Wherever you may be, let's talk peace. Uganda, talk peace. The 256. Let's talk peace. Let's talk peace. Wherever you go, my sister, my bro, let peace be with you.
This campaign is proudly organized by the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy and partners with support from the European Union. Tuongeye, let's talk peace.
Let's talk peace.
My name is Nareva Lefibi, PRO for UCAFNet, United Children of Armed Forces. Dear Ugandans, I urge you all to go and vote. Do not be misled by these politicians who are just self-centered, saying you do not go to vote. If you don't go to vote, your vote will not count. If you love your president, go and vote and make sure you tick the box or you put your thumbprint that day. And after elections, please go back home and don't engage yourself in any violence.
This campaign is proudly organized by the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy and partners with support from the European Union. Tuongeye, let's talk peace.
Let's talk peace.
Fellow citizens, elections are moments of choice. Reject hooliganism and lawlessness. Let Lira be known for tolerance.
We want to call upon all of you, let's talk peace, irrespective of the candidate you are supporting.
What the kind of Buj, okay? So Ginatie, we're maintaining Buj.
As Electoral Commission, we pledge peace and we shall perform within our means to achieve that.
May peace walk with you. May peace guide our elections. May peace bless Lira.
This campaign is proudly organized by the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy and partners with support from the European Union. Tuongeye, let's talk peace.
Let's talk peace.
Greetings, Uganda. My name is William Nahura Murinda, and I'm here to talk to the old people in Uganda about keeping peace when that day and that time of election comes. Mahatma Gandhi said that an eye for an eye makes the whole world blind. Therefore, peace during election is not only path that we want to reach to the destination, it is the destination that we want. Thank you, and may God bless you as you choose your best candidate peacefully.
This campaign is proudly organized by the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy and partners with support from the European Union. Tuongeye, let's talk peace.
Let's talk peace. Let there be peace.
Dear people of Masaka, elections must never divide us, but instead strengthen our shared vision of building a promising future for our motherland. Our call to you, dear brothers and sisters: 1. Always pray for peace.
emirembe ekiseera kino mu byobufuzi nti abantu bali mu bibiina ebyenjawulo oyinza okusiŋŋaana omuntu omu awagira kirala nga wagalya kirala naye obuzibu we buli nti awagira kyotawagira olowooza nti mulabe naye ye bw'ategeera naawe bw'otegeera.
Yes.
So tubasaba tubeere ba mpisa tubeere ba mirembe.
Let Greater Masaka, from the trading centers to the villages, be a place of dialogue, not chaos.
This campaign is proudly organized by the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy and partners with support from the European Union. Tuongeye, let's talk peace.
Let's talk peace.
Let's talk peace yonko kunajumanya egi ni initiate yo kwasa kwebembera abantu ombwiro butiriyo ntuzamu tayo yana hagera ekibine cyo kuhagera mureke kunkazaho tera karuru dene kintu kitambure jo miso
nyewe ninjira nti okufuna obusinjana n'emirembwe twaruga omukaruru nari kitwazo mu kutera karuraka leka tugende n'omu ebembezi oturafune tutagire mu kuyomba no kugwanangana.
Wherever you may be, let's talk peace. Uganda, talk peace. The 256. Let's talk peace. Let's talk peace. Wherever you go, my sister, my bro, let peace be with you.
This campaign is proudly organized by the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy and partners with support from the European Union. Tuongeye, let's talk peace.
Let's talk peace.
My name is Narebale Phoebe, PRO for UCAFNet, United Children of Armed Forces. Dear Ugandans, I urge you all to go and vote. Do not be misled by these politicians who are just self-centered, saying you do not go to vote. If you don't go to vote, your vote will not count. If you love your president, go and vote and make sure you tick the box or you put your thumbprint that day. And after elections, please go back home and don't engage yourself in any violence.
This campaign is proudly organized by the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy and partners with support from the European Union. Tuongeye, let's talk peace.
Welcome again to this program of as we bring to you updates from the ongoing vote tallying in the various centers across the country. And in the studio with me is Dr. Big Sam.
That's right. That's right.
The Big Sam here,
yes.
and then Mr. Dini Chibirige, who will be bringing you updates on this program today. This is an extended program in the deep of this night until morning when we shall be signing off. But in the meantime, we will be updating you on every other aspect where UBC is monitoring the elections 2026 on this beautiful day of 16th of the year 2026. It's already a morning, and we're in the deep of the morning. Now, already online, we have our correspondent currently in Zimbabwe, Bwana Kawa, who is updating us what is happening in that constituency. And if Kawa on the line, please, can you bring us to speed what is happening in Zimbabwe?
Thank you so much, James Mututa. We are at the Zimbabwe District Tally Center, where the tallying of the results is taking place. Now, the current situation here is clearly an indication of the preparations of the participation of the members of the public and voters in the election process. From here, as of now, they are yet to even announce the preliminary result, as the tallying is still ongoing. But as and when the information comes in, when the information is given to us by the returning officer, probably we will be sharing with you some of the results that have been received at this specific point. Now, to give you a recap of what has happened today in this area of Zimbabwe District and some other constituencies where we managed to go to. For example, in Zimbabwe District, we were at Zimbabwe Primary School polling station as early as 7 a.m. and the election materials had already arrived by that time. But at around 10, that's when the voting started at that specific polling station. But we also headed to Remiyaga, where Emmanuel Rwashande, Brigadier General, voted from at exactly 10 a.m. But we noticed and witnessed that the BVVK machines at many of the polling stations were not operational. But this did not stop the voting from taking place, as an alternative was available and the physical register was already used. But one of the other challenges that people faced is some turned up with the voter location slips, but they were not in the register. And many had believed that the biometric verification machines would be essential and would help identify people, since they only required their national identity card. From there, we also headed to Remiyaga headquarters polling station, where Theodore Sech Kubo was supposed to vote from. We have reliable information that Theodore Sech Kubo did not vote on grounds that when the voters arrived at the polling station, the ballot boxes were already filled with ballot papers, and that's one of the reasons why some people absconded to vote from that specific polling station. I personally called Honorable Theodore Sech Kubo to confirm some of the allegations. One of the things that he told me was that it's true, he did not participate in the voting because his people had been denied a chance to vote. But when I remained on ground after some time, I realized that the voting process was still ongoing, and my efforts to return to Honorable Theodore Sech Kubo were futile. But as and when we get him, we shall be able to talk to him to get a little bit more updates regarding that. So when it comes to the security situation during the voting process, from the people I did talk to and the interviews that I made, the security situation was calm and people were able to cast their votes and return home at the end of the day. From the advisory that was given by the security agencies and as well as other government dignitaries, that after voting, the people were advised to leave and go home. This is one of the things that we have witnessed in the Zimbabwe district and in other counties regarding that specific situation. So as of now, we are just waiting for any communication that will be made by the returning officer. And this is the ambience of the room. You can see the tallying is still going on right there. Now, this is a constituency. This is an area that has 4 constituencies, including a woman member of parliament who represents Sembabule district, and I will quickly go through it so that we can understand who and where is the specific hotspot where there is a little bit contention and the competition is very stiff. We have Sembabule, woman member of parliament. It has 4 people contesting in that position. That is Meribe Gumisa of Independent, Florence Nambazira of NRM, Nina Kankunda of NUP, that is Nina Rose, and Esther Kinkuhire of Independent. Now, this, many people are looking at Nina Rose, who is the word of the National Unity Platform, who is then having a tight race with Florence Nambazira. That's the preliminary information from what was happening on ground. From there, you have the Maogola North that has 6. There are 6 candidates: Aine Kaguta Sodo of NRM, Chigongo Francis of FDC, Chigonya Angela of DP, Liazi Moses, Tumweba Zejet Independent, and Twine John Independent. Now, in Maogola North, the competition was also stiff between Aine Kaguta and Jet Tumwebaze of Independent. That is NRM and the independent candidate were having a tight race therein on ground. Then you have the Lwemiyaga County, which is also the other hotspot, where you have Brigadier General Emmanuel Rwashande and Theodore Sechikubo of Independent. Those were the ones having a tight race therein. Then you also have Maogola County, where you have Goreti Namuga of the National Unity Platform up against Desi Biuma, and it was all NRM and the NUP regarding that side. And the last constituency is Maogola West, where you have Anifa Kaoya of the NRM, Mohamed Mawanda to Mwesije Bright and Mwesije Issa. Now, from the polling station we were at the time of tallying, from all the 8 presidential candidates, you realize the race was between the NRM presidential candidate Yoweri Kaguta Museveni and the National Unity Platform presidential candidate Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu. That's the update as of now, but as and when the returning officer makes any communication, I am right here. I'll be giving you all those updates. I hand back to studio. James.
Kahawa, just before you go, have you talked to the election officials about this particular allegation of Honorable Sechikubo about the ballot stuffing in a polling station?
Yes, Mututa, come again. Did get that?
Yeah, I'm trying to find out if you have had an interaction with the election officials about the allegations of Honorable Sechikubo about this ballot stuffing, if it were true or what happened.
Apparently, from that information, it is Honorable Theodore Sechikubo who personally told me that. But what I did as an immediate response to ascertain the grounds of the allegations, I talked to the voters who are already on location, and they told me the side of the story. However, I did also talk to the presiding officer at the polling station where Theodore Sechikubo votes from, and that that presiding officer did inform me that indeed there are people who returned back home over those allegations, but we were yet to confirm them. We haven't yet spoken to the overall because many of them have been busy up and about, but as and when we get an opportunity to talk to someone authoritative who can speak about those allegations raised by Theodore Sechikubo, then probably it's something that we will share. But the turn up at that specific polling station, for example, at around 11 a.m., the presiding officer had already only facilitated the voting of about 20 people out of over the 200 voters that were registered at that specific polling station. So for now, I am also looking at those as allegations, but when I get any authority, surely I will ensure that we put that question to them so that they can give us clear information about that account.
Thank you so much, Ivan, and we'll be hearing more about from you about the particular issues that are coming up in Zimbabwe. And thank you so much for the time and for being there on behalf of UBC. And for viewers, we shall be bringing you more of these reports coming from across the country as people continue, the officials continue vote tallying, and as they update us, we shall also let you know. Now in studio, back to studio here with my two brothers, Big Sam and Bwana Dean. You know, elections, when time come for elections, there's always a lot of tension.
That's right.
And of course, for us as a candidate, in most cases, people will have to look for the reason as to why I lost, if one lost. So there will always be all allegations and all reasons why people are losing. Back to us, you guys voted.
Yes, we did.
Yes, how was the experience where you were? Apparently for me, I delayed because as I was crossing the road, I realized it was 20 minutes after 5. So I couldn't go across. So what did you vote from?
Yeah, first of all, good morning to all viewers and Ugandans watching UBC TV. James, I voted because I had to exercise that right.
Yeah.
It comes once every after 5 years, and to me, Uganda is scoring high in terms of trying to get to that level of democracy or becoming democratic like other countries. As a sportsman, there are two issues I look at in any event. It's about continuity and consistency.
That's right.
If you try to tell the story of Uganda since it was formed, that is 130 years ago, and you try to paint that picture. For the first 60 years, there was no election. There were no elections. For the next 30 years after the 60 years, up to around 1996, there were elections, but we lacked consistency. For the past 30 years, we've been consistent. Every after 5 years,
there's been an election.
There should be an election. There's no doubt about that. So I had to exercise that right. I went to Stella, Gwafu polling station.
Okay.
I know Big Sam is well conversant with that road, being an LC1 chairperson at Kajansi.
Yes.
I did vote. I arrived at around 8 a.m.
Okay.
Some people had actually arrived at 6 a.m. Unfortunately, the lines, the demarcations, the equipment was all at the polling station. But the BVVM machines were nowhere to be seen.
Okay.
By the time I arrived.
That's
around 8.
8.
Meaning that they had actually been taken back.
Oh.
Because the presiding officer had noticed that they would not, they were non-operational. So they resorted to the manual way. And of course, they brought the registers. We were verified the old way. And I voted.
Okay.
There are two things I noticed. One, the people were calm. The people were ready to be peaceful. Unlike, because I've been voting at the same polling station for the past 20 years. And I've noticed the previous elections, there was a lot of chaos.
Okay.
People intending to come and disrupt the process of voting. But this time round, the voters instead at Najanankumbi were really calm.
Okay.
They waited, and you see, the level of calmness was exhibited to the extent that it reached a point where you needed an umbrella. But remember, from the EC boss, he had insisted, don't bring anything that symbolizes your party. So people had to stand in that sun. to make sure they abide by the rules and regulations or the protocols of voting. The second point was about the security around. Usually, when people start hitting a bit, because they were asking where is the presiding officer, where are the machines, the security at times can go physical. But this time they were just talking to the voters, a gesture that shows that we are heading in the right direction. I had to abide by the EC boss's regulation immediately after, because you don't ask me who won.
Because I know by the time they were counting,
I was not there, I was here working. But the elections, the voting was generally peaceful.
And you went home?
Yeah, I came to work. I'm still working.
Okay, thank you. Big Sam, what was your experience while you voted?
Thank you so much, Mr. Matuta. First and foremost, I just want to greet everybody that's watching it right now. I want to thank you so much for choosing to watch UBC, and of course we're here just to give you an insight of whatever that we feel is the right way to go. As we all know that UBC, we tell the right story, and that's it. We don't add anything. I voted from Kajansi, and luckily enough for me, I am a community leader in that specific, vicinity in Kawoto A. And we vote from Uganda Clay's playground.
Wow.
And I've been voting there for a couple of, rounds of elections. And I would not differ from what my senior dean say. I think this time around, there was a sense of calmness that you could see. I mean, looking at every vibe that was coming before the D-Day, every words that was said, you would think there would be, but there was a lot of calmness.
Some people had to leave town and go to
I know. And for me, it did not actually start in the morning. I own a school called Kawoto Saviour's Primary School, right there in Kajansi. So previously, before the elections, they called me to provide facilities, provide chairs and desks where the electoral people would come. And now my school is in a different area compared to where the villager I bought from. But you could also tell that even the people that are asking for this are more prepared for what is to come tomorrow, because I remember the other past election, I was called in the morning, and my head teacher also was called in the morning. Can you please provide, that was a little bit of confusion. But this time around, we provided all these things as community members, as people that want this country to go forward. So we provided this way before time, and I and my wife and a few people that vote from my home, we went to vote around 11:30. It is my tendency that we don't go too early, because we want to give room for other people that come too early to, so we want to go when there's people that have voted, and we also do our thing. And we went and voted. And this time around, actually, I have a visitor of mine who came from the United States and is here on vacation. And he did not go back to his country because he thinks, no, it's going to be good. So I had him escort me to see how this whole exercise is done. And he was so amazed, because everything that was happening way before, and every words that were said when he got to the polling station and looks at how come everything was like, this does not look like
what he anticipated.
Exactly.
So I voted, and I finished, and right there, like my senior said, I think I've grown to a certain extent of allowing myself to follow what the guidelines are. I told my children, if they have told you that there is a lion back in there and it's biting people, if you go there, you'll be a fool.
Sure.
So I say, wisdom is not to go there, even when you want to see the lion.
True.
You know, so the guidelines that we heard, go and cast your vote
And then
and go back
go
home.
home.
Man,
Thank
I
you.
went back home, I had my lunch, and was just hearing everything via TV and radio. But it was very calm. Well, I had a scenario where someone came and they were not in that register.
Oh,
That lady came and said, oh, if I'm not in this register, so where am I? But I also get to ask this lady that, did you come when they said come and check your voters allocation, you know, slips and stuff like that? Did you actually come and verify that? And this lady was clear. I didn't have time. So some things are, you know, reacting back to these people, but it's because of what they did not do.
Exactly.
But over and above, this was a calm election, and we expect everything to go calm
Thank
until
you.
the end.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, viewer. We are still bringing you updates from the various polling stations from the various regions and the districts of this country. And when they happen, we'll definitely be updating you. Already, we're having a number of constituencies that have been won. And because these parliamentary elections are easily monitored at the district level, I think we'll be having more of those for those who have gone through. But for the presidential elections, we shall still be updating you until the final results that will be announced by the Electoral Commission in a given day and the time as provided for by the laws and the constitution of this great country of Uganda. So, Sam.
Yes, sir.
You vote, you go home.
You vote, you go home.
Or you didn't come back to hear the winners and the losers?
I did.
Okay.
I did come back. I set a time to see, to come and actually hear for myself. I made sure that I am exactly far away from whatever is happening, the very same distance they say. And the people were far. And they were come. Everybody was waiting just to see. Now, the only thing that challenged that was is how we're going to deal about this election if we were doing the computer way and not the analog way.
Yeah.
Computers did not work, so we went the analog way. So they were counting one by one. By the time I came, they had already you know, started counting. But even the vibe that was there was nothing that would cause for any alarm.
Yeah, but I think Sam and Dean, over time, I think Dean, you talked about consistency. I think over time, we have been consistently using the analog.
The analog,
And we have used this analog, I think, as far as elections have been here.
Yeah.
You talked of the 30 years.
Yeah.
So I don't know whether we need to eventually move totally to the digital way, or we maintain our analog way, so that as time goes, because for the first time voters, it can be interesting to be digital. But for my grandmother who has been using the analog way, I think we can then have a two-in-one. If the machines are going to be problematic, because we have seen this technology, even other countries that we would consider developed also have had issues. So I think these systems need maybe to go hand in hand, so that we can be consistent. And then that will also be adding up to voter education. Yep. We are having more results coming in from the polling stations across the country, and I said, like, when they do happen, we'll be bring them to you. And I think online we are having someone standing by to update us from one of the polling centers, and I can see my guy is already on screen. Please, can you update us from where you are, how things are happening there? And we here waiting for you. Uganda is waiting to hear from what is happening where you are.
Yeah, thank you very much, James Mututa, Dean Chiviriga, and the rest in the studios. First of all, I want to inform you that people here in Kololo in ceremonial grounds, where the Kampala District Tallying Center has been set up, just watching UBC, and they are enjoying the program. They are enjoying the proceedings, and everything is moving on well from a few people I've talked to. But like I told you earlier on, that the space here, the environment here is promising, because a number of candidates have started coming in from, and also the more results have also started coming in. And what I can tell you is that with me here, I'm going to be speaking to the returning officer of Kampala District, that is Mr. Muhasia Rashid, who is the center referee at this place here in Kololo, and he will be informing us of the next steps, because everyone is waiting to hear what is happening as far as the results in Kampala Central or Kampala District is concerned. So without wasting a lot of time, I'm going to be speaking to Mr. Rashid. Mr. Rashid, good evening and welcome to UBC TV. You're live.
Thank you. Thank you so much. My name is Hasaka Rashid, a returning officer, Kampala District. Here where we are now, we are at Kololo ZTD Tally Center for Kampala District. Kampala District, we have got altogether 5 divisions, and because of having a better facility setting and other facilities available, we agreed that we can have our Tally Center here for all the divisions. As of now, we have started receiving the results, and not all the results are here, but at the end of the day we shall have all the results. We are about to start. When you see the other side at the lower end, we now have results from Nakawa. Around 10 polling stations, 10 parishes have given us complete set of results, and as when we start like that in the process, we shall be moving into a right direction.
What time do you hope to start exactly?
We are now going to start, because in Nakawa, so far we have received over 15 polling stations and 15 parishes that are complete, and we want to begin immediately. As you can see, our officers are already set. It is a matter of minutes and we start.
I believe you have had or you've gotten information from your colleagues from different polling stations. Maybe, perhaps, could you tell us what could have led to the delay of the results coming in here? Maybe they could have had challenges in one way or another.
These results, we always, when we are training them, we tell them to bring the results when they are complete. Because imagine if you wanted a polling assistant who was available at that polling station to sign on the result, and you have only realized that the results were not signed, it becomes very hard to get that person. So we need the complete results here. That one can cause a delay, but all is now promising. As you can see the other side where we have set up our stores, everything is in place, and those are signs that we are receiving quite a number of results around.
So, Mr. Rashid, what the people or the public would like to know, especially, is assurance that the integrity of this whole process is not going to be compromised.
The integrity I can assure you that what we normally do is to ensure that we do the right job. We always declare results the way they have come. But there are also circumstances that may rule out some results. But we have not yet had such scenarios, and those are at the extreme. At the extreme. But as of now, we are expecting these results in their right form.
So as you take lead of this process, what do you demand from the candidates and other stakeholders here?
What we want from the candidates is to ensure that in the first place, they keep the peace. You remember we started the campaign sometime back on the 10th, but we have been moving on well. So that very kind of peace is what we expect here. We expect also from the candidates to keep calm, and they may be, if anything, for easy following of what is happening, they needed to come with a full set of their DRR forms, so that when we are reading out results, they are in a position to make a comparison.
How were you affected by the changes that prior we knew we were supposed to have the BVV kits operating, and then things changed the other way around? So how did this affect your process? Technology is technology.
If it is a good day, it will work. But at one point, if maybe it is not a good day, just like your smartphone, the one that you have been using for years, at one point it can misbehave. But we are happy that the Commission made a decision to verify voters using the traditional document and the mother document, that is the National Voters Register. Okay. That was something good, and it really helped a lot. And remember, for that very reason, the Commission took a stand and extended polling by 1 hour.
Okay, Mr. Rashid, you have right. As I let you go, you have rightly talked about the 5 divisions in Kampala. Maybe the directly elected woman member of parliament position. But could you also tell us about the statistics of the elective positions and maybe the number of candidates who you nominated for this?
Kampala as a district, we have the 5 divisions. And in these 5 divisions, Central Division alone, that one sends 1 representative, and the other remaining 4, each division sends 2 representatives. In short, for today's case, we have 10 elective positions, 9 in the divisions and 1 for the woman MP. Remember very well that during nomination, we nominated quite many. There were 114 over 10 slots.
Okay. So if you happen to start, as you said, how long is it going to take you to complete this exercise?
We cannot tell, but we shall have to complete. All what we need is you people to be patient with us. Like I said earlier, results have started coming in, but within that, we do whatever we are doing, mindful of the time at which we are supposed to conclude. Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Rashid. I wish you well too. Okay. Thank you very much. So that is Mr. Muhasia Rashid, the center referee here at the tallying center of Kampala district. He is the returning officer, and he was trying to tell us of how they are prepared to finish this exercise. This is something that they started many months ago, and like I told you earlier, Kampala has had a heated campaign. It's one of the hotspots which had a neck-to-neck race, and we are here. Most of the candidates have started arriving. I have seen the NRM candidate for Kampala Central, Miss Hajat Misa Kabanda, and I've also seen the candidate for Nakawa West, who is also the leader of opposition in parliament, Joel Senyonyi. and a few other candidates who have reported in. I've also seen some of the election observers. They have also reported at the scene, and some of the the agents of the different candidates. So the exercise, of course, is starting. I've heard in my background the MC is already trying to communicate that everything is starting. So Mr. James Matua, that is what is happening here. What I can tell is that the people here are enjoying UBC and they love all of you.
Okay, thank you so much, Bwana Mugoya. Do you have any idea when the exercise in Kololo will be complete?
Yes?
Do you have any idea when the exercise in Kololo will be complete? Because now we're talking about just starting. Are we going overnight or is everything there?
That was my last question to the returning officer, who has just told us that they are working within the legal framework and they are full aware of the time that the law provides that this exercise should conclude. So they are trying their much. He doesn't know the exact time when they will complete, but they are trying their much to beat the deadline as far as the premises of the law is provided.
Yeah, thank you so much, and you're welcome. We shall also be keeping the viewers updated from other areas of the country. I'm told Zimbabwe is on standby. Let's hear from what is happening back in Zimbabwe, the update from the elections in Zimbabwe.
Declaration of results, presidential elections. Premier Accountant to Town Council. Wogero Ward, Sura Kwarte Discipleship Church. Burira Fraka Kabinga 0, Kasavante Robert 0, Chaguranyi Sentam Robert 32, Mavirizi Joseph 0, Mugisha Grigore Muntu Oyera 1, Munyagwa Mubaraka Selunga 0, Nandara Mafabi James Nathan 0, Wakaguta Museveni 235. Declaration of results. Polling station St. Elizabeth Health Center 3 to Town Council. Burira Franka Kabinga 0, Kasavante Robert 0, Chaguranyi Sentam Robert 65, Mavirizi Joseph 0, Mugisha Muntu 0, Munyagwa Mbaraka Selunga 0, Nandara Mafabi James 0, Yoweri Tuharua Kaguta Museveni 290. Declaration of results. Premier Accountant to Town Council into Hydrometeorological Station. Burira Frank 0, Kasvante Robert 0, Chaguranyi Sentamu 87, Mavirizi Joseph 0, Mugisha Grigore Muntu 3, Munyagwa Mbaraka 0, Nandara Mafabi 0, Yoweri Tuharua Kaguta Museveni 321. Declaration of results. Kashozkamwe Church of Uganda. Burira Frank 0, Kasvante Robert 0, Chaguranyi Sentam 6, Mavirizi Joseph 0, Mugisha Grigore Muntu 0, Munyagwa Mbaraka 0, Nandara Mafabi James 1, Yoweri Tuharua Kaguta Museveni 361. Declaration of results. Wemerama Trading Center, Burira Frank 0, Kasvante Robert 0, Chaguranyi Sentam Robert 1, Mavirizi Joseph 0, Mugisha Grigore Muntu 0, Munyagwambala Kaserunga 0, Nandara Mafavi 0, Yoweri Tubaharua Kaguta Museveni 162. Declaration of results into Central Market Polling Station. Burira Franka 0, Kasevante Robert 0, Chaguranyi Sentam Robert 47, Mabilis Joseph 0, Mugisha Gregory Munt 2, Munyagwambala 0, Nandara Mafavi 1, Yoweri Tubaharua Kaguta Museveni 98. Declaration of results, Kasambia Community Polling Station. Burira Franka 0, Kasevante Robert 0, Chaguranyi Sentam Robert 0, Mabilis Joseph 0, Mugisha Gregory Muntu 0, Munyagwambala 0, Nandara Mafavi 0, Yoweri Tubaharua Kaguta Museveni 293. Declaration of results, presidential elections. Into Town Council Headquarters Polling Station. Burira Frank 0, Kasevante Robert 0, Chaguranyi Sentam Robert 55, Mabilis Joseph 0, Mugisha Gregory Muntu 0, Munyagwambala 0, Nandara Mafavi 0, Yoweri Tubaharua Kaguta Museveni 142. Declaration of results. Polling station Chigando New Hope Primary School. Burira Franka 0, Kasevante Robert 0, Chaguranyi Sentam 17, Mabilis Joseph 0, Mugisha Muntu 0, Munyagwambala 0, Nandara Mafavi 0, Yoweri Tubaharua Kaguta Museveni 379. Declaration of results. St. Elizabeth Health Center 3, 8 Nabu. Burira Franka 0, Kasevante Robert 1, Chaguranyi Sentam 64, Mugisha Gregory Muntu 1, Mabilis Joseph 0, Munyagwambala 0, Nandara Mafavi 0, Yoweri Tubaharua Kaguta Museveni 142. Declaration of results. Canon Church of Uganda Primary School. Burira Franka 0, Kasevante 0, Chaguranyi 36, Mabilis 0, Mugisha Muntu 3, Munyagwa 0, Nandara Mafavi 0, Yoweri Museveni 450. That's the end of Mpusi Town Council.
again, going to the other parts of the country where tallying is still ongoing. But for now, we are going off for a very short break, and when we get back, I think shall be going to the northern part of Uganda, where we shall also be hearing from the reporters of UBC who are on ground to update us exactly what is happening. It's going to be a long night. We shall be here with you, and we thank you for being with us. When we come back, that's where we shall continue from. Thank you for now.
Sounded okay? Okay. For those who are watching UBC TV, we are in Sembabule district, and for those watching us online, this is where the tally center is, and the tallying of the votes is now ongoing. Just earlier on, the returning officer announced results of the Rwemiyaga County, and in Rwemiyaga County, where there is competition among 4 candidates, that is Brigadier General Emmanuel Rwashande, Theodore Sechikubo, Migade Joseph Amoti, and Ainebiona Innocent. Now, the results from Ntusi Town Council, when you look at what the returning officer has been reading therein, you could see that the contestation is between the NRM flag bearer Yoweri Kaguta Museveni and the National Unity Platform presidential candidate Kyagulanyi Robert Sentamu. But from the preliminary observations in Ntusi Town Council, you can ably see that Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the NRM presidential flag bearer, is still leading in Ntusi Town Council. Now, the returning officer was able to also read the results of other presidential candidates in the race, and I think or believe that for those who are watching UBC and those following us online, you've heard what the returning officer has been reading regarding all the other candidates that are contesting in the presidential race. Remember, we have 8 presidential candidates in the 2026 presidential race, and that will be, and of course you had what every candidate has been getting in that specific town council. But we are Uganda Broadcasting Corporation, and we are giving you these updates live in real time from Sembabule district. Now, to give you a recap of who is contesting in this area, we have those contesting for the Women Member of Parliament position or post, that is Meribe Gumisa coming as an independent, Florence Nambazira NRM, Nina Kankunda NUP, Esther Kinkuhire independent. But the results that have just been read out to us are results for the presidential candidates. Now we are waiting for what the returning officer will be telling us. What is the next batch of the results that are going to be revealed to the people in here? We have observers in the building. We are seeing members of the 4th Estate. We are candidates already in here. I may not interview the candidates as of now, but later on we shall be speaking to some of them when we really get some opportunity to interact with them. The returning officer, I think, is going to make some communication.
Let's continue. Declaration of results. Maugora North, Kawanda Sub-County, Rutunku Kawarasoke Community Grounds Polling Station. Burira Frank, this is for the president. Burira Frank, 0. Kaswantilopat 0. Chaguranyi Center Mlompat 1. Mavriz Joseph 0. Muchakuriko Remonto Yera 0. Munyakwa Mbaraka Selunga 0. Mandara Mafar James 0. Yoweri Tuharuka Kaguta Museveni 115. Declaration of results. Bushoborwa Stawel Polling Station. Burira Frank 0. Kaswantelopat 0. Chaguranyi Sentamu 26, Mabirizi Joseph 0, Mugisha Gregory Muntu 0, Munyagwa Mbaraka 0, Nandara Mafabi 0, Yoweri Tubuhaburwa 95. Declaration of results, presidential elections. Kasonji B Trading Center, polling station. Urira Franka 0, Kasivante Robert 0, Chaguranyi Sentamu 60, Mabirizi Joseph 0, Mugisha Gregory Muntu 1, Munyagwa Mbaraka 0, Nandara Mafabi 0, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni 115. Declaration of results. Nakasagazi Trading Center, Burira Frank 1, Kasavante Robert 0, Chaguranyi Sentamu 40, Mabirizi Joseph 1, Mugisha Gregory Muntu 0, Munyagwa Mbaraka 0, Nandara Mafabi 0, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni 87. Declaration of results. Chetme Playground Polling Station, Burira Frank 0, Kasavante Robert 0, Chaguranyi Sentamu 64, Mabirizi Joseph 0, Mugisha Gregory 0, Munyagwa Mbaraka 2, Nandara Mafabi 0, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni 125. Declaration of results. Yesika Towers Polling Station, Burira Frank 0, Kasavante Robert 0, Chaguranyi Sentamu 57, Mabirizi Joseph 0, Mugisha Gregory Muntu 0, Munyagwa Mbaraka 0, Nandara Mafabi 0, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni 160. Declaration of results. Serinya Primary School, Burira Franka 0, Kasavante Robert 0, Chaguranyi Sentamu Robert 122, Mabirizi Joseph 0, Mugisha Gregory Muntu 0, Munyagwa Mbaraka 0, Nandara Mafabi 0, Yoweri Tubuhaburwa Museveni 168. Burira declaration of results. Makugwe Trading Center, Burira Franka 0, Kasavante Robert 0, Chaguranyi Sentamu 113, Mabirizi Joseph 0, Mugisha Gregory Muntu 0, Munyagwa Mbaraka 0, Nandara Mafabi 0, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni 88. Declaration of results. Kasonji Church of Uganda Primary School, Burira Frank 0, Kasavante 1, Chaguranyi Sentamu 90, Mabirizi Joseph 0, Mugisha Gregory Muntu 0, Munyagwa Mbaraka 0, Nandara Mafabi 0, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni 134. Declaration of results. Nkoma Church of Uganda, Burira 0, Kasavante 0, Chaguranyi 37, Mabirizi 0, Mugisha Muntu 0, Munyagwa 1, Nandara Mafabi 1, Yoweri Museveni 223. Declaration of results. Polling station Vyarhanga Farm, Burira Frank 0, Kasavante 0, Chaguranyi 23, Mabirizi 0, Mugisha Muntu 0, Munyagwa Mbaraka 0, Nandara Mafabi 0, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni 67. Declaration of results. Rukwa Catholic Church Polling Station, Burira Franka 2, Kasavante 0, Chaguranyi Robert 72 0, Mugisha Muntu 0, Munyagwa 0, Nandara Mafabi 1, Yoweri Museveni 77. Declaration of results. Kafuna Trading Center Polling Station. Burira Frank 0. Kasvante Robert 0. Chagulanyi Center 48. Maurice Joseph 0. Mujisha Muntu 0. Munyagwa 0. Nandara Mafawi 0. Yoweri Kaguta Museveni 68. Declaration of results. Kawanda Church of Uganda Primary School. Burira Frank 0. Kasvante Robert 1. Chagulanyi Robert 85. Maurice Joseph 0. Mujisha Muntu 0. Munyagwa Frank. Munyagwa Mbalak 1. Nandara Mafawi 0. Yoweri Kaguta Museveni 153. Declaration of results. Chamugowa Full Gospel Church. Burira Frank 0. Kasvante 0. Chagulanyi Robert 24. Maurice Joseph 0. Mugisha Grigore Muntu 0. Munyagwa Mbalaka 0. Nandara Mafabi 0. Yoweri Museveni Kaguta 89. Declaration of results. Navinoga Primary School. Burira Frank 0. Kasvante 0. Chagulanyi Robert 45. Maurice Joseph 0. Mugisha Muntu 0. Munyagwa Mbalaka 0. Nandara Mafabi 0. Yoweri Kaguta Museveni 200. Declaration of results. Child Mosque. Burira Frank 0. Kasvante 1. Chagulanyi Center 152. Maurice 0. Mugisha Muntu 2. Munyagwa 1. Nandara Mafabi 1. Yoweri Kaguta 93. Declaration of results. Yantonde Primary School. Burira 1. Kasvante 0. Chagulanyi 77. Maurice 2. Mugisha Muntu 0. Munyagwa Mbalaka 0. Nandara Mafabi 1. Yoweri Museveni 88. Declaration of results. Rutunkupi at Polytechnical Primary Ground. Aburu to Z. Burira Frank 0. Kasvante Robert 0. Chagulanyi 7. Maurice 0. Mugisha Muntu 0. Munyagwa 0. Nandara Mafabi 0. Yoweri Museveni 349. Declaration of results. Kengo Trading Center. Burira 0. Kasvante 0. Chagulanyi 46. Maurice 0. Mugisha Muntu 0. Munyagwa 0. Nandara Mafabi 0. Yoweri Tuvavugwa Museveni 116. Declaration of results. Chavi Primary School. Burira Frank 0. Kasvante 1. Chagulanyi 143. Maurice 1. Mugisha 0. Munyagwa Mbalaka 1. Nandara Mafabi 1. Yoweri Kaguta Museveni 161. Declaration of results. Chamabogo Church of Uganda Primary School. Burira Frank 1. Kasvante Robert 0. Chagulanyi Center Robert 58. Maurice Joseph 0. Mugisha Muntu 0. Munyagwa Mbalaka 0. Nandara Mafabi 0. Yoweri Kaguta Museveni 73. Declaration of results. Kasambia Community Grounds. Ulira Franka 0. Kasvante Robert 0. Chagulanyi Centum 34. Mabilis Joseph 0. Muchishamuntu 0. Munyagwa Mbaraka 1. Nandara Mafabi 0. Yoweri Tuhaurwa Museveni 45. Declaration of results of Tugu Chitauruzi polling station. Ulira Franka 0, Kasivante Robert 0, Chagulanyi Centum 9, Mabilis Joseph 0, Gishamuntu 1, Nyagwa Mbaraka 0, Nandara Mafavi 0, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni 190. Declaration of results. Kasozi Community Grounds. Ulira Franka 0, Kasivante 0, Chagulanyi 11, Mabilis 0, Muchishamuntu 0, Munyagwa 0, Nandara Mafabi 0, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni 244. Declaration of results. Rutonku A at Community Grounds. Ulira Franka 0, Kasivante 0, Chagulanyi 20, Mabilizi 0, Mugishamuntu 0, Munyagwa Mbaraka 0, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni 218. Declaration of results. Chikuma Dungu Catholic Church. Ulira 0, Kasivante 0, Chagulanyi 0, Mabilizi 0, Muchishamuntu 0, Munyagwa 0, Nandara Mafabi 0, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni 250. Declaration of results. Charutagisha Chitauruzi. Ulira 0, Kasivante 0, Chagulanyi 0, Mabilizi 0, Muchishamuntu 0, Munyagwa 0, Nandara Mafabi 0, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni 76. Declaration of results. Rutunku B at Polytechnic Playground A to Nabuk. Ulira 0, Kasivante 0, Chagulanyi Robert 30, Mabilizi 0, Muchishamuntu 0, Munyagwa Mbaraka 0, Nandara Mafabi 0, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni 307. That's the end of Kawanda sub-county. Can I invite any agents of the presidential candidate come in front to witness our first printout from the system that shows us that there is nothing in the system. It shows us the total registered voters, 153,810 voters. Total number of polling stations, 431. Total number of polling stations received, it is still showing us 0 because we haven't entered anything in the system. And all the candidates, they all still have 0 votes. and 0%. Total votes, 0%. Invalid votes, 0%. Invalid, 0. Spoiled, 0. This is our initiation report. Yeah, it is displayed here on the screen. And I'm going to append my signature on it. And then we shall commence.
Yeah, that is what is coming to us all the way from Zimbabwe. And of course, when more will come up, of course, we will be giving us an update on parliamentary elections there, because we have just received the first batch from one sub-county of the presidential elections. But later on, I think we'll be going back to Zimbabwe to get more results from the parliamentary elections in that area. Meanwhile, we are now crossing over to Kololo to get the update on what is happening in Kampala, here where we are right now.
Parliament.
Hello. Hello.
Still under Nakasero 1, District Human Representative to Parliament. Polling station is Crested Towers, Crested Chitintare and Nile. Kasiri Ivry Kent, 0. Malende Shamim, 154. Nachitende Salama Adelaide, 0. Nana Namata Anet Mwafrika Mbalikiwa,
Good evening,
9.
everyone.
Namfuma Shamim, 9.
We are about to
Nantege
start
Christine
Danakawa.
Zabu, 2.
Results.
Nanziri Amina
So I
Rukanga,
request us to be attentive.
295.
As you all know, or you all
Towers, Fairway, Katonga Shimon,
voices,
Kasiri Ivry Kent, 3.
population.
Mariende Shamim, 104. Nachitende Salama Adelaide, 1.
Shall be starting with
Nana
the presidential
Namata
results.
Anet Mwafrika Mbalikiwa, 2.
The elected
Namfuma Shamim,
District Human
10.
Representative to
Nantege
Parliament.
Christine Zabu, 0. Nanziri Amina Rukanga, 274. Those are the 2 polling stations under
For Nakawa division, we are going to
Nakasero
start
1
with
for
the presidential
District
results.
Human Representative to Parliament. Thank you.
And we are starting with the parish Nakawa institutions. The polling station. Joseph CP 0. Mugisha Gregory Munt Oyera Ant 3. Munyagwa Mbalak Selunga CMP 0. Nandala Mafab James Nathan FDC 0. Yoel Tibhabura Kagutam 7 NLM 27. Polling station vocational. Bulira Frank Kabinga LPP 0. Kasibante Robert NPP 0. Chaguranyi Centum Robert Noop 50. Mabiris Joseph CP 0. Mugisha Gregory Muntoyera Ant 1. Munyagwamba Lakselunga CMP 0. Nandala Mafab James Nathan FDC 1. Yoel Tibuhabura Kaguta Museveni NLM 39. Those were the presidential results for Nakawa Institutions Parish. We are now going to dialect elected member of parliament, Nakawa Institutions, starting with the polling station Mubs Campus 602 A Tumuk. Asa Godfrey Okot, Independent 0. Kawazigurika Mike Andrew, PFF 4. Katende Muhammad Jema 1. Keno Charles Ronnie, Independent 0. Mugaga Augustine, Independent 0. Mugisha Moses Okwera, FDC 0. Muonge Vian, Independent 0. Nakandi Winfred, DF 12. Ruhindi Frederick, NLM 12. Segirinya David Chintu, Independent 0. Waiswa Alex Mfumbiro, NUP 51. Mubs Campus 602. This is the repetition of the one I had read. Mubs Campus 602. Malt Z. Asa Godfrey Okot, Independent 0. Kabazi Gulka Michael Andrew, PFF 1. Katende Muhammad Jema 1. Keno Charles Ronnie, Independent 0. Chirabo Joy Gasangwa, Independent 0. Mugaga Augustine, Independent 0. Mugisha Moses Okwela, FDC 3. Muonge Vian, Independent 0. Nakand Winfred, DF 12. Ruhind Frederick, NLM 8. Segirinya David Chintu, Independent 0. Waiswa Alex Mfumbiro, Noop 56. Polling station vocational. Asa Godfrey Okot, Independent 0. Kabazi Guruka Michael Andrew, PFF 0. Katende Muhammad Jema 01. Keno Charles Ronnie, Independent 0. Chirabo Joy Gasangwa, Independent 0. Mugaga Augustine, Independent 0. Mugisha Moses Okwera, FDC 1. Muonge Vian, Independent 0. Nakand Winfred, DF 9. Ruhindi Frederick, NLM 29. Segirinya David Chintu, Independent 0. Waiswa Alex Mufumbiro, 49. Nope. Polling station East Village 8 Mook at Tough Quarters A. Asa Godfrey Okot, Independent 1. Kabazigurka Michael Andrew PFF 10. Katende Muhammad Jema 3. Keno Charles Roni Independent 0. Chirabo Joy Gasangwa Independent 5. Mugaga Augustine Independent 0. Mugisha Moses Okwera FDC 5. Muonge Vian Independent 0. Nakandi Winfred DF 16. Luhindi Frederick NLM 34. Segirinya David Chint Independent 0. Waiswa Alex Mufumbire Noop 63. Polling station East Village Malt Z at Tough Quarters A. Asa Godfrey Okot, Independent 0. Kabaziguruka Michael Andrew, PFF 5. Katende Muhammad Jema 1. Keno Charles Roni, Independent 0. Chirabo Joy Gasangwa, Independent 8. Mugaga Augustine, Independent 0. Mugisha Moses Okwera FDC 8. Muhonge Vian Independent 0. Nakandi Winfred DF 25. Luhindi Frederick NLM 20. Segirinya David Chint Independent 0. Waiswa Alex Mufumbilo Noop 57. We now go to District Woman Representative to Parliament, Nakawa institutions. Kasili polling station moves campus 602 8 Mook. Kasili Ivrin Kent Pate is need 0. Malende Shamim Noop 63. Nachitende Salama Adeline DF 1. Nana Namata Anet Mafrika PFF 2. Nafuma Shamim Independent 4. Nantege Christine Zabu UPC 0. Nanziri Amina Rukanga NLM 15. Polling station moves campus 602. This is a repetition of what I've read. Polling station East Village 8 Mook at Tough Quarters A. Kasil Ivrin Kent need 0. Malende Shamim Noop 79. Nachtende Salama Adeline DF 1. Nana Namata Anet Mafrika Mbarikiwa PFF 5. Nafuma Shamim 5 Independent. Nantege Christine Zabu UPC 0. Nanzili Amina Rukanga 46. East Village Malt Z at Tough Quarters A. Kasil Ivrin Kent need 01. Malende Shamim Noop 77. Nana Namata Anet Mafrika Mbalikiwa PFF 2. Nafuma Shamim Independent 4. Nantege Christine Zab UPC 1. Nanzili Amina Rukang NLM 35. Vocational polling station. Kasil Ivrin Kent need 1. Malende Shamim Noop 52. Nachtende Salama Adeline DF 01. Nana Namata Anet Mwafrika Mbarikiwa PFF 1. Nafuma Shamim Independent 0. Nantege Christine Zabu UPC 1. Nanzili Amina Rukanga NRM 31. You want me to repeat? ballot is entered where? That is the process that will follow as they are scanning the DLR forms. Location of polling station. Castle Ivrit Kent, Need 01. Malende Shamim Noop 52. Nachitende Salam Adeline DF 01. Nanana Mata Anet Mwafrika Mbarikiwa PFF 01. Nafuma Shamim Independent 0. Nantege Christine Zabu UPC 1. Nanziri Amina Rukanga NRM 31. Moobs Campus 602 Mark Z. Kasir Ivrit Kent Need 0. Malende Shamim Noop 61. Nachtende Salam Adeline DF 0. Nanana Mata Anet Mafrika Mbarikiwa PFF 1. Nafuma Shamim Independent 7. Nantege Christine Zabu 0 UPC. Nanziri Amina Rukanga NRM 13. Those are the results from the parish of Nakawa institutions. Presidential, the elect member of parliament, and the elect woman representative to parliament.
Yeah, those are the provisional results from Kampala here for both presidential and parliamentary elections. Of course, you'll be getting more of these results as and when they come in. UBC will be here to deliver these results to you. Gentlemen, we have heard from what is happening in across the country. Specifically, we have heard from the central, and then of course we're still in the central. Now something is striking, and one wonders what happens, because normally after these results sometimes you hear one saying, I was rigged, I was cheated, I was... Talk about this 000. What is happening? That someone is not able to have all the agents that you sent to a polling station are not voting for you? What's the problem, Dean? At least for you who are the stationists.
Yes.
One vivid evidence is that at those particular polling stations, the candidates in question probably didn't have agents. And that pushes us to the drawing board. With all due respect to the people who stood for those particular positions for presidency, do they merit to be in those positions? or the law should be revised. Because if you're to stand for presidency, before you're nominated by the EC body, you're supposed to gather signatures.
Yes.
From 2/3.
From 2/3 of the country. But is that good enough? If we are to borrow a leaf from other countries like the US, we were chatting here and my brother here, Dr. Big Sam, was telling me to stand as the US president or candidate, you should be worth something.
Yes.
So it is evident that the logistics were not enough. Because if you're to have an agent at all in every polling station, that means you have to pay him or her a bare minimum of at least 50,000 shillings a day to make sure that he or she receives the DR form, he or she takes note of the situation at the polling station.
Sure.
So in that, there should be gaps. There are gaps that need to be addressed in the future, not now. And I don't want to discredit what we have. Like I said in the beginning, we have traveled a journey, and our journey is so far so good. But like you would compare that you have a man who is living hungry and another who is not hungry but has not yet fulfilled a balanced diet.
So you are both.
We at a level that we still need to fill those dots so that we acquire a full balanced diet in as far as democracy or in as far as picking candidates for the big post, that is the presidential post, is concerned.
Besides the 20 million that these presidential candidates pay, wouldn't it be prudent that maybe they also declare more sum of the money that will be able to fund their campaigns? If, I mean, we are looking at this issue in a way that to be a presidential candidate, besides paying the 20 million shillings, which a person can pay anyway, and anyone who can have 20 million then can stand for presidency, don't we maybe think to upgrade the game a bit, that one maybe needs to show proof that you have some money that you can fund your campaign?
I definitely agree with you, because what is the reason of getting someone and they pay 20 million but they are not worthy of the whole exercise that is going to happen? You understand? And I would not actually pin people for, you know, places that are far away from Kampala. Kampala is a business district. This is where everything happens. This is where we're supposed to show that you are the political head, your ambitions are to rule, and this is your footstep here. Right here in Kampala, the candidates have zero. They have zero. I mean, really, should we say that even the people that they have put there as agents didn't
vote for them?
Because they were declared shits right there.
Exactly.
You know, I think we should borrow from other, you know, states or developed countries and stuff like that, and the way they do this. And I'm not saying that they are better, but they look at the net worth of a particular person who wants to be president. What is your net worth? And this brings us back to where we started from. You know, in the olden days, for you to be a mayumba kumi oba omusajja w'okukyalo omuluka, you had net worth to lose in that particular. But here, there comes a person who has burnt matafari from somewhere else, and they have gotten their profit, 20 million, and they pay, and that is worth for for you to run as president. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. There should be more precautions put in place.
Yeah, because one would accuse us of trying to be elitist, or sometimes trying to think that the poor, because the one would reason that we are saying that the poor shouldn't lead. But seriously, a man whose net worth is 20 million has to be a president of a country with the economy in trillions.
Trillions, true.
Relating the two can be problematic, but looking at it, when you have polling stations where you are getting 0-0, it means that even that constituency, you don't have a parliamentary candidate.
That's right.
You don't have a chairman for LC5 candidate.
That's right.
You don't even have an LC3 councillor, because then the councillor or that person will be able to mobilize something down there. So you then come to realize that maybe then the opposition is becoming a Kampala and some urban center issue, leaving across the other biggest punch across the country empty. And you know, that we can say it is okay, but it looks like it also undermines the democracy, our democratic credentials, because if someone is getting 0-0-0-0, another one is getting 500, one will easily say there's a problem.
There's a problem.
But in actual sense, there's no problem, because you are not there. Then the trick cannot fall on you because you are not there.
You're not there.
So I think, like you are saying, I think in the future something needs to be done. That to be a presidential candidate, this time we had about 200, by the way. If Electoral Commission didn't go down to scrutinize one by one until we came up with this that we had, we would have had 200 men and women on the ballot paper. That would have been a booklet for you to read. So to avoid this in the future, but I think, like you are saying, I think there must be more checks and balances to find out who can stand as a presidential candidate in this country, because then we'll also be respecting the position of the president, but also building, you said we're about 100 years, 130 years. But by the time we come to 140, 150 years, something must be done. Back to the story, we were also talking about the issue of technology.
True.
That we're having some of these challenges because of technology. Either we are not well versed with the system to be used, or the system is not also working for us. So what, Dean, you are suggesting something?
No, I just wanted to inform the viewers and you, James, that as you embrace something new, you also embrace some challenges that come with it. The traditional system that has been used for so many years has been upgraded over years.
Over time, yes.
People didn't start with the register, no. People were lining behind their candidates to pick their leaders. So over time, they realized that lining would be tedious. So we needed a ballot box. We needed, instead of counting and people fighting, and also the secrecy of knowing who you should vote.
Yes.
Because that is a right.
Okay, we'll be continuing with that, Dean. We are now going back to Zimbabwe. I'm told that Nina is on standby with more results coming in.
All right, for those still watching us on our social media platforms and Uganda Broadcasting Corporation, we are live from Sembabule district, and we are currently at the tally center where the tallying of the votes is taking place. As of now, they have already declared results in 2 constituencies, but they are still having some other polling stations where they are announcing results, and we have witnessed results announced for Rwemiyaga County and Mawogola North. That is for the presidential candidates. But as of now, I am talking to some of the candidates who are in this race, and before me I am having the National Unity Platform flag bearer, woman member of parliament, Sembabule district, that is Nina Kankunda. You're welcome, you're live on UBC TV. We want to know from you, how did you find the electoral process, you as a person who is engaging in this specific exercise?
It hasn't been free and fair.
Why do you say so?
Because other constituencies, our people weren't able to exercise the voting, which I really see that it's not free and fair, because voting is for everyone.
When you say it wasn't free and fair and the people did not exercise their duty to vote, what you make it clear to us? We want to understand what are those things that made it hard for people to engage in a free and fair election.
Like in the parts of Rwemiyaga sub-county, there was a lot of intimidation. There was a lot of bribery, bribing people at the electoral polls. It wasn't free and fair. Our agents were chased away from the polling stations. There's no way this could have been a fair elections if we weren't having agents there to pick out DRF reforms. How are you going to announce the results? So it's like in Sembabule, they should stop voting. They should tell people to stop voting because it's not fair. It's not fair for everyone. Yes.
I'm going to ask a picture at the polling station where you voted from. What was the situation at that specific area?
Mine?
Yes, where you voted.
It was peaceful. That was Mawogola North, Mabindo, Chinoni A. It was peaceful. I arrived around 10 a.m. and then I exercised my voting around midday. What I found there, we didn't find any electoral items, and the police forces were chasing away people, leaving them with no option than to just forget about voting. So it's so sad for Zimbabwe. Yeah, it's such a sad situation.
Now, there was an issue of the BVVK machines not working. Was it the same case at that specific polling station? And if yes, what alternative was there to support you to vote?
Sorry?
I'm saying there was an issue with the BVVK machines, right? That they failed to work. And there was an alternative to ensure that Ugandans vote. What alternative was there for you that enabled you to participate in that exercise?
The alternative was the register, of course, but then it affected so many people because so many people weren't in that register. Some were despised in different areas. So many people were denied to vote because they weren't in the register, which I think really affected us in so many ways as candidates. But well, what to do? Here we are.
Now you are here. What is your expectation? They are now tallying the votes. What is your expectation? How do you feel now that they are reading out the presidential results? You can hear them out. What do you have to say?
I don't think I really feel okay because I don't agree with what's being read, and I'm just here to wait for my declaration form to see if they tally with what I have so that I step out, because as a candidate this is what I'm supposed to do.
Why do you disagree with the results? Because they are reading what exactly is written on the forms.
What was that?
Why are you disagreeing with the results, yet they are reading exactly what is in the form?
What they are reading and what we are having is totally different. Yes.
Thank you so much for your time. Great. Well, That is the National Unity Platform woman member of parliament who is contesting in Sembabule district. That is Nina Kankunda. That is the update from her. Of course, she has mentioned the issue of the BVVK machines failing to operate. The Electoral Commission chairman came out to speak to that and advise that even if the BVVK machines are not working, the physical registers should be used to enable Ugandans to vote, and that is exactly what has happened today. While she also says that there is a little bit of impunity, and in some areas we witnessed some issues as well, where, for example, in Rwemiyaga, where some voters absconded from voting, alleging that by the time they went to the polling station, the ballot boxes were already filled with ballot papers. And this, I told you earlier on, once I get an opportunity to interview someone with an authoritative point of view, then probably I will be putting this question to them so that they can tell us where the police intimidated the voters and as to whether this has been a smooth process like earlier anticipated. As of now, the returning officer is still reading results from the Maogola North constituency, and we will keep here and give you a little bit of more updates. As of now, let's listen to what the returning officer is reading out to us.
Kasa Playground, Burira 0, Kaswate 0, Chaguranyi 0, Mawili 0, Mujisha 0, Nyagwa 0, Andara 0, Yoweri 7, 174. Playground, Burira Franca 0, Kaswante 0, Chaguranyi 18, Mawili 0, Mujisha 0, Nyagwa 1, Nandara 0, Yoweri 7, 229. Gantama Church of Uganda, Burira 0, Kasvante 0, Chaguranyi 0, Mavirizi 0, Mujisha 0, Munyagwa 0, Nandara Mafavi 0, Yoweri Kaguta 149. Bugove Primary School, Burira 0, Kasvante 0, Chaguranyi 0, Mavirizi 0, Mujisha Muntu 0, Munyagwa 0, Nandara 0, Yoweri 7, 273. Nabitanga Primary School, Burira 0, Kasvante 0, Chaguranyi 0, Mavirizi 0, Mujisha 0, Munyagwa 0, Nandara Mafavi 0, Yoweri 7, 502. Chambogo Primary School, Burira 0, Kasvante 0, Chaguranyi 0, Mavirizi 0, Mujisha 0, Munyagwa 0, Nandara 0, Yoweri 7, 265. Chanja Community Center, Burira 0, Kasvante 0, Chaguranyi 0, Mavirizi 0, Mujisha Muntu 0, Munyagwa 0, Nandara Mafavi 0, Yoweri 7, 586. Kabingo Church of Uganda, Burira 0, Kasvante 0, Chaguranyi 0, Mavirizi 0, Mujisha 0, Munyagwa 0, Nandara 0, Yoweri 7, 309. Charama Primary School, Burira 0, Kasvante 0, Chaguranyi 1, Mavirizi 0, Mujisha Muntu 0, Munyagwa 0, Nandara 0, Yoweri 7, 513. Chirama Market, Burira Frank 0, Kasvante 0, Chaguranyi 23, Mavirizi 0, Mujisha Muntu 0, Munyagwa 0, Nandara 0, Nandara 1, Yoweri 7, 252. Kabale Primary School. Ulira 0, Kasebante 0, Chagulanyi 0, Mabirizi 0, Mugisha Muntu 0, Munyagwa 0, Nandala Mafabi 0, Yoweri 7, 580. Kasusano Playground. Ulira 0, Kasebante 0, Chagulanyi 9, Mabirizi 0, Mugisha 0, Munyagwa 0, Nandala 0, Yoweri 7, 133.
Yeah, welcome back from Zimbabwe, and from there we are proceeding to Kololo, where Kampala results are also being updated. Let's get to Kololo and see what is happening there.
Tamale Idu Waswa 0, Walangirira Abdara 1. York Village East Kololo Primary School A to M, Agaba Muzora 1, David Lewis Rubongo ya 49, Kabanda Minsa Nabengo 42, Karohanga Rina 0, Kasoz Abdwahab 0, Chiwua Ronald 0, Kusaba Susan 1, Ruzi Abraham 15, Rwanga Aran 2, Minawa Faruk 0, Muhanji Moses Kapere 6, Mutesa Musin 0, Nakuya Aida 3, Natwera Fiona Destiny 0, Tamale Idu Waswa 0, Walangirira Abdara 0. Mackenzie East Kololo Primary School MUH to Z, Agaba Mzora 1, David Lewis Rubongo ya 78, Kabanda Misa na Bengo 47, Karuhanga Rina 1, Kasozi Abduwahab 0, Chiwua Ronald 0, Kusaba Susan 0, Ruzi Abraham 19, Rwanga Aran 2, Minawa Farouk 2, Muhanji Moses Kapere 22, Mutesa Mushin 0, Nakuya Aida 0, Natwera Fiona Destiny 0, Tamare Idu Waswa 0, Warangirira Abdara 0. York Village East Kololo Primary School N to Z, Agaba Muzora 0, David Lewis Rubongo ya 43, Kabanda Misa na Bengo 27, Karuhanga Rina 50, Kasozi Abduwahab 0, Chiwua Ronald 0, Kusaba Susan 4, Ruzi Abraham 4, Rwanga Arani 0, Minawa Farouk 2, Muhanji Moses Kapere 10, Mutesa Mushini 0, Nakuya Aida 0, Natwera Fiona 0, Tamare Idi 0, Warangirira Abdara 0. Those are the 5 for directly elected member of parliament and Kololo 1. District woman representative to parliament, Kololo 1 polling station, Baskavi East Kololo Primary School. Kasiri Evelyn Kent 3, Marende Shamim 80, Nachitende Salama Adelaide 3, Nana Namata Anet Mwafrika Mbarikiwa 2, Namfuma Shamim 11, Nantege Christine Zabu 2, Nanziri Amina Rukanga 76. Mackenzie East Kololo Primary School 8 MUG, Kasiri Evelyn Kent 4, Marende Shamim 86, Nachitende Salama Adelaide 0, Nana Mwafrika Anet Mbarikiwa 2, Namfuma Shamim 6, Nantege Christine Zabu 0, Nanziri Amina Rukanga 61. York Village East Kololo Primary School A2M, Kasiri Evelyn Kent 1, Marende Shamim 51, Nachitende Salam Adelaide 0, Nana Namata Anet Mwafrika Mbarikiwa 5, Namfuma Shamim 9, Nantege Christine Zabu 1, Nanziri Amina Rukanga 51. Mackenzie East Kololo Primary School MUH to Z, Kasiri Evelyn Kent 0, Marende Shamim 102, Nachitende Salama Adelaide 01, Nana Namata Anet Mwafrika Mbarikiwa 5, Namfuma Shamim 4, Nantege Christine Zabu 2, Nanziri Amina Rukanga 59. York Village East Kololo Primary School N to Z. Kasiri Evelyn Kent 0. Marende Shamim 51. Nachtende Salama Adelaide 0. Nana Namata Anet Mwafrika 02. Namfuma Shamim 02. Nantege Christine Zabu 1. Nanziri Amina Rukanga 31. Those are the 5 polling stations in Kololo and District 2 Representative to Parliament. Thank you.
Yeah, welcome back from Kololo, and this is the update that we are receiving from Kololo to do with now parliamentary results that just coming in. And we will also be giving updates from other parts of the country where we are getting these results. Now, Ndugu Dean, we were talking about the presidential issues and the technology issues now. So you are saying that we need to, do we need to get back to the traditional, or we have to continue with the technology?
Putting in mind that whatever you embrace will come with its challenges. Today, we've witnessed the first challenge. The first challenge was there was an issue of network. So what is the way forward? You can't put away the technology that is embedded in the new system that has been put in place by the Electoral Commission. Over time, like we've been discussing, even the traditional system has been improved over time, where we had opaque ballot boxes to transparent ballot boxes.
That's right.
To a register instead of having to line up behind the back of the candidate. All those innovations were there to mitigate or to negate issues or challenges that had been developed on the onset of founding the traditional system. So we are in the digital age, and the digital age dictates that the system should be spread even in our voting system. I'm looking at a future 20 years from now where people will not even be lining up. They'll be sitting at home using an app and voting. But technology comes with challenges.
Sure.
Yeah, the first challenge with anything digital is to have a backup.
Yes.
There should be a backup. If network ABC is not working, do you have XYZ to back up the system?
Sure.
Exactly. So that you begin on time. I'm grateful to the EC boss who, one, predicted that people needed more time to vote since the BVVM had failed, to get operational. So he decided to add the time from 4 to 5. But there are other ways of doing it, and also to allow people to use the traditional method.
Okay.
The traditional, why it was even easy, most people had the EC agents or the EC staff had the register on phone, so they just had to go out to a printer and print out the form, print out the register. So me, I'm not of the view of saying, okay, let's do away with the system. We embrace the system, we learn from the system, and then we are best well equipped come 2031, come 2036.
Okay. Sam?
I love the idea when he says, Dean, when you say that let's embrace the system and learn from the system. Because as much as we are just going into a scientific way of life, it does not automatically do away with our own lifestyles. You understand? Because what is the proper definition of the technology that we are, putting forward? Technology is simply the application of scientific knowledge to a particular purpose, to solve an equation, particularly in that aspect. Number one, to save time and to give ease to everybody that is using that app or whatever. So, and that's where we're going as a country. All this, UBC did not start like this. Now we are broadcasting from everywhere. We did not start like that. We have embraced technology, and little by little, we have, assimilated it into our
We have to make
system.
technology work for us.
Yes, and I loved it today that even when we were expecting an election where it's going to be computerized, the EC had a backup already and said, well, even when we have computers, but let's have the registers right there. You understand? For me, that was really, really on point. And thumbs up, thumbs up. We cannot just get away.
We can't bury our traditional methods.
Yeah, we need to embrace two of them. Later, maybe, this will go away. And by that time, there will be something else as well.
Yeah, thanks, gentlemen. We are going back to Zimbabwe. We have Ivan Kahawa online and is standby with more updates from Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe is another interesting area. So, as Ivan, you with us? Please.
Well, for those who are watching UBC, we've had the declaration of results from, that is for members of parliament, and that's what is happening currently. But from within this specific area, I am having a number of people that I'm interacting with. So I'm joined by Mr. Sechitende Nicholas, who is an observer, but as well a member of the Fourth Estate, and we all understand there are quite a number of issues that have happened during the course of the day, and we want to hear from him first of his assessment on the elections that started on the 15th of January 2026. You're live on UBC TV and all our social media platforms. Kindly tell us, how did you find the beginning of the process of the voting on the 15th of January?
Thank you very much, UBC. My name is Elisa Nicholas Sechitende, an observer with the Electoral Commission Zimbabwe District, who also doubles as a journalist working with the Central Broadcasting Services Limited. So far, the elections in Zimbabwe District has been quite of great tension. I don't want to say that it was of great error, but it had a lot of tension, heavy deployment. People got, in some areas, got a lot of fear, and they didn't appear. They had a lot turn up on the polling stations. Others tried to turn up, but what happened there ruined their motivation to vote. But others were brave enough and went went on to cast their votes as they wanted to participate with their right to get their leaders. You were asking me about the issue of cutting off the...
Before we go to the issue of cutting off the internet.
Yes.
You said you are an observer.
Yes.
But what is the exactly role of an observer in this electoral process?
We observe whatever is going on, whether the voters have participated well in their rights of getting leaders, whether the people have got the security they deserve to stay safe as they cast their votes. We observe the transportation of the declaration forms, the results and then at the tally center, and how the process is. At first, very early in the morning, the process was very good, very safe. The Electoral Commission did their role very well. They transported all the materials to the polling stations very safely. But deep down there at the polling station, as the polling started, things started to change one by one. People in uniform, we can't say they are officially the of security forces of this country, but they resembled them. They have been found in certain polling stations, just like I have told you, to create the terror. Voters have raised issues of ballot stuffing. Some polling stations turned chaotic, like in Maogola County. So the situation became very unsafe in the long run, though it had started in a very peaceful way or a fair way. But as time went on, things got changing. So something what was very disappointing.
Now the returning officer has just read results from some constituencies, specifically for the presidential. Apparently, it seems that the presidential results are done. In your own assessment, what do you make of what the returning officer has read out tonight?
In this area of Zimbabwe, the results for the president can't excite too much, because they seem to be yellow. It seems to be one of the strongholds of the president. So some results are not so much disappointing, though you can't just imagine. Just like that, we continue to wait for the member of parliament as he is going to continue in declaring.
Well, the returning officer is reading results for directly elected members of parliament.
Sema Tahidi 0, Tumewa Jet 81, Fine John 0. Charlie Mosque. Aina Godfrey Kaguta 91, Chikongo Francis 2, Gonya Angela 5, Jiaz Moses 0, Sema Tahidi 0, Tumewa Jet 140, Fine John 0. Chama Vogo Church of Uganda Primary School. Aina Godfrey 69, Chugongo 1, Chugonya 1, Yazi 0, Semata 6, Tumewa Jet 56, Fine John 0. Nkoma Church of Uganda. Aine Godfrey Kaguta, 129. Chigongo Francis, 1. Chigonya Angela, 3. Yaz Moses, 1. Sema Taidi, 0. Tumeba Jet, 92. Twine John, 0. Chai Primary School. Aine Godfrey Kaguta, 127. Chigongo Francis, 0. Chigonya Angela, 5. Yaz Moses, 1. Semata Idi, 0. Tumeba Jet, 65. Twine John, 0. Kengo Trading Center. Aine Godfrey Kaguta, 115. Chigongo Francis, 1. Chigonya Angela, 0. Yaz Moses, 0. Semata Idi, 0. Tumeba Jet, 35. Twine John, 1. Kasambia Community Grounds. Aine Godfrey Kaguta, 49. Chigongo Francis, 0. Chigonya Angela, 0. Yaz Moses, 0. Sema Taidi, 0. Tumeba the Jet, 30. Twine John, 30. Twine John, 0. BSC Catch Towers. Aine Godfrey Kaguta, 155. Chigongo, 1. Chigonya, 1. Yaz, 1. Sema Taidi, 1, 0. Tumeba the Jet, 26. Twine John Ezra, 1. Kawanda Church of Uganda Primary School. Aine Godfrey Kaguta, 179. Chigongo Francis, 0. Chigonya Angela, 2. Yaz Moses, 5. Sema Taidi, 0. Tumeba the Jet John, 72. Twine John, 0. Kasonji Church of Uganda Primary School. Godfrey Kaguta, 165. Chigongo Francis, 3. Chigonya Angela, 12. Gaz Moses, 0. Sema Taidi, 0. Tumeba the Jet, 35. Twine Ezra, 0. Chetume Playground. Aine Godfrey Kaguta, 96. Chigongo Francis, 1. Chigonya Angela, 1. Yaz Moses, 1. Sema Taidi, 0. Tumeba the Jet, 79. Twine John, 1. Bushoborwa Chitawuzi. Aine Godfrey Kaguta, 83. Francis Chigonya Angela, 0. Chigonya Angela, 2. Yaz Moses, 0. Semata, 0. Tumeba the Jet, 34. Twine John Ezra, 0. Nakasagas Trading Center. Aine Godfrey Kaguta, 108. Chigongo Francis, 8. Chigonya Angela, 2. Yaz, 0. Yaz, 1. Semata, 0. Tumeba the Jet, 15. Twine John, 0. Kasonji B Trading Center. Aine Godfrey Kaguta, 129. Chigongo Francis, 1. Chigonya Angela, 4. Yaz Moses, 0. Semata, 0. Tumeba the Jet, 24. Twine John Ezra, 1. Serinya Primary School. Aina Godfrey Kaguta, 184. Chigongo Francis, 1. Aina Godfrey Kaguta, 184. Chigongo Francis, 1. Chigonya Angela, 3. Jazz, 1. Semata, 0. Mwewa the Jet, 83. Twine John Ezra, 0. Makugwe Trading Center. Aina Godfrey Kaguta, 144. Chigongo Francis, 0. Chigonya, 10. Chigonya, 1. Chigonya, 10. Riaz, 1. Semataidi, 0. Tumwewa the Jet, 37. Fine John, 0. Kabrasoke Community Grounds. Aina Godfrey Kaguta, 41. Chigongo Francis, 0. Chigonya Angela, 0. Yaz Moses, 0. Semataidi, 0. Tumwewa the Jet, 27. Fine John Ezra, 0. Chukuma Dungu Catholic Church. Aina Godfrey Kaguta, 78. Chigongo, 0. Chigonya, 0. Yaz, 0. Semata, 0. Tumwewa the Jet, 70. Fine John, 0. Kasozi Community Grounds. Aina Godfrey Kaguta, 84. Chigongo, 0. Chigonya, 1. Jazz, 0. Semata, 0. Tumwebaze Jet, 76. Fine John, 0. Obutugu Chitaurizi. Aina Godfrey Kaguta, 70. Chigongo, 0. Chigonya, 0. Jazz, 0. Semata, 0. Tumwebaze Jet, 38. Fine John, 0. Rutunku B at Polytechnical Playground, Nabu to Z. Aina Godfrey Kaguta, 80. Chigongo, 0. Chigonya, 0. Yaz, 0. Semata, 0. Where was the Jet, 78. Fine John, 0. Rutunku B at Polytechnical Playground, A to Nabuk. Aina Godfrey, 66. Chigongo Francis, 0. Chigonya Angela, 0. Chigonya Angela, 0. Yaz, 0. Semata, 0. Where was the Jet, 82. Fine John, 0. Rutunku A at Community Grounds. Aina Godfrey Kaguta, 70. Chigongo Francis, 0. Chigonya, 0. Yaz, 0. Semata, 0. Tumwewa the Jet, 63. Fine John, 0. Chartagisha Chitauris. Aina Godfrey Kaguta, 44. Chigongo Francis, 0. Chigonya Angela, 0. Yaz Moses, 0. Semata Idi, 0. tumwebaze Jet 32, twine John Ezra 0. Nabinoga Primary School. Aine Godfrey Kakuta 87, Chigongo Francis 0, Chigonya 0, Gaz 1, Semata 0, tumwebaze Jet 70, tumwebaze John 0. Chamgoa Full Gospel Church. Aine Godfrey Kakuta 75, Chigongo 0, Chigonya 1, Gaz 6, Semata 0, tumwebaze Jet 33, and twine John 0. Congo 0, 01, yes. Chigonya Angela 4, Yaz 2, Semata 0, tumwebaze John 37, twine John Ezra 0. Rukwasi Catholic Church. Aine Godfrey 78, Chigongo Francis 1, Chigonya 9, Yaz 1, Semata 0, tumwebaze 48, twine 1. Yaruhanga Farm. Aine Godfrey Kakuta 75, Chigongo Francis 0, Chigonya Angela 1, Yaz Moses 0, Semata 0, mwebaze Jet 11, 0.
Tally Center. The returning officers just read and declared results for directly elected members of parliament, that is in Mawogola North. All right, my producer is saying that we are already on air. Thank you so much, Samuel Sendono. Now, we are at the Tally Center, that is in Zimbabwe district, but I am still with one of the observers, but who is also a journalist, Mr. Nicholas, and we want to understand from him how has it been as a journalist to disseminate information to the audience. How has he been able to relay all the information that is gathering on ground so that it reaches the audience that he serves? So kindly take us through. You went to the polling stations very early in the morning, you gathered all the information you had. How were you able to communicate that information given the fact that the internet had been shut down?
My friend Ivan Kawa, Ugandan is watching UBS TV. What I can say, cutting off the internet was very unfortunate. It was very disappointing and heartbreaking. In fact, I can say it was an abuse of human rights, most especially the Access to Information Act, which is part of us as journalists. It gave us at the time as journalists to disseminate the information as we were on our job doing the work of disseminating the information. Because you had to write SMSs. SMS takes a lot of time to compile a lot of information. So if we had the internet on, we could use our PCs, type the information, very well compiled, and then you send to your bosses. But then with using a mere phone, the phones can jam. A lot of problems using a lot of airtime. You could reach a place with urgent information, but when you find yourself the airtime is already off, it was very unfortunate, and it gave us at the time, and I can again and again say it is a violation of human rights, most especially in this digital era. We are living in a global village. The only way we can communicate is through the internet. When you cut it off, you have cut off the whole world. You have denied those people down their rights to know what is going on in their country, what have happened where they are not, where in their area of residence, what is happening in Zimbabwe. I'm deep in Manyama, in Sangala, in Maogola County. What is happening to my candidate? What is happening to the polling station? When the internet is off, those people down, they were not well covered also, because they could not follow very well on their TVs, they could not follow very well on their radios deep in the villages, because us, the journalists who were disseminating that information, we are getting that at the time. Yeah, we delayed a lot. The thing that you could send at 9 p.m. could reach at 12, or it could go to aired at 2. Yet it was to be aired at 9 in the morning. But because you have been delayed, the internet is off, we got a lot of hardship.
Actually, I've been told there are some journalists who had to put the information on the taxis and buses to ply to their stations to air the content.
Yes, they did, especially our colleagues who works for the TV. They had to compile the information, make a CDs, put on flash, and then take it to the taxi. It takes like 6 to 7 hours to reach Kampala from Zimbabwe. For the information that you covered very early in the morning, and then you have another information you have covered in the noon time, that means that one will reach very late in the night.
For now, there is someone who has stood up to raise an issue. Let's listen to what she's raising an issue. They are giving her a microphone. We're going to hear what she is raising. And
thank you, Mr.
that is Mary Begumisa.
And everybody present. I am Mary Begumisa, a candidate now and a sitting member of Parliament. Now that you're going to declare the results, I want to put a few concerns before you and your team and to the group of our people, of our voters in Zimbabwe district, and to the Ugandans at large. Zimbabwe district has 17 sub-counties. Since morning, I have called your office. I've called even Justice Byabakama himself. about a lot of things, about voter bribery in Maogora West, Maogora County. As I talk now, abantu bange abakyali wabweru, ba agency baffe bangi baliridde ku nsiko mu Matete, Maogora County, obokisi bungi bwatwaliddwa mu Gombora zonna ssatu ne Maogora West, where I come from. I called Susan and I was still at my home. A lot of injustice has been done on us as a people of Sembabule district. I want you to note, nazze wano ku ssaawa emu yennyini, I'm the only sitting member of parliament in this room. Nga nninda okulaba bye mugenda okulangirira. To the media and to the Ugandans, it is only in Sembabule district, in the whole of Uganda, where up to now, justice has failed to come our way. It is only now where a P6 dropout is going to replace a graduate like me. Is that the NRM? And thank you, sir. Mr. Returning Officer, yagala kutegeeza ebitonotono as you go ahead to declare that we are going to court on the same, at least in Maogora County and Maogora West, where I come from, and other polling stations which I called your office since morning, and no justice was given. Ebyalo bingi tubilistinze, abantu baffe bangi mbadde ku Rainbow, bazze nga bakaaba, mbalese nga bakaaba, bazzeeyo mu constituencies nga bakaaba. I told them, no, kangende babisome nga wendi ku lwammwe bannasembabule, mulibeera abajulirwa nti nayimirira ng'omubaka wammwe. Yes, I am independent. From day one, I never got justice, but it's okay. Njagadde bino bijje gye muli, neebaza Katonda the whole district bye batabbye byonna tusobodde obikuŋŋaanyaayo biibino. Ojja ku witnessinga the same handwriting. Omuntu omu n'awandiikira ebyalo 4 Nakasenya, Erebitakuli, voter bribery, video tubadde nazo, obutambi tubadde nazo, naye nga bakulaga tokkirizibwa wadde okusemberera a station. I want to tell you, sir, if I were you, I would not go ahead to declare any results in the place of district woman member of parliament, Sembabule district. And if you went ahead, it's okay. It's okay. But if I were you, I would hold on a little, call people here, banna Sembabule, ne bakubuulira, my official agent is here. Stand up, sir. He is a graduate, Mr. Chigonya Kasi. Si wapitu ajulira obyonna bye tuyiseemu, bannasembabule bajulira, but you are free to declare as usual, but it will go at least in the annals of history. Sembabule, abantu abatono ab'olubatu baatuula ne bagiryamu olukwe ne bagirondera omubaka gwe batalondangako. I thank you.
Hello.
Thank you, sir.
Well, that is Mary Begumisa, the woman member of parliament. The returning officer is responding.
I want to guide here
that the Electoral Commission, when it prepares, it also receives results, tallies, and declares. Any grievances that may come later are addressed where they are supposed to be addressed. The reason as to why we announce these results is to help you know what we have received and what you have. Then you can make a comparison, and you have if you have a case to put forward, then you have a base. I think I'm clear, and I beg to proceed. Thank you. It's not a meeting that we are going to have. Results, please, can we continue and we declare? Take note of where you have a discrepancy, and you will address your issues where they are supposed to be addressed. Thank you. Declaration of results. District Woman Representative to Parliament, to Town Council, Canon Ward, St. Elizabeth Center 3, Nabut Z. Kankunda Nina, 71, Chinkwire Esther, 33, Mary Begumisa, 133, Ambassador Florence, 25.
Yeah, thank you. We are now coming from Zimbabwe and crossing over to Lira, where Eddie Orwa is on phone and on standby there. Eddie, are you able to hear us?
Yes, I am able to hear you very clearly.
Okay. Please bring us up to speed with what is happening where you are now.
Oh yes, good morning to you and good morning to all our viewers. I'm coming to you live from Lira City at the tallying center that is here at the Lira City Council Hall, where the EC is tallying results. We still do not have any final results declared for the presidential election, for the woman member of parliament, and also for directly elected members of parliament for the two divisions, that is Lira City and Lira City East Division. What is here is that from the preliminary results that we have, Dr. Jane Ruth Acheng is still leading in most of the polling stations, which results have been read and entered at the tally room here, but the final results is not yet out. Tallying is still ongoing. President Yoweri Museveni is also winning in almost all the polling stations which have been read here, and by a very big margin here in Lira City.
Okay.
We still wait to get the final results from the Independent Electoral Commission here, and then we shall be updating the public as and when they come in.
Okay.
But what we have seen earlier in the evening is that supporters of Dr. Jane Ruth Acheng have been celebrating within the town, moving around. We could hear them jubilate. And Dr. Jane Ruth Acheng herself also walked into the tally center about an hour ago. She sat there for about an hour, but I think she has moved out again to take some rest because results seem to be moving on. We are expecting the final results actually to come out in the morning, probably around 7 or 8 or even 9 a.m. in the morning.
Okay. Are results still trickling in, or they have suspended until the morning?
No, results are still trickling in. Right now, as I speak, I have just moved out so that I could be clear enough without any interference. But if I could walk back into the tally room, then you would also hear the returning officer still reading more results coming.
Okay.
The presiding officers of the different polling stations have all come with their results, and then the voting materials, of course, the ballot boxes. They are all here lined up waiting for the queue. So each and every one of them gets into the room and then sits before the returning officer and then present their results, and then the returning officer reads them. And once the returning officer does that, then the presiding officer is now free to walk out and probably even go home. So I still have very many of them, probably more than 50 of them I can see still here on the line, waiting to submit their results to the returning officer to announce them and also enter them into the system as well in the tally hall.
Okay.
So I am just walking back into the tally room so that I could give you some ambience of what is actually taking place exactly in the tally room, how results are trickling in and how they are counting them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. What is your assessment of the whole exercise?
No, the process has been very, very peaceful. Of course, here there was heavy security deployment to try to ensure that nothing gets out of hand. And I think they have been on top of their game. They have managed the situation very well.
Okay.
Around the tally center, there is security presence, and they are not allowing those who are not authorized to be around the tally center to cause confusion, and the situation is being managed very well.
Okay.
We only had some small scuffle early in the day when some group of people went and surrounded the vehicle that was being used by Gender Minister, that is Beta Moi, around Boroboro West. And their claim was that she was moving around the polling stations in what they believe was an attempt of trying to mobilize people to go and vote, something they felt wasn't unnecessary. It's like campaigning on the voting day. So security had to move in swiftly and then de-escalated the situation, and then also escorted the minister together with her husband, that is Honorable Jima Kena, back to her residence, and then they requested her not now to move anywhere out of her place, and she stayed, she restrained herself into her place. We talked to police later on, who also told us the same.
Okay.
Was also requested from Dr. Jen Cheng, who also stayed home the whole day.
Okay, thank you so much, Eddie. We shall be back to you, and if there are any updates when they become announcing, you will definitely be letting us know that we can keep Uganda informed about what is happening around us. Now, thank you so much. That was Eddie from Lira City, where, of course, Lira City is another hotspot, given the personalities that are involved in this election, just like Zimbabwe also. But I think he's saying that the exercise is moving on, has been smooth, with a few of those which were expected anyway. Now, gentlemen, back to this. How do we rate ourselves now in terms of our democratic credentials? You are bringing it up from the time we the 30 years and even before that, because we have moved on elections, no elections, back to elections as a country. How do you look at ourselves today?
Yeah, like I painted a picture of a person who has been hungry and another one who is eating, but probably the other one eating some food has not yet balanced, is not yet taking a balanced diet.
But is eaten.
Exactly. So we've left the stage of being hungry in terms of the way we used to be. Now we are at a stage where we get food, but we still need a balanced diet. We are now consistent. It is within the law that we have to conduct elections after 5 years. And if the elections fail, we need by-elections, etc., etc. But there are still issues to be addressed in terms of how candidates are elected, how fairness is conducted, and of course the issues are many. We've just discussed the lack of members forwarding agents at a particular polling station. That in itself can attract scenarios that will bring issues of accountability, because some members are missing. But back to your question, the question is, how far have we traveled? If I was to assess as Dean, not as someone else, we are not doing badly. At least we are beyond the 50 mark. Exactly.
Yeah, I just love the way that you're putting it, painting up a good picture. But the reality is we have moved from somewhere and we are up to somewhere.
Yeah.
You understand? We have not gotten... You see, when you ask this question, it propels me to think, you're comparing it to what? What is the comparison? Because you can say that in this comparison, do we fit on that level? We're just only answering because of what we see, and we have been there, at least for some years, we have been there from times we started voting until where we are. Uganda is not yet where
we need to be.
But we are not stagnant. We are moving. This has been a peaceful election. Do we have challenges? Yes. Yes. But this is a learning scale for us to learn. The Electoral Commission also has a lot to learn and put right, but also even the people, their expectation and how they approach. He was mentioning a point that is very, very crucial. This election, now people know what they are looking for in a leader. I stood by that polling center and I looked at people carefully, taking time to look through those names, and which was not the case before. You understand? And these days, this election also, I had a saying from different people saying, we want now to vote for people who are going to make substance of our community.
Sure.
Now that is dive. You don't vote people because of it's election. And so this, we are going somewhere. And me, I would give it a 65.
Okay. In fact, at some point, we were discussing with the Dean about people who are voting not to vote.
True.
Yes.
But this time it has been different. But also the turnout.
The turnout, yeah.
Yeah, because we have seen in elections where you have empty lines, and you find the polling officials having nothing to do but sleeping under the tree or something like that. But this time has been different, to the extent that when there was that delay in places where we had issues of the voting machines, that the lines extended beyond the normal 5 o'clock. So that also shows that people are getting politically involved, but also politically aware about what they need to do. And you have seen people saying, this time I have to go and vote because I have to vote for this and I have to vote for this. But also, if you are on the line, you could also see a number of the first-time voters. There's also that increasing number of the youth. The first-time voters are also coming up, which again comes back to what you are saying, that at least we have moved. Of course, elections alone may not be the best indicator, but at least it is one of the indicators that we are moving. When you compare from the elections, well, of course, Uganda started voting as early as, I think, 1958, when we had the first elections. Although the Africans were not very much involved, but you see there's been a trend, and the consistency you're talking about.
That's right.
Bwana James, if the only indicator of any system that is growing is the level of accountability and the security around issues of accountability. Recently, I'll draw you back to what has happened recently with the court martial. There have been reforms done. Recently, the new court martial chairman was appointed, but there were reforms. The reforms, even in Parliament, that whoever military person or profession that will handle issues of the court martial should have legal knowledge, which is being put into which has been put into consideration. Likewise, if we are to see this country get to another level, the issues of who appoints the EC boss, or what is the position of the Electoral Commission, that the neutrality of that institution,
the
independence matters a lot. And I know it will be solved with the time, because we've moved, like we said, we are work in progress, and Rome was not built in a day.
But up to now, that's still being
yes, still doing that. But those are some of the issues for the viewer who is out there, because that question keeps coming, like the question that kept coming. But who are these soldiers who sit behind the legal authority? Do they have enough legal knowledge? And that has been addressed. So in a country that is growing and in a country that is attaining democracy, some of those issues come into play. So like he said, a 65, me I could give a 70. We are work in progress.
Bwana Mtuta, I think it is very important that we put a notch onto this. As much as we are a growing nation, and there is quite a different sectors that we're looking at to grow and become independent. But we should throw more emphasis on having our Electoral Commission independent and efficient. That will make even the people that are far in the villages look at it as vital truth, as real. You understand? You want to find an institution that they are not going to relate it to the government in power. You understand? And for me, if there is anything that we should now rush into to make sure that it is, you know, that should be electoral commission, because all other aspects, remember this EC, it controls who is coming to lead this country in the next 5 years.
Yeah.
So whoever that plays with EC is actually playing with what is going to get the country involved with in the next 5 years.
Yes.
That is your banking, that is your education, that is your health.
Yeah, because I think, like you are saying, the parliament, when they sit, maybe the next parliament or the next parliament should look at, because they're the ones who again come back to make noise.
Exactly.
About how bad this is, how bad all these claims.
But they are the orchestrators of the law.
Exactly, we expect them to sit down and agree on the law. You know, in the past, they have been saying that the EC is for government. The opposition will say EC is for government. But we have also seen even members of parliament who subscribe to the government in power also crying foul. So it means if there is any problem, it does not segregate. It comes squarely to all of us. So it will be in the best interest that if there are any issues to be addressed at that, then the whole parliament should come down and do something as nationally, because they and patriotically, not looking at the faces or looking at the colors. That will help us. But you remember, we're also discussing something that in 1958, when they were voting for the Legico, many Africans couldn't merit to go to the Legislative Council for the simple reason that many of them couldn't speak the language. They couldn't know how things were being discussed. Because you look at that the background to it is that most of the Africans at that time were coming from kingdoms. And the kingdom setup is that the structure is rigged, is set up. You either belong here or not here. You can't cross the lines. But we were discussing that, but I think it was not also fair to say that Africans could not then go to the Legico because they could not speak all the EC from a government.
That's right.
The government, because at the end of it, these are people who are serving in that government. You are not going to get them from somewhere else unless you say, we are going to invite some people from somewhere to come and conduct elections in Uganda. But at the same time, that also shows that you don't have trust in the government. You see? So these are issues that we need to sit down as a country and talk.
That's right.
Because
that's right.
we are all affected.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. That is Nakawa back on, I think, Kampala, and we are getting results that are coming from Nakawa now.
Nachitende Salam Adeline 3, Nana Namata Anet Mafalika Mbirikawa 1, Nafuma Shamim 7, Nantege Christine Zabu 0, Naziri Amina Rukanga 59. Mulimira Naso to Osi. Kasir Evelyn Kent 0. Marende Shamim 78. Nachitende Salam Adeline 0. Nana Namata Anet Mafrika Mbelikawa 2. Namfuma Shamim 8, Nantege Christine Zab 0, Nazid Amina Rukanga 44. Now we are going to elect elected Member of Parliament. Apec International University. Brother Herbert Anderson 50, Boy Ivan 00. Chamba de Wilberforce 1, Nasasira Hape 2, Okumu Vincent Norbert. Okumu Vincent Norbert 0, Okuye Felix 0, Ramiti Apuri 1, Senyon Joel Visekezi 92. Moimira OYE 13. Brother Herbert Anderson 29. Boy Ivan 1. Chamba De Wilberforce 3. Na Sasira Happy 1. Okumu Vincent Robert 0. Okuye Felix 1. Ramiti Apul 0. Senyo Joel Visekezi 125. Masalini. Brother Herbert Anderson 60. Boy Ivan 2. Chamba De Wilberforce 1. Nasasira Happy 0. Okumu Vincent Robert. Okumu Vincent Robert 0. Okuye Felix 3. Ramiti Apuli 0. Senyo Joel Bisekezi 80. St. Catherine Primary School, Kasiri Ivrin Kate 4, Malende Shamim 132, Nachitende Salam Adeline 0, Nana Namata Anet Mafrika Mbilikawa 12, Nafuma. Yes, please. Now, remove all of them. Only the selected ones. Monimira, that polling station address is cancelled because it was a different category. Okay. Monimira KAL to KIV. Yes, please. Brother Herbert Anderson 36, Boy Ivan 1, Chamba De Wilberforce 2, Nasasla Happy 1, Okumu Vincent Norbert 0, Okuye Felix 2, Ramiti Apuli 2, Senyo Joel Bisekezi 132. Mukalazi's Gate and Z. Blola Herbert Anderson 34, Boy Ivan 2, Chamba De Wilberforce 1, Nasasila Happy 3, Okumu Vincent Norbert 1, Okuye Felix 1, Lamiti Apuri 0, Senyo Njoli Bisekezi 1, 22. Frobe Primary School, KO to Nama. Brother Herbert Anderson 31, Bowe Ivan 2, Chamba De Wilberforce 1, Nasasila Happy 3, Okumu Vincent Norbert 0, Okuye Felix 1, Ramiti Apuri 0, Senyo Joel Bisekezi 112. Le Chilemerwas compound A to Mass. Brother Herbert Anderson 43, Boy Ivan 0, Chamba De Wilberforce 0, Nasasala Happy 1, Okumu Vincent 0, Okuye Felix 1, Ramiti Apuri 1, Senyo Joel Bisekezi 1 for 1. Let Chilemera's compound MUT to Z. Brother Herbert Anderson 31, Boy Ivan 0, Chamba de Wilberforce 1, Nasasila Happy 1, Okumu Vincent Nobat 0, Okuye Felix 0, Okuye Felix 1, Ramiti Apuri 0, Senyon Joel Bisekez 154. Frobe Primary School, Nam to Z. Brother Herbert Anderson 29, Boy Ivan 2, Chamba David Bafos 2, Nasasira Happy 3, Okumu Vincent Nobat 0, Okuye Felix 3, Ramiti Apuri 0, Senyon Joel Bisekezi 147. Mulimira EU to come. Brother Herbert Anderson 51, Boy Ivan 0, Chamba David Bafos 1, Nasasala Happy 1, Okumu Vincent Nobat 0, Okuye Felix 0, Ramita Apuri 1, Senyon Joel Sekezi 90. Mulimira TIM to Z, Brother Herbert Anderson 59, Boy Ivan 6, Chamba de Wilberforce 4, Nasasira Happy 0, Okumu Vincent Nobat 0, Okuye Felix 0, Ramiti Apuli 0, Joel Senyon Ibisekezi 93. Behind New Market, NAUC to Z. NAMUC to Z. Brother Herbert Anderson 22, Boy Ivan 0, Chamba David Bafos 2, Nasasira Herbert 0, Okumu Vincent Nobat 0, Okuye Felix, Ramita Apuri, Senyon Joel Sekezi 77. Ramita Apuri 1, Okuye Felix 1, then Joel Senyon Bisekezi 77. Mulimira Nasot OC, Brother Herbert Anderson 47, Boy Ivan 0, Chamba de Wilberforce 2, Nasasala Happy 0, Okumu Vincent Nobat 1, Okuye Felix 0, Ramita Puri 2, Senyon Joel Bisekezi 86. Kalazis Gate NG. Brother Herbert Anderson 53, Boy Ivan 2, Chamba de Wilberforce 3, Nasasala Happy 3, Okumu Vincent Nobat 1, Okuye Felix 2, Ramiti Apur 5, Senyon Joel Bisekezi 141. Brother Anderson 46, Sad Hassan Mosik. Sad Hassan Mosik. Sad Hassan Mosik. Brother Herbert Anderson 46, Boy Ivan 0, Chamba David Bafos 0, Nasasala Hape 0, Okumu Vincent Nobat 1, Okuye Felix 0, Ramita Puli 1, Senyon Joel Bisekezi 94. Tisure Primary School Compound A, Timuk. Brother Herbert Anderson 63, Boy Ivan 1, Chamba David Bafos 1, Nasasala Hape 0, Okumu Vincent Nobat 0, Okuye Felix 0, Ramita Puri 1, Joel Senyon Bisekezi 105. Mulimira MA Alt MUM Eden Primary School. This is a different one. Umanempi. Put it here. So Umanempi. Murira OD to Oya. Lola Herbert Anderson 22, Boy Ivan 0, Chamba de Bafos 5, Nasasala Hape 1, Okumu Vincent Noba 2, Okuye Felix 0, Ramita Puri 1, Senyo Njoli Bisekezi 88. Kasiri Brinkett 1, sorry, Old Killer Road, no. Mulimira Namitnas, Broda Habat Anderson 38, Boy Ivan 0, Chamba Deba 43, Nasasal Habat 2, Okumu Vincent Nobat 0, Okuye Felix 0, Ramita Pur 1, Senyo Joel Visekezi 113. Mulimira Ampi to Bag, Broda Habat Anderson 43, Boy Ivan 0, Chamba Deba 0, Nasasar Happy 1, Okumu Vincent 0, Okuye Felix 0, Ramitia Puri 3, Senyo Joel Visekezi 64. Old Kiral Road next to church, to Maj, MUG. Laura Habat Anderson 30, Boy Ivan 2, Chamba Deba Force 9, Nasasara Hapet 1, Okumu Vincent Nobat 1, Okuye Felix 4, Ramita Puri 0, George Senyo Visekezi 60. Late Semogere KIR to Mama. Lola Habat Anderson 54, Boy Ivan 3, Chamba Deba Force 0, Nasasara Hapet 0, Okumu Vincent Nobat 1, Okuye Felix 1, Ramita Puri 5, Senyo Joel Visekezi 116. Behind New Market at KO. Bro Habat Anderson 31, Boy Ivan 3, Chamba Deba Force 0, Nasasara Happy 2, Okumu Vincent Nobat 0, Okuye Felix 2, Ramita Puli 1, Senyo Joel Visekezi 55. You want the whole of it or you want a specific candidate? Behind the market, 8KO. Bro Habat Anderson 31, Boy Ivan 3, Chamba Deba Force 0, Nasasra Hape 2, Okumu Vincent Nobat 0, Okuye Felix 2, Dramiti Apul 1, Senyo Joel Bisekezi 55. Nakato's compound, Blora Habat Anderson. I'm waiting. Which polling station? You have 94? No, please, that is the total number of votes cast for the candidates. Make your totals very well, please. Calculate, you'll find it is the total number of votes cast by the candidates, not for one candidate, please. Akatos compound, Blola Habat Anderson 20, Boy Ivan 0, Chamba De Wilberforce 0, Nasasala Hape 0, Okumu Vincent 1, Okuye Felix 1, Ramita Apul 0, Senyo Njoli Bisekezi 61. Mulimira BAH to ET Bukote Evangelic. Blola Habat Anderson 37, Boy Ivan 2, Chamba De Wilberforce 2, Nasasala Hape 1, Okumu Vincent Nobat 0, Okuye Felix 0, Ramiti Apul 0, Senyo Njoli Bisekezi 111. Let's say Mogele 8 KIN, Blola Habat Anderson 56, Boy Ivan 3, Chamba De Wilberforce 1, Nasasara Hape 2, Okumu Vincent Nobat 0, Okuye Felix 0, Ramita Apul 1, Senyo Njoli Bisekezi 87. Chisure Primary School Compound, Malta Z. Blola Habat Anderson 44, Boy Ivan 0, Chamba De Wilberforce 3, Nasasala Hape 0, Okumu Vincent Nobat 0, Okuye Felix 1, Ramita Apul 0, Senyo Joel Bisekezi 108. Let's Mogere Namt Z. Blora Herbert Anderson, 58. Bo Ivan 2. Chambado Wilberforce 5. Nasasra Hape 2. Okumu Vincent Robert 1. Okuye Felix 2. Ramite Apuri 1. Senyo Joel Bisekezi 136. Mulimida KIW Tuman Eden Primary School. Lola Herbert Anderson 42, Bo Ivan 2, Chamba David Bafos 1, Nasas Lahapi 1, Okumu Vincent Robert 0, Okuye Felix 0, Ramita Puli 1, Senyo Joel Bisekezi 100. The remaining DLR forms are for the District Woman of Parliament that were mixed up in the Dialect Member of Parliament. Polling station St. Catherine Primary School. Kalis Evelyn Kent 4, Malende Shamim 132, Nachten de Salama Adeline 0, Nananda Mata Anet Mwafrika Mbirikawa 12, Nafuma Shamim 15, Nantege Christine Zab 2, Nanziri Amina Lukanga 60. Then Old Kila Road next to church, MUK to Z. Yes, please. Yes, please. Four millimeter. No, the category. Are they the ones you have there? For the category? Oh, okay. Yeah, these are the ones you are talking about. Okay. We clarify that with the parking list. Let me finalize this for the interest of time of others. I'm marking on my parking list. Yes. This is District Woman Representative to Parliament. St. Catherine Primary School. I had read it. Then Old Kila Road next to the church, MUK to Z. Kasili Evelyn Kent 1, Malende Shamim 66, Nachtende Salam Adeline 0, Nana Namata Anet Mafrika Mbirikawa 3, Nafuma Shamim 6, Nantege Christian Zab 0, Naziri Amina Rukanga 32. We shall add on from there as my colleagues in other divisions are adding on for the interest of time.
Direct elected member of parliament, Machinji Division, East, Muyenga Parish. Muyenga Hill A to KIK at Muyenga Community Hall. Kanabahita 1, Kasiri Nganda 41, Kayendo James 0, Kayendo Molowoza 1, Kasarita Baker 1, Rebecca Francis 1, Mavike Michael 0, Mohawena Edson 3, Murema Francis 0, Namona Rachel 1, Dukuwera Asaf 0, Nwabine Judith 83, Obusinji Elijah 2, Sekajugo Paul 0, Segawa Sunday 1, Sekate John 0, Sechide Robert 4, St. Peter Stanley 0, St. Thomas Samuel 0, Chenywana 3, Walusimbi Frederick 0, Zizenga Michael 0. Cheitabia polling station. Kanabahita Nicholas 2, Kasiri Nganda Ali 82, Kayendo James 0, Kayendo Modoza 0, Kasarita Baker 1, Rebecca Francis 2, Mavike 10, Mohawaminimana Edson 3.
Yeah, that is what is happening in Kampala. We were hearing from the parliamentary results, provisional results from Nakawa and a few other places that within Kampala here. Now let's move on to Sironko, where we have Farida in Sironko is on standby to update us on what is happening in that part of Uganda. Farida, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Please, can you update us what is currently, as we speak, happening at the polling station or at the tally center? Where
The tally center, this is Sironko tally center.
Yeah.
At the Sironko district headquarters, where tallying, the exercise of tallying is taking place for candidates, the presidential candidates and parliamentary candidates. So far, out of the 442 polling stations in the district, 64 polling stations have been tallied, and among these polling stations and the sub-count, they have tallied sub-counties and polling stations in different sub-counties, and so far the leading candidate in the presidential race is Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the NRM candidate, with 8,104 votes, and then followed by the FDC presidential candidate, 3,615 votes, then followed by the NUP candidate, Kyagulanyi Ssentamu, 11,500. 1,153 votes, and then others follow accordingly. The other candidates follow accordingly, and then we have members of parliament from Butatiri East. So far, according to what has been tallied, there is Twaha for National Unity Platform. He has scored so far 536 votes. Then Julius from the National Resistance Movement was scored 6,100 votes. And then the Sasaga from Forum for Democratic Change Party has scored 2,276 votes so far, according to the tentative results that are being brought out by the team here, tallying. And then Vincent, who is an independent, that is Butatiri East, directly elected members of parliament, 1,685. And then among the ladies, woman member of parliament for Sironko, the ones that are competing actually now is Nambozo, who is an independent, and Asha, who is the NRM, from the NRM party. Asha so far has 6,450 votes, and then Nambozo 5,418 votes. And when we go to Butatiri West has like 19 candidates.
Oh.
And so far what has come out is from one sub-county. So far the tallying center has only brought out from one sub-county of Lulena in Sironko for directly elected members of parliament for Butatiri West. And so far the person who is leading is Wanyoto Godfrey with 1,016 votes. From that one sub-county, and then the next one, the one who follows, is from the FDC, from Democratic Change Party, Reverend Magombe Jackson, and that is where the stiff competition is for Butatiri West. And then this one is followed by the NRM candidate, 5,017, and others follow because there are like 19 candidates.
Okay.
And we have only gotten results for one sub-county so far from for Butatiri West.
Butatiri West.
Yes.
Okay. How has the exercise been generally?
Generally, the exercise around the morning hours, the exercise was somehow peaceful, although it started a bit late. The exercise started a bit late, and
Why did it start late?
I think it is about preparation and actually manning these electronic voter verification machines.
Okay.
And the candidate that I was following was Nathan Nandala Mafabi. Nathan Nandala Mafabi, who voted from the polling station. Who voted from the name of the polling station.
That's okay. But
Nandala Mafabi also voted late around midday. Around midday, and then he gave an interview of his observation of the exercise at that time, and his observation was that the machines were slow, and at the same time the machines were not so effective as would be expected, because he himself experienced it.
Okay. How was the turn-up of the voters
The turn-up of the voters at this polling station was, they were coming but slow.
Okay.
It was slow, but later in the day, there was some ugly scenes that were actually seen in other parts, apart from where he voted from.
Okay.
Yes, there was some fighting between these the members of parliament, the Russian members of parliament contesting for Budadiri West.
Okay.
Yeah, Jackson Magembe and supporters of Jackson Magembe and supporters of Wanyoto.
Okay.
And there was bloodshed, and people actually went to hospital, and actually the FDC presidential candidate got somehow injured. He was stoned together with his people. Together with his people.
Okay.
And and actually the cars were the first car that was beaten was destroyed was that one of candidate Wanyoto, and it is alleged that this one was bribing voters. That's why they attacked his car, and his supporters also attacked the cars of the Forum for Democratic Change candidate and his supporters.
Okay.
Yeah, those are the ugly scenes that were actually manifested in this election.
Okay, but so far now the exercise is moving on well.
Yeah, the tallying is smooth, and we are still waiting for more tentative results.
Okay.
From the team.
Okay. So thank you so much, Farida. Please update us when the new developments come up, especially after the results have been delivered. But I think a lot of many of the ballots are still in the centers, maybe the on way now being taken to the tally center, and by the morning I expect that UBC will be able to bring to you viewers that total tally lists from all the other parts of the country, knowing that the time now is a bit late and some of them will be waiting until tomorrow. Now, given that we can hear some of the places where there is violence, it is likely that people will not move at night until tomorrow when they will deliver the results. They could be now at police stations in those locations. But these ugly scenes are also a problem. We were discussing the democratic credentials of a country.
When people are when people are competing for power, or when people are, I think competing is too much of a word, but when people are vying to elect their leaders, there reaches a point where the pressure rises.
Yeah.
And of course, with that pressure, it yields anxiety. People become anxious, others become over ambitious, and as they fight to win their various candidates, some become mischievous.
Yeah, sure.
And when it becomes mischievous, all in the name of winning, that is when you get issues of violence. That is when you get issues of cheating. That's where issues of accountability come in. But the good thing is that Uganda is now known as one of the countries with a serious security system or framework.
Yeah,
because of what we do, not only in Uganda, but even the hand we accord to our neighbors in terms of keeping peace in Africa and most importantly in the Great Lakes region. So, like we said, it is work in progress.
Yeah. At some point, you expect this because now the competition means that there also the awareness, but also
where does violence come from? Where does violence emanate from anyway? Issues of waiting, like the way people are waiting. If you have a presiding officer who can express himself or herself without being while humble, you reduce the risk of having people having tempers all over the place. So some of those issues should be looked into. I've been at polling stations where you see that the voters are calm, but the people manning that polling station are the cause of the fights at the polling station.
Yeah, because sometimes it is to do with how the preparedness. I think
exactly.
Freda was talking about the preparedness. Sometimes the preparedness. How prepared the people who are manning this exercise?
Someone is asking a very simple question. When are we beginning? The person on the other end is replying arrogantly. Who are you to ask me?
Big Sam has been part in the exercises of being elected.
Yes, but you know, one of the things that we need to look at is me personally. I have been. I got so lucky that I have been in America when there is elections. I've been in South Africa when there is elections. I've been to Ghana when there is elections. And you want to tell me this one is chaotic? I don't think so. At the peak, at the highest peak of love, you let go. That means that anything, if you love something, you must be willing to die for it, to fight for it or whatever. So these elections for me in Uganda, the only thing is we always want to hype the negative. In other countries, the positives outshine the negatives even when the positives are very many. And the issue of, so there will always be a moment where someone doesn't agree with another one, and because of the understanding and how we're bringing up, they will fight. That's why they deploy. If they deploy in the United States, they deploy in South Africa. You understand? Because they expect that to happen. But for me, I must comment that this time around it has been very peaceful, despite the fact that weeks before we have been hearing hot tempers and people making, but it was peaceful. But also it brings a question of understanding the type of people we are dealing with.
Sure.
The attendants at the polling stations, how much are they trained in terms of understanding human character so that they can, address people, not addressing strangers. That is very important. The resource, the capital that the Electoral Commission has to have in order to take these people who are going to represent the Electoral Commission. Not for one day training, and they come there to just know. No, it matters on how you train them on how to handle and speak to people.
So this is a charged environment.
A guy came to
the polling station.
The polling station today. My wife, it's so funny. My wife votes from a different polling station. I vote from a different polling station. I don't even know how it happened, but I said fine. So my wife votes from Kajan's Health Center 4. So when I finished casting my ballot, I picked her up, said, let's go, and you cast yours. So as soon as she was finishing, this guy, I don't know where he came from. He said, and these are his particular words. Abasajja bano batumalira obudde twagala kulonda wano tugende munviire. This is one guy who's coming to cast his one vote.
And
there are people that have been there.
Yeah, sure.
But he wants to just overtake the line. And he's speaking to the policeman. That is right there. And I'm looking at this policeman. This guy was so nice. Like he said, Sevo, ojja kusimba mabega. Boba toyagala kusimba mabega. Genda.
Get in the queue.
You know, so people have got different tempers, different upbringings, and you will not expect them to behave the same.
Exactly.
But we will expect that this country will invest more in training its own personnel that represent the nation in terms of the Electoral Commission. And also spend time in telling people this is what you need to do, this is what you're supposed to do. These things were said here at UBC. But people also choose to watch different programs that they want. They prefer to watch things that has music or whatever, and they'll go away from the real information. That's why some people will come. But this has been said here,
on radio, on TV.
So for me, such fights and disagreements over I support this one and we fight, those will always be there. They will always be there. The country has prepared that there is safety. The reason why there is safety is because me and you might get to disagree. You understand? And that happens. People fight on Manchester United and Arsenal.
They kill themselves.
And these are players they have never seen in real life.
Never even seen them.
You know, so such things will, but the precaution. For me, I was happy with the deployment this year, and but we should invest more, not to get people to come and be trained to work for Electoral Commission for just one day. You understand? They should know Electoral Commission has an umbrella, it has a significance in the country, and whoever wears that badge must represent professionally. Professionally. You understand?
Sure.
I voted from Uganda place. While I was voting, they were checking my name. This lady introduces herself very well, and she says, where is your ID? And I bring my ID, and she checks my ID, and luckily enough, this lady knew me. And she gets to see, okay, she tells me go, and they give you the ballot. Now, at the ballot, I've received all the 3 ballot papers. Another person standing right behind comes and says, give me your ID. And I said, for what? And he says, I am an agent. I want to check. I say, where's your badge that says you are an agent? And the way the guy replied me, I said to you, I am not going to give you my badge unless you display yours. Because you're supposed to be there with something that shows that I am this and this.
Because
and
that's an agent.
I have given my ID to the Electoral Commission and they have verified me. You're supposed to be there with the other person.
Not here.
So, but because I could understand that this one, my level of understanding and his level of understanding is very different. And this man said, sir, please go and vote.
That's it.
But to avoid such, the Electoral Commission must know that everybody that it deploys is now having an Electoral Commission face.
Yeah, but you also have raised the issue of agents for candidates.
Yes.
The person, because I've heard this story, this person saying, my agents were compromised.
Yes.
Because maybe you send them without lunch and someone has given them lunch.
Then
later on has told them, please sign here. And they have sold you out.
I have a scenario where one agent disappeared with all their declaration forms and said, they did not give us lunch.
Exactly. So that also means that the political parties have an obligation, have a responsibility to train their people.
That's and to look after their agents.
Exactly. In fact, the civic education is not all about the Electoral Commission.
No, true.
The political parties should be interested in training their people, in telling them, like now, this education, voter education, the people in the political parties should have told their people this is what's going to happen, this is going to happen, because they are more interested than even the Electoral Commission. The Electoral Commission is interested in the exercise, but for the political parties, they're interested in the win. And you are not going to have a win if you people don't know what to do. So I think, like you are saying, we have moved, done the moving, but we need, there's more that needs to be done, both as a country, but also at individual level. I mean, if you are an agent of a person, you should have been told how to carry yourself.
That's right.
At the polling station. That at the end of it all, you ensure the safety of the exercise, because your candidate, if there is commotion and confusion at the polling station, you
risk the results to be tampered with.
Exactly. So to avoid all that, it is in the interest of the agents to ensure that the exercise is smooth. But like we said, we are still moving.
Work in progress.
Yeah, but now when you look at the issue, because you know when you have a no-show at the airport, you are penalized.
True.
And sometimes heavily, depending on the airline you are using. How can it come that there is a no-show for voters at a polling station? That you have been mobilizing people, that there will be, we are lucky that this time there has been a lot of enthusiasm. But also praying that this enthusiasm will trickle down to the other subsequent elections. Because in this country we also have that problem of voter fatigue. That by the time you come to the elections of the local councils, the lines are empty. So I hope the mobilization can also continue, both by the Electoral Commission, but also the respective politicians. Now, down there may not even be having the political parties, because if you are not going to have an agent at a polling station, it means in that whole area you may not have a candidate for whatever position is there. It means therefore then the voter education has to continue, and this enthusiasm can continue, that we have these elections to the end. You remember last time the number of voters, the President Museveni won with about 7 million.
Yeah.
And the next NUP had about 3 million.
3 million.
So you are looking at about maybe people of about 15 million that voted. And you are talking of a population of how many people?
50. 45.
Exactly.
Yes, coming to 50.
Exactly. So you see that our elections can also be queryable. If you are out of 45 million, it's only 15 people are going to come to the polling station. So it means still there's a lot more, the movement you are talking about, to move, that Ugandans should definitely take charge of what they need to be done. Because if all Ugandans, you cannot, 45 out of 45, only 15 have voted. What about this other remaining 30? What if they voted, in fact, even if they voted for any other person outside of those who were there, you'd have maybe a different result.
Probably, to come in there, the issue of having the biggest percentage of the population as youth and children, you could still subtract off
about
the
20.
percentage of those who are not eligible to vote because of the age. They were under 18. But still then, that reminder still as...
The data becomes too big. Even if you have to take up, let's say take off 10 who are minors.
It becomes 10, 20.
Yeah, it's just quite too much.
Mm.
And what you said, this time around, we have actually seen a number of adult eligible voters not coming to vote.
The problem lies with the special delights.
They have gone to the villages. I'm telling you, this time around, we have a lot of youths that have gone to the polls than the adults. And there's a very, very, very big question. Number two, many people think that if I vote the president and the MP, it's done. And they will not come back on the other elections that are coming. And they don't know. We need now to be more until they vote the LC1 chairman. And they don't know that the LC1 chairman means a lot.
Yeah, to them.
The councillor, to them more than even, you know. And this is where
I think to come in, Doctor, it is a two-way traffic. I've noticed that you'll move from one area to another. I'm talking about the elections for local council. There are areas you'll go to and participation will be mob. Why? It actually depends on how much you as a candidate you put in when it comes to campaigning. The more you campaign, the more you lure people to get interested. Even when we talk about the level of presidency and members of parliament, the truth is, at that level, campaigns are more intense.
That's right.
That's right. Campaigns are more intense. And that in itself raises a lot of interest. The packaging and branding is different. You have members of parliament, candidates, or even those standing in for presidency, coming in with elaborate manifestos. So people pick interest. This time round, manifestos have been translated into local languages.
Yes.
For various parties. So even those who are not catered for in the previous elections, those who could not read English, this time round were able to know that candidate A, candidate B are going to do A, B, C, D for my area or for my constituency. So that in itself will lure a person to go and vote. But how many times, apart from the flyers and the posters, do you find an LC chairperson? I'm not saying doctor. Doctor has done that. Writing a manifesto that members of this village, I'm going to do A, B, C, and D in the entire 5 years or so for this area. Because that will lure members. What are times where you find people participating in big numbers is either they are tired of that leader, and you see the dynamics at the lower level are different. I've seen in my home, Buloba, I've seen people in another party that are belonging in another party electing a person from another party.
Oh my God.
Intentionally, because of what this candidate has taken them through the time he was serving in his tenure.
Okay.
And telling him straight in his face, we are not going to vote you because you were very shoddy when it came to land issues. At the lower level, it is about accountability and about what you're going to do to serve people at that particular level. But getting back to the point of why you called it voters fatigue, voting fatigue. It's not that. At times it is the packaging and the branding at that level.
Let's see what is happening back in Zimbabwe. I think they are now announcing some of the results for the parliamentary elections that have come to the Tally Center.
Let's talk peace.
I'm urging all youth, I'm urging all Ugandans, please, let's have a peaceful elections this time round. Let's vote peacefully. After voting, let's walk back home. Let's protect our gains. Let's be peaceful. Please, let's gather in numbers. Let's go and vote peacefully. Then we go home peacefully. Thank you.
This campaign is proudly organized by the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy and partners, with support from the European Union. Tuongeye, let's talk peace.
Let's talk peace.
As we go into the final lap of the electoral campaigns and into polling, we are calling upon all the people of Uganda to conduct themselves peacefully. First of all, the candidates, we call upon you to use suitable language that shows respect and tolerance, and language that promotes peace and unity, because we are all Ugandans and elections should not divide us. So we call for language that is respectful of people's cultures, people's views, and is tolerant, because we all have different views, but we all want to have a very, very united country, Uganda, and a progressive one at that. So we are calling upon you to conduct yourself peacefully as we go into the final days of the campaigns, and on polling day, to respect the views of others and to accept the results of the elections, and know that after the elections, there will still be a Uganda, and we need each other as citizens of Uganda. I wish you a peaceful electoral process, and I call upon you to be peaceful. Peace-loving Ugandans. God bless you.
This campaign is proudly organized by the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy and partners, with support from the European Union. Tuongeye, let's talk peace.
As we stand here today, we speak not as different religions, but as Ugandans who want to see our country prosper.
But I want to appeal to you, the people of Gulu, that during this election, as you post information on TikTok, on Instagram, please ensure that what you're sharing is extremely true.
So as brothers and sisters, we believe in dialogue.
There is more to lose when we cause violence, when we fight, than when we actually observe peace.
So we don't need to spoil this kind of environment. So dance peacefully, sing peacefully, but above all, vote peacefully.
I love Africa, the only way for me to survive, where there's peace in the Meadowlands.
Let us join hands in praying for our nation and seeking God's guidance as we cast our votes.
This campaign is proudly organized by the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy and partners, with support from the European Union. Tuongeye, let's talk peace.
Let's
Let's talk peace.
Fellow citizens, elections are moments of choice. Reject hooliganism and lawlessness. Let Lira be known for tolerance.
We want to call upon all of you, let's talk peace, irrespective of the candidate you are supporting.
What you can pick Puj, okay? So Ginatie, we're maintaining Puj.
As Electoral Commission, we pledge peace and we shall perform within our means to achieve that.
May peace walk with you. May peace guide our elections. May peace bless Lira.
This campaign is proudly organized by the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy and partners with support from the European Union. Tuongeye, let's talk peace.
Let's talk peace.
Greetings, Uganda. My name is William Nahura Murinda, and I'm here to talk to
Yeah, welcome back to this special edition of the program coming to you from UBC studios here in Kampala, highlighting what is happening, what has happened earlier in the day. Actually, that was yesterday because we are now crossed over in a new day, about how Ugandans went along carrying on their civic duty of electing the leaders who are going to lead us in the next 5 years in this country. We're now joined by Crispus Nitwe, who is coming to us from, where is Crispus? Hello, Crispus?
Yes, I'm online, yes.
Yeah, we are getting you all the way from Kanungu.
Yes, I'm coming to you live from Kanungu district.
Yeah, can you update us, please, what is happening there and how has been the situation from the time you were there this morning? Actually,
yes,
yesterday morning.
Yes, I'm coming to you live from Kanungu district, specifically at the district headquarters. Since yesterday, the polls went on well. On all the polling stations I was able to visit and even gather reports from, I must say that people were able to cast their vote well. Young and old, women, everyone actually was able to cast his or her vote peacefully, except some isolated incidents, like as I said yesterday, whereby some polling stations we are reported to have had some army officers coming, yet they were not invited. Ideally, according to the law, they are supposed to, for the army to come in and be deployed at a polling station, it must be from the invitation of the police.
You are saying visitors?
Yes. I'm saying some polling stations. There was some uninvited incidents whereby some army officers were deployed.
Okay.
Contrary to being allowed by the people who are manning the polling stations, because the army ideally is supposed to be deployed at a polling station if they are being invited by the police constables, perhaps if there's a chaos which has erupted and cannot be handled by the police. A case, maybe I can give an example, which was the Kayanja Catholic Church, that is in Kayungwe sub-county, where the minister in charge of ICT and the national guidance, where he was casting his vote. Upon arrival, he realized that there were some army officers who had been deployed there. He didn't know under whose order. So he questioned them, why are you here? Where they have police constables who have been deployed here. People are casting their vote peacefully. Why are you here? So the voters, of course, were also complaining that they are facing intimidation from the army officers who were passing around. They had guns. So there was some bit of chaos erupting there, questioning. Of course, they started, of course, to question why the army officers who deployed them. They called the people who had deployed them. The commanders started actually fidgeting with words, fumbling with words. And they had come in also. What happened is the army officers, upon interrogating them, they realized that the car which they had come in was a car belonging to the main rival of the Minister for ICT and the National Guidance. The rival is Mr. Sam Kajojo. He's the main rival. So it was it was not an ugly scenario until when the army officers had to flee because voters were actually.
Now, other than that, have there been any other noticeable incidents?
There's other noticeable incidents. Even in fact, it's not only that Catholic parish. It's not only that polling station where we had that scenario. Even some other polling stations. Minister of ICT actually yesterday he complained when I put him, when I was actually speaking to us actually via the video camera, when I was actually asking him, interviewing him, he said that in Kanungu district there is a problem of deployment of army officers during polling activities. I think it has been like a case, it has been like an issue that has been bothering some of the candidates.
Okay.
And maybe also to paint for your picture, Kanungu district has got a total number of voters, 160,900 registered voters.
Okay.
So it's a big district having a big constituency of voters.
Okay.
And has got two counties, that is Chinchizi East and Chinchizi West. For Chinchizi East, we have got two main contenders. That is Honorable Dr. Christopher Munsi, the Minister for ICT and the National Guidance. He's standing with, actually, his main rival is Mr. Sam Arenaito Kajojo, who is the incumbent local council 5 chairperson for Kanungu district.
Okay.
And in the primary, Honorable Christopher Munsi, actually, he's the one who won. He's the one who has the NRM flag. Then Mr. Sam Kajojo decided to come as an independent. So, they have about 8 candidates actually who stood for Chinchizi East. So we have got some independent candidates also. Independent candidates.
Okay.
And
so far, how is the tallying?
The tallying is still ongoing. Results coming in indicate, of course, from the district returning officer, Mr. David Mukundani, are indicating that all the sub-counties of Chinchizi East, they seem to have all arrived. The sub-county supervisors are all here. They are all seated within the building, the room where the tallying is currently happening. Then there is some incident that is happening from Chinchizi West, where we have the incumbent, James Kaibaroka. He has the NRM flag. And of course, he is also having the main rival as John Ndungutse, retired police superintendent, some senior police officer who is standing with him. It's called John Ndungutse. So those are the people who are really tussling with so hard, of course, against each other. So we are having James Kaberuka, who is the incumbent, having the NRM flag, and he's having John Dungute, who is an independent candidate. So they're the ones actually who are like neck to neck in terms of results coming in.
Okay.
But people are all here, Minister for ICT and National Guidance also here, seated inside the hall where they are reading the results coming in from the various sub-counties. So many sub-counties have been read. We're still listening. Every result that comes in, Mr. Mukundane David, the returning officer.
So from the results so far, provisionally read, how is the Minister for ICT performing?
Yeah, from the results, actually, the results which have been read, when you try to make a computation of all the polling stations, the results coming in, Minister for ICT, he's still in the lead.
Okay.
And I even don't see Mr. Sam Kajojo. He came in some time back around like 1 a.m. He was seated inside here, but he later on actually went.
Okay.
But with the Minister for ICT, he's still in the lead. I can decisively say from the results, official results coming from the Electoral Commission.
Okay.
Returning officer for Kanongo District, the Minister for ICT, he's still in the lead.
Okay.
Also for Chinchizi West, the Honorable James Kaberuka, who is the incumbent Member of Parliament for Chinchizi West, is also still in the lead. Then for the woman MP, Betty Namara, is also still in the lead.
Okay.
She is having a main competitor, who is the current woman MP, who is called Chinshala Patience. She doesn't actually is also neck to neck with her.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you so much. I will be back to you when more results come in, or when they start announcing the official results of the winners. Please, I will have you so that Ugandans are in the know of who is winning and who is coming to the next parliament in Kampala. Thank you so much for the results so far.
Thank you so much. I'll keep you posted as results keep coming in.
You're welcome. So, gentlemen, you see how things are moving. Ndugu Dino, you are talking of the competition, the stakes. Part, I think, of the development to show that we are developing is also to see that competitiveness, that people now feel they should take lead, they should take the leadership, they should be there. Does that contribute to the development, or does that take away? Because one you do expect that maybe people will say the other person can go, he's better.
Elections that are recognized should have an element of competitiveness. Sham elections are normally either a landslide because there will be issues of either some people turning down the electoral process and leaving it to whoever wants to lead.
As long as you're not talking about the unopposed.
Exactly. I'm not talking about the unopposed. I'll come to that. But I'm shading a bigger picture. Because the unopposed are few in Uganda. And I want to assume that the unopposed are because of what they've done in their various either constituencies or regions. So they are being given that credit that please, we really need that service. So we cannot dare bring someone on board to stand against you. But the competition, the stiffness, most especially in the highly contested areas where you are seeing that even the results, people are still tallying, people are still making sure that what should be read as that last vote or number is the actual vote for the would-be winner. That is a sign of growth in that particular area and in the Republic of Uganda.
Sure.
When you look at the voting process and the history of the votes in Uganda, we've had always a neck-to-neck kind of thing. Right out from 1958, the seats, because by then they were considering seats, there wasn't a very big margin between who was first and who was second. And that is very healthy in the environment of elections.
Sure.
Since then, up to today, we've had a percentage that does not call for an alarm whether we really had an election. Issues where you have someone winning by 99%, we've had countries where people are winning by 99, 98. That's not the issue in Uganda. The issue in Uganda is you have a 60, you have a 30, you have a 50, you have a 30 something, and that is healthy for Uganda. And we've had incidents where things have changed, where you've had something raised from the opposition's manifesto and then being implemented
by a government,
by the party that has won the election. That is very important as a country, and as a country that is looking at development through democratic means.
Well, I want to add on something that just slightly. Competition is very healthy, and it's very important for any growth to happen. There should be competition, just like in any atmosphere, even in school. If you don't compete, your results will always be, that competition helps to notch down the child's brain to the last. But then we need to get down to the aspect of what are we competing and what is this competition for?
And even who is competing?
Yeah, because if it is leadership, and that means we are needed to put ideas and philosophers that these people see that is going to help these people to get to point B. But then if it becomes a money competition, then that's a problem.
Different thing.
You understand? If I can be able to buy out someone because I have money, then it ceases to be a competition. It's something else. It ceases to be a competition. It's just like if I want someone to vote for me, and the only thing I need to do is give them money to vote for me, then I'm not competing for that seat. I'm actually buying that seat. And it's the same thing. If my competitor, we are supposed to show the world the ideas, what we're supposed to do if we are in that office to make better the lives of other people, and I shut my opponent down because of money, then it ceases to be a competition. So we need to itemize what kind of competition are we talking about here. Because we have candidates that are at play, we have elections that are ongoing, but the element of who has more money is actually killing the competition that we're looking for.
Yeah.
Just to add on what Dr. Big Sam is putting across, he's raised the issue of money. I'm also bringing in what we call the lenience vote, where the voters know that this particular candidate does not qualify, will not even probably say a thing at the floor of parliament. Just for the sake. You see?
Oh yeah. Just for the sake.
Yes, just for the sake. The person is not going to work for that constituency. is just being gifted at the expense of the whole constituency. Remember, when this person is voted into a position, is not only serving the members of that party, but is serving the citizens in that particular constituency. Is supposed to advocate for the missing things in that particular constituency. And the only tool he has or she has is to get on the floor of Parliament and discuss up issues. This person will spend an entire 5 years without debating or deliberating anything on the floor of Parliament. That person is a liability to that constituency. So we have the issue he has raised of people buying out others, but also the leniency vote. Please, let's take this man. Just you look at him. Alieko.
There's one person who had that as the theme of his campaign. Nange Mumpendi. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Those are some of the issues, salient issues, that as we are still in work in progress, those are some of the issues our voters, the citizens of this country, that have to look into. Because at the end of the day, you see, one funny thing is, if a road is not in Kajansi, and probably you elected such a person, then they will point a finger to someone else.
That's right. That's right.
Probably the head of state. But he can't be everywhere. You elected someone to stand in, to represent you as a constituency, to bring out your grievances, to bring out everything you lack in that particular constituency. But this person can't express him or herself at the floor of Parliament.
No, but you guys, you are lucky. You just next Parliament here, and you have seen the type of quality that exists in this house. Sometimes you wonder whether it is because of the numbers, or is it because Kampala is very far from certain places that when people get to town here are so mesmerized. I heard of a story, an expression of one of them who was, they were talking about him as the only time he would open his mouth was when he was going to eat or kiss. But that is all for the 5 years that the guy was in Parliament. But also, I think you also talked about something to do with accountability. Why some of these people are not, because we have been following these campaigns, we have not had the interaction of the citizens. Asking these people, you promised this, what have you done? You promised us this, where is it? I think this campaign has been more or less a one-sided story, where people come and tell you blah, 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 and the time is going up, it's already late, we have to go. But I think we need also that kind of interaction where citizens are going to task their leaders to tell us what is happening. So I think we can get back to
Ivan.
Is it Ivan? Yes, Ivan is already online to tell us what is happening in the constituency where he is. Ivan, if you are hearing us, please can you update us what is happening where you are?
Thank you, James Mututa. I'm told you are with Big Sam and Mr. Chibirige. I want to inform you people that the people of Zimbabwe have been following the proceedings of this election process via our Uganda Broadcasting Corporation platform and even the people online. This is the trusted source of information that they have been following all the way through since yesterday. In Zimbabwe district, as of now, it is 1 minute to 5 a.m. They are yet to announce any kind of results in Zimbabwe district, both for all the 4 constituencies in the area and Zimbabwe district as is. At the moment, the returning officer is still tallying some of the results, and he has been announcing them time and again while people are here witnessing them. I have ably interacted with some of the candidates who are in the race, and apparently two of them, that is Nina Rose, the NUP woman member of parliament candidate, and Vegumiza have identified issues of vote rigging and as well as the failure of the BVVK machines, alleging that this process has not been free and fair, citing issues of intimidation by the security agencies and as well other challenges. But in response, the returning officer said his role here is to read the results so that the agents can compare the results he has and theirs so that they can synchronize and there is no any form of inconvenience regarding that specific aspect. Now, as we are here, we have already had results from the presidential candidates from the constituencies in the district, and even the directly elected members of parliament, and even the women representatives of parliament. But still, we are still waiting for the returning officer to as well read more results that are yet to be read out to us. Now, one thing I would really like to tell you about is there are certain people who have been disgruntled in this entire process. There is a member of parliament, the one who is contesting under the independent ticket, Mary Begumisa, who clearly stated that she had called the Electoral Commission chairperson, but he was not picking her phone calls, yet she wanted to pass over some kind of information that would perhaps try to intervene in the situation that was on ground. But I am also told by my colleagues that in Maogola County, where there is a Daisy Vyuma, Goreti Namuga of NUP, Dumba Dennis Independent, and Morris Muchibi, there was a little bit of chaos and there were confrontations. I was informed it was not really good for the eye in that side of Maogola County. But in other areas of Maogola North, where Aine Kaguta, the NRM flag bearer, is contesting with other five, that is Chigongo, Francis, Chigonya, Angela, Liazi Moses, Tumweba Zejet, and as well Twine John. But from the preliminary results, for those who have been here, specifically for the Remiaga County, one thing we have realized that General Emmanuel Rwashande has been beating the rival Theodore Sechikubo with a very big margin in some of the polling stations. There are polling stations where Theodore Sechikubo has gotten zeros, while Rwashande is having over 300 votes. So in the look of things for that specific electioneering, temporarily you could say Ebel Rwashande is very, very ahead of Theodore Sechikubo. But for the woman member of parliament representatives, it's still a tight race. It's still ongoing. That one I'll wait for the returning officer to at least give us an update regarding what is happening regarding that specific women seat representation in parliament. But here we are still waiting for updates from the returning officer, and we shall keep here. Wait until we are told who will represent the people of Sembabule and all the other four constituencies in parliament for the next 5 years. But when they were reading out the results of the presidential candidates, we have 8 presidential candidates, but the race mostly was tied between President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni and as well Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu. These are the two people who are having some votes in specific areas. However, the only presidential candidate who did not get a zero in this election is, for the perspective of Sembabule and all the other 4 constituencies, is Yoweri Museveni. But all the other candidates, at least each one of them has not been voted in a given polling station. But we shall officially wait for the results from the returning officer. What I'm explaining to you is circumstantial, and it's dependent on the observations I've been making while I was still in this territory. As of now, that's the update I can give you, but as we move along, I will keep you posted regarding any form of development, as the people of Zimbabwe, I know, are waiting to hear from their sitting rooms who has won and who has not performed well, what do they expect these leaders to do, and what next after this.
Now, Ivan, before you go, would like to know, did these presidential candidates have agents in these polling stations where you happen to pass? Hello, Ivan. Oh, maybe he didn't get us. Well, why not find out? Were they agents in these places, or like they said, there's been a confusion that some people have not been able to go and vote, but an agent, I think, will do all that they can to get to the polling station for their
8 candidates, and 7 of them have gotten a 0. That is from Zimbabwe here.
Yeah.
Maybe the polling agents did not vote for their candidates. That's the only explanation I can give. That even your own wife doesn't trust you.
Yeah, that happens. We have seen that happen. But I think, like we were saying again, we'll go back to it that the agent, the candidates also need to be serious. To the extent that you can get a 0 in a polling station in a country when you have had signatures from these places. Were some of these signatures forged, or they came from people from across the country? Even the 2/3, that's a lot of population.
That's a lot, yeah.
So who was signing on some of these signatures, these documents? But like you were saying,
well, maybe at the start, you can easily convince someone to come behind you, even before they hear what you're going to do, and maybe along the way, the people that signed for them, they say, this guy has no content. And the candidates use money. They use money, sign for me here. You have money. You understand?
Yeah, that's
and
true.
when the reality comes,
because sometimes you may not see what are you losing by signing on someone's paper?
Yes.
And in exchange maybe of 10,000, and Ugandans can do that
Yeah.
generously. And then when it comes to the voting, you have your candidate.
It's a private vote. It's secret.
Just like we said, we have moved the journey, and now we are at a point of looking at the things that are still challenging us to get to the point where we need to be. And one of them is what Doctor is talking about, not having agents at every polling station for every candidate that stands for presidency or for MP, whatever it is. So those are some of the few things. Fronting, we previously were talking about money issues, buying out candidates, fronting candidates at a lenience ticket. Those are the things that are still deterring Ugandans and voters to reach the level where we need to be in this process of what? Of this democratic process of voting. Yes, we've moved as far, but there are still issues that need to be addressed. And some of these issues can only be addressed, by the way, by one, revisiting the Act, the EC Act, amending the rules and regulations that prepare a candidate to be to become a candidate of a particular position. So we are yet to be there, but some of these issues are still a challenge, and unless addressed like the rest have been addressed with time, you'll find that they will keep recurring.
Yes. And maybe another point that is very, very key. I remember I started by telling you about the Muluka chief. For one to be a Muluka chief, in those days, you needed to be a stakeholder. You had to have a home in that vicinity, a business in that vicinity, a garden in that vicinity, and those Muluka chief people, they had maybe 3 wives or whatever in that area. Now, we're coming to today's election. Someone leaves Kampala, goes to campaign for Chegegwa. He don't live there. He goes and rents a property there because he wants to win an election. You understand? He's not a stakeholder actually in that place. But he has seen he can maneuver things around there and things work for him. Now that's what causes a zero. Because those guys will accept you, but they know you're not from here. And they will not vote. You understand? And it's happening. It's very common in Uganda. Very, very common. Someone stays in a different district, but he sees that maybe there's potential in Masaka.
Yeah.
He lives here and goes to start campaigning from Masaka. Or maybe he has done a lot of wrong things in this district, and he knows here
needs to be somewhere where I see him as a new face.
Sometimes it's the money. A person comes with money, and you know Ugandan is, once you begin floating money, they will definitely call you your man, though they are a woman, and they will give you the vote. I've seen this happen in some cases, and of course the law is not also very bad on that. As long as you are a voter, you don't even have to have a house in the place because you have to build in the next 6 months.
That's true. That's true.
You have gone to parliament. So, and I think we have moved fine, but it is also now need to be more conscious and more democratic consciousness, so that when you are voting a person, it's not just sending them to go and eat like the other, but also the issue of saying, let him also go and eat, because the one who has been there has
did
also
not also do anything. So I know one MP who spent 3 years in the United States. 3 years. He was voted. She was voted, sworn in, was in office for about a couple of months, and got a chance to get a visa through UNA, and went
never came back
and started processing citizenship. That's the whole time she was not here. I know another councillor in Kajansi, where I come from. He came from Nansana, came to Kajansi, won the election. He's in Canada.
In fact, you're right. We have heard that many of the councillors, I think in KCC here, are either in Canada or US, or something like that. In fact, I know of one who also told the voters that if God helps her to go through and she can be an MP, she's heading to Canada, never to come back. I'm seeing the results that she's likely to have lost. So that may not happen for her. But that also shows the level of awareness, especially when it comes to the voters. In fact, one was suggesting that maybe we go back to the electoral colleges, that a few people will come and decide on behalf of the others. Maybe it will work than having everyone involved, because your vote and my vote and the vote of someone somewhere else you would even not imagine counts, and it's the same. So much so that maybe if the electoral college will sit down and will say, but this man or this woman were giving this vote, is it worth to give him, or can we give to the other person?
And maybe we also need to, the government or the country needs to put money into teaching the community the importance, the role of all these office bearers, what is the role of a parliamentarian? Do people in the village know that this is what he's supposed to do? Before they vote in someone they don't know. You understand? Before I just vote in my friend into office, do I actually know what that office does? You understand? Because if people know that this is the role of a woman member of parliament, this is what she's supposed to do, we expect 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things from her. And they go down. This is the expectation of the councillor. This is what you're supposed to do. And these are the expectations. And the people at home get to know so that they can vote someone that they know this is what we need to demand from you. You understand? But can you imagine that someone goes to parliament and promises them that as I get into parliament, I'm going to make sure that we build a school here. That is not a role of
I'll build a school.
Yeah, it is so bad that even the candidates themselves don't know what they're supposed to do. Because they're the ones that are telling people that for me, once you vote for me, the issues of the roads will be sorted. And we say this man has been in the parliament, oh this woman, but look at the roads. That's an MP. You will see the council also talking about the same, talking about the schools. And you know, these are things which they are not supposed to do. Now, you
build a church.
Exactly, and that's why you see when finally a tractor arrives and he comes to work on this road, everyone is going to jump on that tractor. Trust me.
As his input.
Exactly.
They'll come and take a video as it's called. I was here. No,
exactly.
This is so bad.
Yes, because the level of ignorance is not only among the electorate, but also those being elected. But of course, you cannot be wiser than the community where you belong. So that whatever happens there is also what you come up with.
It's so bad.
But also, I think there must be that education to the people who are voting, so that when a man or woman comes to tell you, I'm going to do this, you can dispute. But for now, if with limited information, you may not be able to do that. But the issue of money, that is where people declare their budgets under the sources of their funds. That I'm going to spend 1 billion on this election, and this is how I got this money, which I'm going to spend.
Yes.
In here, we have that problem. A person spends a lot of money, and you can tell the salary of a member of parliament. Now, even if the 5 years that this person is going to be in parliament cannot recover that money. So where are you spending this money? And where are you getting this money from? And I think the next discussion should also, as we evolve more in our democratic dispensation, it is also important to ask some of these questions and to lay bare, if you are going to stand, like we said, 20 million, if you're only worth 20 million sincerely, and you're going to lead people who are billions, then your credibility shouldn't be hinged on 20 million. It is also important now to discuss how people are getting this money. They are being funded. Who is funding you to have a billion that you are going to put in an election where we know you, by the end of your 5 terms, you are not even going to get that money back, and then you want to come back. And indeed, we have seen some of them after they go for the first term. You are seeing some of them how they're struggling now because they're not they cannot raise that money to get back to parliament with that money. So I think that issue of budgeting and the disclosure of the funds has to be thought about.
That's right. That's very right. That's very true.
Yeah, coming to that, James, the issue of knowing how much you're worthy is very important. What is your worth in terms of what you're earning is very key. Because I've heard of candidates who actually go for loans.
I know.
in banks to make sure that they can sustain the campaign season. And by doing that, much of the time is spent on actually paying back the loan and the debt, more than working for the people that actually elected him in office. So it's a very big challenge.
A very big one. Very, very big
Yeah,
one.
because then, you know, you are servicing alone, and you have, and the constituency people are dying, are wedding, are going to school, are sick, and they will need some support from you, definitely, because that's how we have also how we have trained our people, that when you are an MP, you have to do all these things. And like I said, someone will disappear until the 4th year in the term that he can come back. Because
can you believe they can actually vote you in power or in office because you bury a lot of people, dead people on the village? And they will people will give that reason. So and so. Really?
In my place, there's one who was voted because they drink together.
Really?
Yeah.
So I think we need to do better than that. We need to do better than that, man. We need to do better than that. Oh my God.
But I think that also means that there must be another form of civic education to our people. But that also means that even the members of parliament should explain themselves better to the electorate. Say, you are going to vote for me, but this is what I can do, and this is what I cannot. So, but I can maybe lobby with the government. I'll be able to make budgets. So that when the government is budgeting, I can push for a position that my road can also be put on the budget for the next financial year or something like that, so that in the 5 years you are spending there, maybe by the end we'll have been able to put 1 or 2. But taking a blanket as the source of all the development, it might not be able to happen. We will be getting more information when it comes to the updates of colleagues who are out there in the field, but now I see it is coming to dawn. It means that now we shall be having fresh declarations from some of the polling stations and tallying centers across the country. And for us, in the next few minutes, we shall be handing over to the new team that will be coming in, and they will be updating you when all this happens. So, but gentlemen, what do we expect from the new parliament?
Very good one. That's a very good one. What has the old parliament not done? Maybe we need to start from there. Answer. What did they do? And along the way, actually, you will also find out that we're going to lose credible material that would be in parliament, because someone does not belong to this party, and we're going to lose such credible people that are parliament material, but because they don't subscribe to what we believe in.
Yeah.
One of the things that I believe that the parliament of this season has not done is they have not represented Uganda and the places where they come from very well. They have made the parliament as a play stand. Anything that wants to be a joke should be in parliament. That's why they're not taken serious. I think there should be a redefinition of parliament from the new parliamentarians that are going to see it. And if it takes going back to the old ethics and pull out that document and we reread it and study it, because I know for sure that when the swearing in is done, they will always go for an induction somewhere. They will be called somewhere for induction, but they will be telling them on how to spend the money they're giving them first. You know, how to dress up good. But what is the ethic of the real parliament obligation for a Ugandan? For me, that's what I want to go back to. You understand? A parliament where it is not about fighting for opposition stuff and no, but a parliament that is going to work for Uganda. Not to say who talks more, who belongs to which party. For me, the old parliament that is going out That is what they have done, show themselves out. But we have not benefited as a nation to define the proper picture of a parliament.
I've seen a lot of recently, especially in the US, where there have been a number of bills to vote on in the House. You see Democrats and Republicans crossing the floor and voting together against their running government or their positions. Do we see this parliament that is coming crossing floors and voting either with the NRM or with the opposition on the positions? I highly doubt, because it is like the foundations are being laid stronger. But we'll see that, like we said, there are some issues that are across the board. They don't segregate. Whether you are in a movement or you are in the opposition, you don't need to kill your head so much, because the issue is always for all of us. So for me, I would also want to see that people discuss issues in a sober way.
Thank you.
If it is a position that has been brought by the movement, it can be subject to discussion. If it is brought by the opposition, it can be subject to discussion. And we vote as Ugandans on some of this particular. For me, that's what I would wish to see in Parliament.
Personally, I think in the forthcoming Parliament, we are going to see some amendments done for the current rules and regulations for elections.
Okay.
If I'm not wrong, if I stand to be corrected, the former leader of opposition, Honorable Mpuga, talked about issues of making reforms on elections. And I think that will come out this time round. I don't know who will steer it, but I think it will. Because we have to move to another level. As I said, we are at a level where we can't drop in terms of democracy. But at the same time, we are at a level where we should be seen to be moving forward. And that calls for reforms. One, given the technological advancements, the digital age dictates a lot of things. But also the issues we've pinpointed here, which people should be candidates, issues of money, issues of all of that. You need reforms, because when you do, you get, if you do some amendments, then the reforms will be triggered. The change will be seen. There will be an impact on how things will be done.
We're talking of reforms. People think have been murmuring about it when they said, I think there could be a change where the president can be voted by Parliament.
By Parliament, true.
And some people were like, wow, how can that? But I was telling some people, said, for me, it is just the system. You can either go parliamentary or you can go presidential. Either of them will give you the
But
results.
previously, we were talking about history here.
Yeah.
The party with the most seats, the chairman would become the leader, the executive leader. That is how people like Beni Chiwanuka and Dr. Milton Obote became
leaders in this
the
country.
leaders.
Yeah. So it is just, you just need to in fact, for me, like I was saying, that maybe when you sit Parliament down to vote, regardless of what happens, it will be a more sober vote, because people will say, we are going to give you this, but you should also be able to do this. Accountability will be forced there and then. Then when you go to the villages, like the money that is spent for people flying all over this country looking for votes to be presidents. I think that money can be saved. But still, once you have the majority in parliament, you are as good as a government. So it is just a matter whether we go through a referendum or Parliament can sit down to decide, but that a decision like that one will need a referendum for Uganda to decide now whether, like we decide whether we go multi-party or we go single party or we remain the movement. We can now decide whether we go presidential system or we go multi-party. These are all democratic platforms that are already working in some other countries. So it is not new in any place, but it seems that it just needs people, like we said, to think nationalistic, not thinking for you as a person, as a political party, as long as we are all having a discussion as at a national level. Me, I see nothing wrong with it. Because like you said, we have had a history, in this country. When DP, I think it was KY that had to unite with the UPC. It
had a coalition government with the UPC.
With the UPC, and they had to do that. And initially DP had even won the election. So these are all systems. So gentlemen, we are winding up. What should be our take today as what we expect from the results tomorrow now?
To start with, I will start with the presidential candidates. It is from the results we've received, and I want to thank our colleagues in the field, Ivan Mugoya in Kololo, Ora up Namfuka in the east. They've done a credible job of reporting and of sending in information and updates about the results and how elections transpired in the various parts of the country. It is evident that candidate Museveni is in the lead as per the results. And it is also evident that there are two people that are closely competing. That is the candidate for NRM at that level, the president of this country, and Honorable Kyagulanyi, the NUP leader. But what is, because I'm a person of statistics, there's one clear thing that in as much as each one is leading in a certain area or a certain region, but there is one that is leading with vast margins. And that in itself will tell who the winner will be after all votes in the various regions of the country are tallied and read out by the chief returning officer, who is the EC boss. Because we've seen areas where one is leading with a margin of 200 or 300, and the one who is second is in 20s or even 60s.
Oh, zero.
Yes. And then you have another one who is leading by 60, but the other one has 30. So that difference tells you who actually will take the ballot. Because there will be areas where there will be almost 50-50. But by those margins, you can see where we are going. Then the members of parliament, it is still a 50-50 kind of thing. One, it is evident that the ruling party will still maintain the majority number of representatives in the August House, that is the next
the
parliament. So, but of course we are going to see some casualties. We've already heard of some casualties, and that is the nature of politics.
Talking of casualties on that, so far we have seen that a number of flag bearers, that is possible that there were some problems with the management of the elections at the primary level. Because if you got, I had one who got 30,000 votes actually during the primaries, but I think as we speak, she could not raise even 10,000 for the general election. Then you wonder, like he said, maybe 20 along the way discovered that this person was not the person they would want, or that there were issues at that level that they were not able to.
James, people are funny, but as democracy dictates, power belongs to the people. You can never know the semantics of a particular region while people are electing their leaders. They may use, let me use the military terminology, they may use you as a decoy in the primaries to wake up this person that, man, be careful, we still have the power. But then again they turn out to elect that particular person for the seat. But also, this brings about another picture, and a very clean picture, that some parties have actually embraced people who become independent. Others have had zero tolerance about independence. But they've been taught a lesson too, that at times the person who becomes a CASA, an independent from your party, you may need that person. I'll give a very vivid example of Busiro East, where you had 3 contestants from the same party. One was bolted out because of his academic qualification. Another one was the incumbent, but who didn't get a ticket. And another one was also part of the party, but did not receive the ticket. And by the time the one who received the ticket was thrown out from contesting, these two had become independent.
That's right.
So you're in a scenario where you want to follow this person, and of course we had people saying, I will rally behind candidate so and so, but he's an independent. He's an independent. So there have been lessons. We've learned some lessons.
And then we have seen even from the political parties themselves rally behind the independent.
Exactly.
They are saying against their own flag bearer, which means that even at the party level, there is that confidence problem that this person, well, has a flag, but maybe it's not the right person.
He's not the right person to represent us.
How do you do it in your elections?
Every election has got deep dives and jumps. So you maneuver things the way you see them. And for me, I don't want to say there is a formula on how, whenever there is a scenario like that, you maneuver the way it has come. You understand? But it's also very important that we should also note that these people that are independent, after they have left their parties, They did not leave because of the party.
Yeah.
They left because of a particular individual that
the party.
pissed them off in the party. And if they managed to go through, 90% are chances that these people will go back.
Back to the where they came from.
Sure. It's one of those ways that parties have to be open hand to welcome, not put a lock in there to say that, hey, if nothing happens, you're out. No. We need a scenario whereby we get everybody to work together. Because at the end of the day, after the elections, 5 years are not for the party.
Exactly.
5 years are for Uganda.
Sure. Yeah, because whether in a party or out of the party, the ultimate is to get to parliament.
Yes, yes.
And we have seen many of the people coming up with the outfits to help them get to parliament. And you see them decamping, moving from one organization into another for purposes. So when I go to FDC and I realize FDC is not going to facilitate that to parliament, I'll look for another. But I think because of that, the personal issues, we're now seeing the independents, the number of independents increasing.
That's right.
In fact, even this time, I'm sure we're going to have them more than we had last time. Yeah, but that also means that political parties need to move. Dean was talking about the democratic move, that now even the political parties also need to have that movement, that they mature in what they are doing, so that these issues the in-house can address some of these issues before they get out of hand or people going for each other's neck. Yeah, so that is going to be important. That's some of the expectations that we are now looking at the new parliament. Now, for me, one thing which I want the parliament to look at is the issue of workers, because when you become a member of parliament as a worker, you must have resigned before you join parliament.
True.
But people, you are being elected as a worker to go and represent workers in parliament. Now the law says before you go to parliament as a worker, as a government worker, you must have resigned. But that to me is contradictory. You are going to ask to represent, but you have to resign from being a worker. So you are resigning, being one of us, to go and represent.
That's a nice one. That's it. So what do you think? You're saying you should keep both jobs?
You know, you should be a worker. You may not necessarily have to resign, but you must be a worker. Then you are going to represent us as a worker. But if you are going to resign as a worker, then you are no longer you are no longer one of us. Because even at a party level, if a person is from the movement and goes to parliament and joins FDC or joins NUP, then he's recalled, because it's no longer one of them that who send them to parliament. So for me, definitely, I'm looking at that one. That if I were in parliament, I would go for that.
I'm also thinking, and I think I may be biased, but this is what I think. We've had issues where committees are formed in parliament.
In parliament, yeah.
And I will take the industry in which we are, the industry of the media, where you find that honorables that have got radios, that have got TVs, seated on those committees. If you go outside of this country, if you benchmark with democratic countries which we deem or which we think are high up in terms of democracy, in such situations they are what we call conflict of interest issues. you should be free from that to be on such a committee. Otherwise, you'll start competing directly with issues that probably you're deliberating on issues pertaining UCC, which does play a media function, or you're deliberating on UBC, which does play a media function.
Yeah, but even besides that, it is also, you can't be a member of parliament when you are also doing business. And that sometimes you end up doing business with the government.
True.
Because it's then assumed that you will be compromising the systems to get your way.
True.
Because we know of members of parliament who are doing construction works and they are getting government contracts to do the works, and they are paid. Maybe by proxy, they may not be doing themselves, but through their proxies. So, like we said, if you are saying that a civil servant to be able to go for elections should have resigned, then I think it is also fair that some of these rules are also enforced to you yourself. But also the other thing which I also would wish to see this parliament working on is the issue of salaries. That you don't sit now to say, now for us we have to be paid so much and so be it. There must be some arbitrator, someone outside that organization. Otherwise, then the foxes will sit down to say that tomorrow we are going to attack at this village and eat all the sheep. And they will do it.
Yes.
So this is one of the things that I also want to see, is that there is a separate entity that determines the salaries of members of parliament, that you don't yourself sit, because then you are being unfair to the rest of us. Civil servants, when do we sit down and also decide that we should be paid so much? Someone else has to decide depending on the resources around. But for you, you come and decide, and so everyone then wants to end up in parliament. But that is not the ultimate where people can serve the country. I'm sure people can serve this country in very many other capacities. But because of that money that is tagged to the position, everyone would want to sit there.
Man, I can't agree with you less. We're spending a lot of money on members of parliament in this country. And at the end of the year, when you look at what has been done vis-a-vis what we have paid, the taxpayers' money, I think it calls for receipting and work out the salaries. Uganda is a growing economy, but we're living like the economy is already there. You understand? And that's why everybody wants to go to parliament.
Exactly.
I think so. You know, and it's so easy to go to parliament as long as you have senior six. It's easy to work.
Can jump from school and
you know. So I think we need to regulate their salaries. There's a lot of benefits that the parliament gets. There's quite a lot of things that come with money, and the taxpayer money, the taxpayer is the one paying. And the number one, the members of parliament are too many.
Yeah, sure.
For this small country. And I'm saying it again, there are too many for this small country. And they're getting paid too much.
For the economy we are heading.
For the economy that we are having. And that should be visited. I don't know whether they can visit it themselves. But I don't think so.
It may not be possible because then it will be the Baganda say enkima tekolachi.
Okay. All right.
The enkima may not saragwa chibira. These are some of the things that definitely we are looking at, and I hope some of them will be looked at as the new administration comes in, as the new parliament comes in, as the new government comes into office, and then we will have a lot of things happening up there. As we approach this hour, top of the hour, we seem to be winding up our broadcast, and we will be back maybe later in the evening again, but the new team will be coming in and they will be updating us on the presidential tallying and the parliamentary results tallying from all the tally centers across the country, and also be updating us on the announcements that will be coming in, especially for members of parliament who will be announced at the various tallying centers. And we thank you who have been with us all this long, from the deep of the morning to early morning now. And the good morning team will be coming in now. And on behalf of the production team and those who have been behind the camera, those who have been the control, and those that the team that is across Uganda to bring us this broadcast, we thank you, and thank you, gentlemen, for the time that you have been here. And we hope it's going to be another good day, and we'll be back later with our viewers. We say we are stopping here for now, but we are not going nowhere. Stay tuned. UBC is bringing you more programs and more updates on this election of 2026. Thank you so much.
Frekaguta 165, Chigongo Francis 3, Gaz Moses 0, Semataidi 0, Whoever the Jet 35, Fine Ezra 0. Chetume Playground, Aina God Frekaguta 96, Chigongo Francis 1, Gaz Moses